The world we live in is a story written by someone else. And we have books, and we have paintings, and we have myths and legends. But do we know what's really true? Because everything we get is secondhand information. As we know, history, or more to the point, his story, is written by the winners, by the conquerors. Those who go in and destroy societies then rewrite the story in their own image. And we are left here to try and put the puzzle pieces back together, because we've been looking at this for a while, and our story is wrapped up in the information we're given, but it is wrapped up, and much of it has been hidden. And when we look back in history, we find, there seems to be a date, a time around the 1500s where all the information suddenly changed. The information about the place we inhabit changed. Our sciences changed, our laws changed, and that change has continued. And when we go back, it's hard to find things, credible information from before 500 years ago. So we have to dig and put the pieces together and see what matches up, so that we can come up with our story. So here we go, pictures. So the main point I want to make about this is, as we'll go through looking at these, just ask yourself, is this a building made of wood and hempcrete that was non-permanent? It was just made for, a few months. This is 1902. This image, and they're destroying this beautiful old tower. What does that? It says France. Can't read it very well, but you can see here, this is what we had. And it's not just the tower, it's everything around it. Look at this building. We still see these in our cities, these buildings, but of course it had to go because this was part of a complete city. And here, again, that's the remains of the tower. Now, the question is, does that look like the remains of wood and plaster? Or could there be maybe a few bits of masonry in there? What do you reckon? We've got the old world street lamps. So to me, these were complete functioning old world cities. Maybe not completely functioning as far as, the electrical component, the free electricity that they were using, but complete as far as the buildings were still there and in really good condition, but unexplainable, right? And unwanted by the nefarious ones, that those who came in and basically did rule us, right? Like that they hoodwinked us. They got us in, introduced populations that didn't know who they were, when they were, where they'd come from, and they just gave them a narrative, the narrative for their new world, right? Because they needed to order it, if you know what I'm saying. From the old world order to the new one. So here we go again, right? Just destroying these old buildings. And lots of these buildings, like this one, were blown up, you know, destroyed with dynamite and stuff. And many, many more of them were actually burnt. And they sort of say, oh, well, it just burnt down, right? As they tell us, right, with all the great fires. You know, brick, metal, and glass burns, don't you know? But again, this one, does this look like wood? Or does this bit here maybe look like a big iron beam that's bent out? Does this look like brick, or does this look like a covering of staff, right? Hempcrete, plaster that's been nailed to wood? What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Here's another one. And I mean, look at, you know, what kind of a human, what kind of a person would you have to be to destroy this? Now, unfortunately, this is money, right? The Monai. Unfortunately, that they've introduced this concept of money, that you need money to survive. You need, you know, money makes you successful, all this kind of stuff. Money is freedom. And then you pay people money and they will do anything. Well, some people will do anything, like destroy this. Like I don't, it's just so inconceivable to me that someone would take money, which we now know is worthless paper, to destroy this amazing old world infrastructure. Look at this guy with his hands on his hips. He's either not very happy or he's like, yeah, take that. Oh, look, another one. The Hand on Hip Brigade. They're hip people, don't you know? Another one. Again, what do you think? Wood and plaster? Or maybe something more? And not to mention the size. Like, look how tall they are. This is the fence and the people. So these are big structures for the 1800s, built out of wood and plaster, where this clearly looks to be brick on the outside. Now, they sort of give us this story, but then they just, you know, brush over the actual buildings that were brick, that had brick facades. They don't like to mention them because they have experts, right? And if we believe experts, then they get their story through. Another one. What do you reckon? Brick or wooden plaster? You tell me. Let me know. I mean, you can see down here. Yep, it looks like there's some wood in there, but doesn't look like plaster to me. I mean, look at the background here. This is all completely destroyed. And of course, they had electricity, right? And this was, you know, in the 1800s, literally a couple of years after, you know, Edison and the DC, the AC/DC war and getting electricity out. Like, not long after, they could suddenly light up, you know, whole cities like this. You know, so who was wiring this up? Who trained all the electricians? Who built all the power stations? Where did all these light globes come from in such a short amount of time? We've all seen this one. Standing, I mean, I still don't know if this is a real or photoshopped, because how did this dude get up there? And he's just he's just hanging there with his bowler hat on and his spectacles and his big bushy moustache. Like, how did he get there? And why isn't he worried that he's going to fall off? And, you know, up here we can see there's lights, right? This whole thing is wired electrically. This is 1893. So that would be Chicago. You can see the old world buildings in the background. But I suspect that this front bit might be superimposed, or at least, you know, so it was on the ground. They took the photo, then they just sort of made it look like he was up in the air. And like I said, how do you get up there? What's he doing there? This is just to show you, this is a design. This is a gate. This is what they used to do when they wanted to build a gate. You know, design me a gate. And they would be like, how amazing can I make it? Right? How much creativity can I put in there? How much, you know, symbolism. We see these symbols everywhere. Excuse me. You know, the Fibonacci spirals, which are everywhere in nature. What are they trying to tell us with all this stuff? Because it's the same across the realm. All these same symbols and logos, right? The same facading. But this is a gate. Design me a gate. Okay, here you go. Like, you give that to someone today, go and give that to a wrought iron worker, and they would crap themselves. They couldn't make this. Now you get a gate and it's just wood, right? A few bits of wood nailed together. Obelisks everywhere, right? And again, you can see this nature theme through the facading. Of course, statues everywhere. Looks like we've got a knight here. Got all these weapons. It kind of looks like they do this a lot with the weapons with the headless knight and lots of coats of arms, but you can see the bit coming down. He looks like a knight, so I'm not sure if that's been added or not. Look at this for a statue. Look at this veil coming down. Right, these statues that we see are impossible. And again, the narrative is made from plaster casts. Right, what happens when it rains is my question. Wouldn't it all melt? I don't know. I suppose it, hempcrete does, and if they had the right stuff in there, maybe not. But clearly not the stuff that we see, like the marble statues. They want us to think we went from these amazing marble statues to plaster, right? The fall of man, the fall of creativity. This is just to show you what they love to do. You can see this scene here. This is what it used to be, and they're pointing out this tower here, which we can see. Which one is it? One with the dome. I think it's this one here. Still there, but this is what we used to have, right? And you can see here we've got like they've reverted to wooden planks for the bridge. Back here, it had some kind of covering, at least, if it wasn't made of masonry, full masonry. We've got metalwork everywhere. We've got lamps out here on bridges, all right, which is still there. Now, they can explain how they can run this today, but 1900, how are they getting all the power out on these bridges? Like the whole electricity thing, right? Electricity. We elect people to power, which we need to stop doing, by the way. It's the L factor, the Elohim. It gives us a good clue as to who these ones that wish to rule us are, right? This is just to show you, this is the old world, right? Build me a building. All right, here you go. Look at these. And these have all been built. These were all standing at least at one point. And what do we get today? We get square, right-angled, glass, ugly brutalism. Right? It's literally called brutalism. Right? And all these have the similar features, right? The domes, the spires, the windows, the cymatic windows, all this antiquitech on the roofs, drawing down free energy, the columns, right? The amazing facades. But not anymore. Not anymore. I put this in because, oh my God, don't you know, this is an architectural design. This is all we find when we look up for designs for buildings and blueprints and things, and these are what are given to us as architectural designs. Now, you cannot build this tower here from this picture. Literally, they've gone in and they've just drawn the floor plan. Okay, this is the floor, right? A couple of columns in there, some walls, and that's it. But as we can see, this tower was basically just a stairwell to go up to the top. So what were all these towers really for? This is what it looked like. But why would you need to get to the top? We can see here, it looks like there's a little balcony. All right, now we've all seen the pictures of airships. Was this some kind of an airship docking station, an airport, right? Where you climb up here, the airship tethers to the top, maybe recharges at the same time, I don't know. and the people walk on board. And now, of course, we have aeroplanes, right? They go in the air above the plane. Back to a bit of destruction. And again, these are, a bit sad to see the old world destroyed, but this is still going on. And, we can stop this. If enough of us stand up and say no, then they can't really do much. And of course, the best thing we can do to depower these people, to take their power away, because that's what it's all about. They stole the power, like literally, they stole the power, the free energy. If we want to depower them, we use their tricks, right? We take away their money. We stop paying these people, right? Stop paying them our hard-earned sweat equity and exchanging that for worthless paper, which they have used, right? They give us worthless paper and get us to trade real resources like land, like forests, and then they go and cut them down and then blame us for too much CO2 when, hang on, don't trees take away and filter CO2? I mean, it's crazy that people even believe this narrative. Again, with the electricity and just completely covered, right? How are they doing this? This, whatever they can't explain in photos, they just sort of, ignore, right? They just gloss over it and hope we don't ask questions. But unfortunately for them, we have been asking questions, and some big questions over the last, especially 5 years, but the last sort of 10 or 12 years, it's all coming into the public consciousness. And this is Luna Park at Coney Island in New York. There you go. Coney Island, where Tesla, so we're told, drove a car around, and this car didn't have an engine. It just had an aerial coming out the back. I mean, obviously had some kind of drive system, but no petrol internal combustion engine, just a free energy antenna. More. So this is Sprengung des Bahnhofs, February 1961, and just destroying these old world buildings. Again, doesn't look like it's made from wood and plaster, does it? Look at this rubble. And I mean, this, right? Getty Images. People, like, they don't own this image, but of course they're putting it out there that they do, right? We own this. We own this photo. No one from Getty Images took this photo. Right? It's just this control that they want to get into our heads so that we all are controlled, right? So that we all toe the line. That's quite a bell. Look at the size of this. I mean, you'd have to be have to have a bit of faith to stand under it. But this, I'm not sure exactly what it says. I'm pretty sure this was from a World's Fair, but these bells, man, they were huge. I think the next one's the Liberty Bell. Oh no, this is the one in Russia. Many of them cracked. What cracked them? I mean, look at the thickness of this bell. Imagine how much bronze went into this. Look at the size of it. I mean, how did they forge this? How did they create it? How did they move it? And this doesn't, we have these bits here that you could hang it from, but, we've got this cross on top, like, any way of hanging it, cables would have to go out sideways, right? Pretty much. Like, what were they used for? Was it just the frequency, or was there another use in there maybe? Were they even hung? I don't know. But, we have many examples of these ridiculously big bells. All right, the Liberty Bell must be coming up later. This is Chicago 1894 World's Fair, just, showing a bit of the destruction and what definitely looks like metal in here. It's twisted. The old made from plaster, apparently, statues. And they've whacked a bit of wood in the window, right? Just to make the narrative, the narrative seem real. But this is how they treat the old world, just like a rubbish tip. All right, something to be destroyed. Here, now this is, oh, I can't zoom in on it for some reason. This is after a World's Fair. This is after a fire. And again, trying to tell us this is wood. This is a metal framed structure. The whole thing's metal. And then, you know, surrounded by brick and masonry, basically. But they want us to think it's all wood, impermanent. And look at the size of this. This is a 2-story building here. So look at the size of this. Why make it all so big? Why make all these things so hard for yourself? Now, of course, unless it was easy, which it wouldn't have been with the technology they say they built it with. All right, so this is, of course, Chicago, right? We've all seen this statue looking down the canal, the arts building here, all this amazing stuff, and they burnt it. Now you tell me, is that a piece of wood that has bent? Or is it maybe metal? Same thing, right? Same thing, like bits of masonry and brick and stuff all over the place. But again, you know, it's just plaster, guys. It's just plaster built in a year, don't you know? In a year. Now imagine how many tradesmen you would need just to build this one building. But they had so many, right? These tradesmen and artisans, there were just so many of them that, you know, they just brought them all in and built whole cities in a year with them. Of course, you know, doing something that we can't even do today with our much higher level of technology, or, you know, so they want us to believe. But I mean, that is true. But the truth is that this wasn't built in the 1880s. In my opinion, it had probably been there for 500 years at least. But that's why it had to go, right? Too much freedom. And of course, this is again the Chicago World's Fair. And so this is the narrative. If they don't tell us they knocked it over because, you know, it's only temporary, then they burnt it, right? Burning it, burning bricks, glass, and metal, because that burns so well, don't you know? Just check out all the great fires, man. And look, everyone's just standing around. It's like it's a show. All right, come and watch us burn this down. All right. Here we have like the fireman, and he's too scared to go close to it. Got a few over here, but you know, this is the thing, right? And what really are firemen, or what were they in the past? Were they starting the fires? Yeah, firemen. You know, fire bugs. They don't put out fires, do they? Okay, so here we have what looks like some wood. You can see it's all charcoal, some wooden, and obviously floorboards and stuff here. But look out in the distance. This building is, the whole frame is still standing. Got Ferris wheels and things, but this is the kind of destruction that these nefarious ones, these non-humans like. They like destruction. Like, we're into construction and they're into destruction. This, I don't know. I don't think this is a photo. I'm pretty sure this is a drawing. But again, it's showing us that these are metal framed buildings, right? All metal frames, brick facades, none of this wooden plaster that they tell us in the narrative. It's just such a silly story. And they forgot to get rid of all the proof, right? Again, now this is the Crystal Palace. And of course, this is the second iteration. Because like I said, it was built for the 1850 London World's Fairs by a gardener, don't you know, or at least designed by a gardener. And at a time when they didn't have the facilities to make that much glass or panes of glass big enough, you know, as big as the ones that were in the structure. So, silly story, right? And this is what happened. It burned. Okay, this glass and metal structure burned. Have you ever tried to burn glass or metal? You know, we've all seen what's happened recently in, you know, places like Hawaii, Chile, you know, Is that what they were using to destroy these buildings? Because this is clearly just twisted metal. Right? Twisted metal and broken glass. So was there some kind of beam that may have been a certain color coming down from above? And isn't it interesting that, you know, we've all heard of Project Bluebeam and the whole story with Werner von Braun and his secretary, you know, who's talking about, you know, all this stuff and Project Bluebeam. And what do we see recently, right? With these fires. Interesting, right? But yeah, this was moved. This deconstructed, sorry, not this, deconstructed, moved a couple of kilometers, built again, and then burnt to the ground. So pretty sure that there were 2 crystal palaces. So what happened to the first one? You know, it's not in the narrative, but no, you know, obviously it was destroyed, right? More destruction. And this one does look like it's got sections on it. You know, so was that just a facade? Probably, because in the background here, we've got all this metal to infrastructure. The Liberty Bell in Philadelphia, again, cracked, but look at the size of this. And here we can see how it is hung. So, you know, it does have to go off to the side, but that first one we saw in Russia, it had a cross up here, right? So, excuse me. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but how did they hoist this? How did they get it up there? You know, apart from how did they make it, and how loud would it have been? And this writing on it, why is it in Greek? Why is this dated in Greek when this is in Philadelphia, USA, you know, still a young city, young country, trying to get its identity, so they just use, you know, other languages, right? That doesn't make sense. What have we got here? It's a bit hard to read. That looks like it might be a date. But look down the road, right? Look at this. Old world structures everywhere. This looks like it's in the 30s. This again, this does look like a photo, but this, that doesn't look like it's part of the photo, man. It looks like someone's just drawn that in, like, ah, it's on fire, jumping out the building. I mean, you know, there's only one tower here, but remind you of anything? All right, the narrative just replays over and over, right? But this is what they tell us, that these things burnt, right? This clearly masonry building just burnt. But this clearly being tampered with. This, again, not real. These, you know, maybe part of the original photo, but this dude and this dude, I mean, come on, someone's just doodling on that picture, right? It's just, and this is what they give us for evidence, man. It's just silly. This is New York World's Fair. This is from 1965. Just to show you, man, that they kept doing it. They kept destroying. So this, I haven't really looked into this one, 1965 New York World's Fair, but it may have had some old world structures in it that they wanted to get rid of. So what do? They hold a fair and then they burn it to the ground. All right. So this is the remains of the Ferris wheel from the 1904 World's Fair. I mean, what the? This thing has just been destroyed. Look at the size of this cogwheel. Again, where were they forging these? How were they moving these? Because, here we go, this is the tech. All right, do you really think that this kind of level of tech could move this? Silly stories, you know. And Ferris wheel, they got some wood around here, but look, most of these are just boxes. But, you know, what do? Like, Ferris wheels can't be made of wood. Look at this axle, man. Look at the size of this and all these cables. How were they making cables when this is their level of tech? Just crazy. Now, I think this, well, it must be a different one. There's another Ferris wheel from a World's Fair. I can't remember which one it was, but basically it was the biggest Ferris wheel ever and the first. It had what do you call them? You know, the places where you sit, the cages, what's the other word for it? Pontoons, whatever, you know, where you sit in the Ferris wheel. They could hold 50 people per carriage. Yeah, we'll use carriage. 50 people per carriage. And what did they do with that? They buried it. They literally buried it in the ground. All right? Who would do that? You make the first Ferris wheel ever that big and extravagant, and then you destroy it. You don't, you know, say, wow, look what we can do. Look what we made. This is amazing. Look how cool we are, right? Let's go forward. No, you destroy it and bury it in the ground. And this one, clearly, I don't know what's happened to this. Doesn't really look burnt or melted, does it? You know, and, you know, the temperatures you would need to melt this kind of steel would, you know, probably only come from above, right? This is Sydney, Australia. And these are the controllers. And this dude's going, look what we destroyed. That could not stand here. That represented freedom. Of course, you know, they've put their own little statue here to do with what? War. This is a soldier. I think it's a soldier. He's got a little helmet on. A couple of hound dogs. But yeah, this is the Garden Palace. Of course, a nice obelisk in the corner. All right, because that's so Australian. But burnt. Look at all this corrugated iron and stuff that they're just throwing in. So this, though, bricks everywhere from a temporary wooden plaster building. It's another shot of the same building, you know, clearly all clearly bricks. And the way that these have been scattered, if this, and the story is that it burnt down, right? One, where's all the charring? Why isn't it black? You know, it should be covered in soot, right? But two, how do you get this effect from a fire? Clearly, it looks like it's been blown out. You know, a bit of dynamite. Or, you know, fire, right? What do they do from cannons, right? Ready, aim, fire. This is the Crystal Palace, the second Crystal Palace. And isn't it interesting they have a lot of these photos of these buildings actually burning, almost like it was staged or something, right? So this is in the 30s. I think it was 36 when this one burnt down. I think the next one, no, maybe the next one, it shows people watching, right? This is it again. Like just metal everywhere that, you know, clearly, you know, the narrative just doesn't make sense at all. At all. The firemen. This guy needs to be fired, right? Just sitting around on the job. Got their shiny little helmets that look, you know, very sort of Spartan-like, don't they? So this is 1936. So they do have a little fire truck here, pumping water from their big tank. This one's got a ladder. But yeah, look at this, right? This is the remains. And what do we get but a steel frame? So it looks like that they've burnt as much as they can, and then they've just gone and knocked it over, right, to create this effect. Oh, it burnt to the ground. Don't you know? Another one. So something's hit this. Something, I would say something with a lot of heat, right? Because these bars don't seem, you know, it doesn't look like it's an explosion. But this in the foreground looks like it's an explosion. And I guess, you know, once they burn it, then, you know, they love their narrative, right? Oh, well, it's unsafe, so we have to knock it down, even though it's been standing there for probably 500 years, right? Missouri, State Building, 1904 World's Fair. Destroyed. I'm not sure what all, oh, they're chairs. Well, so that's interesting, right? This photo was marked saying after it was burnt. These are all wooden chairs. Why didn't they burn? Interesting question, right? Clearly, this is, you know, not wood and plaster or stuff. There's even a flag here, material, untouched. You know, it's very reminiscent, right, of what we've seen recently with these fires, where you get, excuse me, literally you get things that are completely destroyed, and then next to them you'll have like a tree or a house, something that's been completely untouched. All right, almost like whatever did this was focused on a certain area, like it was a beam of some kind. All right. I don't know how this one, don't know how this got in there. Okay, but interesting. This is Rome in the 1750s, right? Pyramids. We now know there's pyramids everywhere. They are not for dead kings and pharaohs, and the whole place mud flooded. And this one's got a castle attached to it. Vedula de Sepolero di Caio Cefio. There you go. That's my best Italian. But yeah, so the old world, man, it's definitely not what they told us. World's Columbian Exposition, Chicago, the White City. So again, this is burning. There's clearly flame or smoke coming out. Something's burning. And look at all these people sitting around watching it. Come and watch the old world destroyed. So these kind of people, right? These are probably all part of the nefarious group, right? They're probably enjoying this. Because normal humans, this is not a good sight. Again, from the Columbia Expo. I mean, I don't know. Is that real? Is that even real? It doesn't look that real, does it? All this smoke. We've got the firemen putting out the fires. And it's an interesting question, right? That looks like it's been superimposed. So has this smoke been superimposed? Don't know, but look at the smoke here, right? There's something going on with this photo. And now with all the AI, we have to question all this stuff. How real is it? How long have they had this AI tech? They've now got AI videos, man, that you literally can't tell the difference between those and real footage. It's crazy. And here's another hands on hips man. All right. What's with the hands on the hips? Another one. What's going on here? Hands on hips people. So this is what these buildings look like in their glory days. Amazing, oversized, completely symmetrical, very creative. These amazing facades. Of course, they turn all the free energy spires into flagpoles. Right, so everyone, thinks that they're part of their country, and of course you've then got to dislike anyone else from other countries because your country's the best. All right, nationalism. But this is what they look like in their glory, and this is what they did to them. All right, and again, you can see the metal framing in the background. You can see this isn't burnt. It's not charred. It's not covered in soot. This stuff looks like wood. Why isn't it burnt? So clearly that they were using other technology to destroy these buildings. And some of the narrative says that they did, destroy them on purpose because they're only temporary, right? They would have fallen down, even though some of them are still standing 150 years later. I think we saw this one before. Did we? This one, I think, is in Germany. Old world building made of plaster and wood, but somehow when you destroy it, you get all this stone and geopolymer stuff, concrete. All right. Another one with this metal framing. So we can see the construction process that they would make these metal frames and then cover them in, bricks. And then they would facade over the top of that with all their, the white facading and all their iconography and logos and stuff. But they want us to believe wood, plaster, and then it was so temporary it had to go. And again, we can see it looks like a bit of a stairwell. You can see going up here, you can stairwell up the middle. Why? Stairway to freedom. Oh, we've seen that one before too. Another one. Now this actually does kind of look a bit like it could be wood. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. Down on the ground here, these definitely look like wood. But, you know, this big column here has fallen over and it hasn't really broken. You know, you would think that it probably would if it was wood. This one's about to fall, but look at this. It looks like there's cables and they're trying to pull it over. I didn't attach this one too well. It's just ripped a bit off the side of it. But yeah, man, they've just gone in and destroyed it all. So that one, who knows? Maybe they did build a couple of temporary ones. I don't know. But what we do know, here's another pet, is most of it was definitely built to last forever. Because like I said, many of these buildings are still standing and they are in better condition than the buildings that we've made since. Not us, right? The brutal, nefarious ones. Well, there you go. Look at this one. I've only done half the job. So again, looks like metal framing, old world, you know, features everywhere. And in the background, again, looks like a completely iron framed building. And they just would go in and destroy these and rip them down and throw them over or burn them. Here's another one, all right? Get the crane in, start destroying this baby. All right. Actually, it's hard to tell if that's wood or metal, but they just go in and destroy all this stuff. And this one, where is it? It's in the USA. They destroyed it and then they said they rebuilt it. More just pushing over these amazing towers. Tower to where? I don't know. Somewhere on an airship, maybe.
History is a set of lies agreed upon. Napoleon Bonaparte. Or let us take the matter of history, which, along with religion, language and literature, constitute the core of a people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in a shameless manner. For example, on 9th of August 1944, the Central Committee of the Communist Party, sitting in Moscow, issued a directive ordering the party's Tartar Provincial Committee to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria, to liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with Tartar history. In other words, Tartar history was to be rewritten. Let us be frank, was to be falsified in order to eliminate the references to great Russian aggressions and to hide the facts of the real course of Tartar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. In every Muslim area within the USSR, historians on orders of the Communist Party have rewritten history to distort the facts so that the Russians appear always in a good light. Needless to say, histories which present the facts truthfully have been withdrawn and destroyed so that the present and future generations of Muslims are forever denied the chance of learning the true facts of their nation's past. And that is an excerpt, declassified CIA document that was created in 1957.
And here we'll start off. This is a traditional bridal sedan chair. which they use to carry brides to their weddings in. And just check this out. I mean, look at the ornateness of this. Like everything in the old world, pretty much every surface is covered. Not sure what these are. They look like mirrors, maybe. And up the top here, these look like, I don't know, candles maybe, candle holders, some kind of light. Not sure, but pretty cool. Of course, got a dragon here. Got lots of dragons now in China. And this building in the background is a brick building. And this is obviously one of the inhabitants. So we have this amazing piece of, art really, right? This bridal sedan chair. In the background, we have a masonry building, and this is China in the 1880s, where the story is really that it was, just peasantry, right? But here we have this is just like a typical building. It's even got a chimney, very Western style chimney coming out of the back, which of course is brick as well. So, a lot of these buildings, they're the same underneath, but they have different facades put on them, like different types of tiles, different, these got the bamboo shades and the raw wooden pillars and things, just to give it that Chinese look. But underneath, all these old world buildings are pretty much the same. This is a shot of the Great Wall. And they tell us it's the Great Wall of China, built a couple of thousand years ago. But if you look into it, this wall seems to be about 500 or 600 years old. As you can see in this photo, it's already in pretty bad shape. There's another bit here that's fallen out and smashed open. Down here, it's just all rubble. But what is this? The Great Wall of China? A lot of people say maybe the Great Wall of Tartaria. But there's been some good work done on it by Jason from Archaics, Martin Liedtke, and Max Eigen, and they are saying that it's the Great Wall of Rome and part of the Silk Road. So go check those videos out. It's definitely, it's his story, right? None of this is what they actually tell us it is. This is very cool. This is, it just says a bronze instrument from the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. Look at this thing. It's amazing, right? We have dragons up here wrapping its way around, some smoke coming off it. So completely ornate, again, like everything was in the old world. And, this is really the language, right? If we could read this, all this symbolism, we'd know what it is. And, maybe we can, right? You can see it's definitely a mechanical device. We've got a wheel here and a wheel in the ground that it rolls around. And this strut here, no doubt there's one on this side as well, are in these tracks so that they can move forward and back. I'm not sure how it all works, obviously, but pretty cool. And you can see it looks like you line these two wheels up somehow. Looks like there's a crosshair there, maybe. But, what was this for? Obviously, probably, 90% it was, an astronomical instrument for looking at the sky. But why was there such an emphasis on looking at the sky in the old world? Like we find these, astronomical type instruments everywhere. Not necessarily this cool, but they are everywhere, right? So what were they looking at the sky so much for? We hear it's, to obviously shipping, you would need it, to read the stars, to navigate and all this kind of stuff. But that this level, it was definitely a science, and this is covered in dragons, right? That lots of smoke, and dragons breathe fire, right? And there's been a lot of talk that they might represent plasma discharges and things like this. So is that what this language is telling us, that this is what this was tracking? The resets, basically. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below. And I found this shot as well. This is Peking history, 1897. Not too much more info on it. But this is the machine that we just looked at here. Okay, this is that astrological device from a different angle. As you can see, it rolls around and does things. I'm not sure how it works with all these fixed poles, but they must all move. But up here, I found this interesting. Look, we've got a whole collection of them. Obviously, all doing different things, different types of astronomical markers and things to, to plot things on. And there's a whole heap of them here. So, that we never get, taught about all of this, ancient technology doing. And look, it's still, this would be old stuff and it still looks perfect, right? Doesn't rust or anything. They use the right metals and it's still going strong, right? While everything that we built or this, civilization we belong to, just kind of falls apart pretty quick. Okay, this is a shot of a street in Peking. And this looks very, post mudflood, right? You can see this, just dirt road, rocks everywhere. Got a guy and his horse here, or I think it's a horse. Got some people out the front, all looks wooden. No masonry to be seen here. Or okay, that looks like a brick wall there. So again, maybe, there's masonry that's been hidden behind this, but most of what we can see is wood and it looks pretty old and shabby, right? So this is the picture we're more given of what China was like, just sort of like, peasantry, third world kind of conditions. Definitely not big buildings everywhere and paved roads, but that is what we also find in China is a lot of big old world buildings. So here I've found another picture of Peking, and this one is from 1750, and it's a view of the Peking capital of China and the superb wall which separates it from Tartary. Very interesting. So this is an alternative view of the streets of Peking. This is, like 130 years before that last photo we saw. And look at this. Big, what we see everywhere, right? Big stone walls, water flowing through the cities always, in canals and coming out. We've got all these towers here, of course, in China. They give them the pagoda type look, but it's the same thing, right? It's a big tall tower. It's got the little ball on top here. Might be mercury filled, who knows? And it's huge, right? A huge, completely built out, walled city. And, like, look at this shot. That's pretty much what they told us castles were, right? But they told us castles came from Europe, Western Europe. But look at this, and look at the wall at the back here. So this is probably the wall they were talking about, separating China from Tartaria. And as we saw that wall, is it really the wall of Tartary or China, or is it maybe something else? And here's another shot. This one again is the interior of the palace of the Emperor of China in Peking in 1750. And look at this. Massive courtyard, completely paved, big ornate buildings everywhere, very oversized as normal. You can see the size of the people here. I mean, the people just look like very small in this courtyard. Got the umbrellas, of course, a very Chinese thing. Archers, the king's riding around. And they look like some British lions, don't they? Very interesting. This one looks, maybe it's just bad painting because this is definitely, it's been coloured. You can see some of it's not done the best, but that's what it was looking like in 1750. And for some reason, by 1880, they were basically peasants living in the dirt. What happened? And here is another street scene, Peking, 1880s. Look at this wheel. It's very cool. And basically just horse and cart, everyone's looking at the photo. But, peasant type people, right, is what they look like. Now, obviously everything's ornate, but this all looks like wood. Is it covering up brick? possibly. This looks like a brick wall, but definitely, it's looking, more third world, right? Of course, this is a black and white photo, but these aren't the grand buildings, that we see, especially in those pictures from 1750, right? This is a view of the Jade Belt Bridge in China. Check out this. I think there's one very similar to this in France. There's probably a couple of them. You see this kind of photo a lot, don't you? With the ring, the double half circles. Look at this bridge, all masonry. And look at the slope on that. I mean, very cool, but the question would be why? Like why does this, you know, very engineered, ornate masonry bridge go into a dirt road? That's a good question. Um, but why the shape? Why the height? Was there a big boat that had to go under there? Was it some kind of, viewing platform? Were they using the water as a reflection pool? Who knows? But very cool. Now, this one I find very interesting. I mean, I didn't know, there's a few more photos coming up, but I didn't really associate camels with China. And this just says a view of Spirit Way at the Imperial Tombs outside of Peking. And it says the avenue was lined with 24 animals. It doesn't call them camels, but clearly camels, right? And yet they sit down and they stand up, and they sit down, stand up. Oh, actually up here, okay, we've got elephants. I didn't see those before. So it is different animals. So camels and elephants, neither of which I would have associated with China, right? I mean, we do have Indian elephants. And China's not too far, really, I guess. And they talk about the Silk Road a lot, and that people were, using camels to bring stuff. So maybe they were using elephants as well. This is a view of the Forbidden City across an imperial moat. So again, 1880. Now look at this wall. It's already looking very old, isn't it? Now the water levels don't look right. We've got all these big buildings in the background, but this looks old. See, this is brick. This looks like a repair job. So this is looking very old and a bit dilapidated at this point, isn't it? That's the Forbidden City. And of course, everything in China that you put these roofs on, right? And it's Chinese. They don't have to change a lot really to make things look culturally different. But when you look at it, it's big stone buildings, a man-made canal, stone edges. That's really the same as what we see all over the realm. This is a view of the Memorial Arch at the entrance to the Ming tombs. Very cool, but again, it's just surrounded in dirt, right? Dirt paths going up there. You can see there's more rocks in the ground here, more blocks. But there's probably more of this underground. We can see some level changes here as well. But pretty cool. Can't read those signs. They almost look like astrological signs, don't they? Not sure, but there we go. This is the 17 Arch Bridge. Look at that. The largest bridge of any in the Imperial Garden. I mean, that's a lot of work is what that is. In China in the 1880s. And in the foreground here we have this bull. It's a statue. It was cast in copper in 1755. Basically, they say to stop floods and monsoons and things. And as you can see, the pedestal it's on, it's not in very good condition. It's cracking up a bit. And this bridge. So, how old is this bridge, right? This is definitely an old world bridge. If this was here in 1755, the bridge would be older. But again, how are they building this with the story that we are given about technology and the technology they had, right? Horse and carts, bronze, maybe iron, chisels, and not much else, right? Rope pulleys, wooden cranes and things, but it's the engineering, right, that we're told they didn't have when clearly they did, because this is not something you set out to do just to put a bridge up. I mean, this is pretty much the hardest way you could build a bridge, but it looks really cool, right? So to the previous civilization, this probably wasn't that hard. And this is a shot of the rest of China. This is the terrain in the 19th century that travelers traveling to the Great Wall of China went through. I mean, this just looks like something's been blown up, doesn't it? It's shattered rock everywhere. And here's the Great Wall coming over the hills. I mean, and look at how they've built this, man, just up and down and over everything, right? How was that built? Here we have a couple of Buddhist monks or lamas hanging out, lama and his student, reading their books. They look like a better opportunity, maybe. I don't know. But look at this in the background. I mean, this is Buddhist. This is Indian, right? This Shiva, by the looks of it. And this is Buddhist. So that's interesting, right? That they've got two different religious sort of gods here. And this is looks Chinese. So what's going on there? It says it's one of the oldest photos of religious people in China. But what's going on with all these different symbols? And then look at this. This almost looks Middle Eastern, doesn't it? This tapestry here. So I don't know. What do you think? Is that real or is that just some kind of photo opportunity? And here we have some of the camels. And these, we're told they were using on the Silk Road to bring goods in, just like we saw before with the statues of the camels. This is Wan Shao Shan, or Longevity Hill, the summer palace of the king. And again, look at this. It's just looking overgrown here, very old, very worn. No, but I mean, again, look at these steps. See how they go up and then across like that. We see, and up here you can see it. We see that everywhere in the old world. You even see it on the Parliament buildings and things. But this is solid, big bricks, big blockwork, right up the hill for the King's Summer Palace. Another shot. And what do we have up here? I mean, looking pretty antiquity, right? This looks like it's got a wheel on the top of it, doesn't it? But that's looking very much like some kind of tech condensers or something. I'm not sure. And just, old world stone bridges. Why not? No technology, but let's just build this little tiny bridge out of stone just because it's so much harder. Here is, this is just a wedding portrait of two people. So they're not royalty. So this is just a guy and these are their wedding clothes, obviously. You can see, again, all the jewelry, from the old world is very similar, right? These big crown type things, tiaras, crowns, they've always got jewelry, it's always precious metals. Why are they precious, right? Gemstones, lots of dangly things hanging around. It's very similar to what the royals still wear, right? But then you look at, like the gypsies and those kind of people throughout Europe, and the same kind of look. And even the Tartarians, if you look at the traditional Tartars, their dress is very similar as well. And this is another shot. This is the grounds of the Azure Cloud Temple. And this is the back of what we saw before. But look at this place. Look how huge it is for one. Walls everywhere. Here's a stone bridge. Walls here, right up to this, which looks like an energy plant. Look at that. This looks like a big energy power plant, right? Crazy. What do you reckon? And then over here, look at this ornate temple. sitting up on a mound, looking very Russian almost. This big thing on top, which again is, looks pretty techy, but that thing just looks like a power plant. And there we go, a bit of a walk through China, Peking in the 1880s. And this is what it looked like before it got taken over. You can see there's definitely an old world there that looks like it's been a drill reset of some kind. It's looking a bit disheveled, mud streets, lots of destruction, but all this amazing old world architecture everywhere. Did you know Chicago has had 7 different city halls, or so they say, and most of them built on the same site? So let's get in and have a look at this story. And to start with, we have this picture, and it says this is on May the 1st and 2nd, 1885, when more than 7,000 mourners per hour came through the rotunda of the Chicago City Hall building to pay their respects to Abraham Lincoln. And it's got a bit of a story about how his body was taken on a train and stopped at 4 cities on the way to its grave. So this is the City Hall in Chicago as of 1865. As we can see, it's an old world building, Antiquitech on the top. It looks like there's a train track going around it here. So zooming in, I don't think it's a train track, but it does look like there could be something there, but obviously there's nothing running on it. But this is the building. I'm not sure what this is inside. This entrance doorway it's 2-story, obviously, because you've got the windows here. But even the first story, you can see is the people are down here, and this, whatever this is, it's probably for the memorial of Abraham Lincoln. That's about the level of the floor. So again, the doorway is at least 3 times as high as the people. And, we have the stairs going up, and can't see any mudflood windows. This one looks to be pretty low, but... Hello and welcome, Campbell here from Autodidactic. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And today we're going to be looking at an old book from 1729, and it is going to show us what Cuba looked like in the 1700s. And it is not what you've been told. So let's jump into it. And we're going to start off with a drawing here of the local inhabitants. And probably pretty much what you would assume, that the dress is a little bit different, but they are shown as, not technologically advanced. And we just have some people hanging out and a man with a club. And here we have, these are the Spaniards here with their poles. And look what they are hunting. Is this a sea lion? These are obviously tailed aquatic animals, but they seem to have the head and the mane of a lion, and they have front paws with 3 toes on them, much like a bird. Quite interesting. Here's one swimming down the river, and this is basically, you can see the Spanish ship here, and they've come ashore. I think this is the natives here. They're sort of freaking out and running away. Some of them are shooting at the Spanish. You can see this guy's got a couple of arrows in his leg. This one's got one in his back. But the Spanish here, they are just basically focused on killing all of these animals, whatever they be. And, these do look similar to a lot of the animals that we find in the old maps dated around the 1700s. You go back to the 1600s, the 1700s, and look at the maps, and they always have these interesting species on them. So what is going on? And this one here is actually suckling some young. Got a few babies there.
This is just a map showing us, it's called the Terra Magellanique, no doubt after Magellan, Detroit. That's interesting. Terra, the land of Fu, or Fu, I guess that's what it means, or how you say it. And it tells us here the small islands, bays, etc., rivers, blah, blah, blah. And over here we have some of the Spanish ships coming in and some people fighting each other, basically. And we have a native here with his bow and arrow. So that's what we're going to be looking at in the next few pictures, is this island here. And so here they are showing us the village of Angra, the capital of the islands, the Acors. And, this is what we're not told, right? This is 1729. The Spanish have turned up in the Caribbean, and look what we have. But a walled city with huge stone pillars at the front. This one looks like it's lost its top, and a perfectly set out town in here. Another big tower here. Is that a tree? Don't know if that's a tree. It looks suspiciously like some of the old world, like what we would think are power poles, right? But it could be a tree. And over here we have a star fort. Okay, so this obviously it's not a star shape, but this is what they call the citadels. And we do definitely get ones that look like this, that look in this shape. We've got the towers around here, of course. You can see the crosses. They've turned it into a Christian thing. Looks like they've taken this over. They've got some cannons in there, like it looks like the Spanish have taken it over, but clearly they didn't build this. There's even a front, an extra bit to this citadel, but they're not shooting at the Spaniards, so it looks like the Spaniards have moved in and taken over. And out on the rocks here, what do we have but a castle sitting on the very top? Right, again with these big wooden lookout towers. Some more crosses that look like graves. Another big stone structure here. And you can see that the town, the village, sort of spurs out this way beyond the wall, because the wall seems to stop here. So, but we have remnants here. We have a castle. So has this been covered maybe in some kind of, mud maybe? Because when we look at this, it looks pretty undulating, right? It's not a flat surface like the rest of this village is. So, there may be remnants of a wall under there, but this is the Caribbean, Cuba, 1729, and we clearly have what we would be told in the narrative are European structures made of stone, a walled city, complete with castle on a rock and star forts. Did you know? This is the Bermudas, so clearly there's, they're showing a few islands. We will get to Cuba, but this is Bermuda and the Isle of Soma, or Summer. And they've gone in and already cut it all up into little bits, right? They've got the different tribes written down here. Smith's tribe. I'm guessing that was named by probably an Englishman, right? Because I don't think that the natives would be called Smith, but who knows? I could be wrong. Different tribes, Hamilton, but they've gone in and they've cut this up and taken the land, basically, right? It's land that they've found, right? Founded. And over here, we get the Bermuda and the islands of Soma. And we have this very familiar iconography. We have some cherub-like beings here with fish tails, mer cherubs maybe, and they're blowing their horns, are they conch horns, and creating fountains out of them. And over here we have horses towing what looks like a shell. Someone, is that Neptune? King Neptune sitting in his shell being towed by, I guess, seahorses. and the ships. So these interesting, creatures, the seahorses and the cherubs with the tails here, they show up everywhere. Even this fish at the front, see it spouting water out of its what look like nostrils. That is very familiar in all the maps from the 1700s. We have a native here. Of course, they're showing him, with no tech. He's just got some weaved baskets and things. But in the background on the island, you can see there's some fairly substantial, well-built buildings here. So, the story they give us is clearly not true. There was clearly a lot more going on in the Bahamas in the 1700s than we've been told. This is Havana. So now we're in Cuba, the capital of the island of Cuba in America. And just to start with, we have this huge tower. You can see it's block, probably not bricks, but block work, and it's been covered in some kind of, rendering, but it's clearly old and worn. And on the top, we have this onion dome with little windows inside it and a big Antiquitech antenna on the top, and even the ball here, which may or may not be filled with mercury. Over here, again, very European looking, what they tell us are cathedrals or basilicas, chapels, but, things that they go in and they take and remark as places of worship for the church. But look, these were here. They were already here in the 1700s. And these people have come along in their boats, the Spanish in their galleons. And I would say that they've found these cities either uninhabited or sparsely inhabited, or inhabited by people who didn't build them. Basically, they may be the descendants of those who built them, but it may have been filled by people who were just living there but didn't understand any of this tech or how to build any of these structures. And you can see up in the background here, we have some more traditional type housing, clearly completely different to this stuff. And even walls here, some sea walls around another house. It looks like, I guess, some kind of house. But the walls, we always see the walls. You can see one along here. So this is another walled city in Havana, Cuba in 1729. Now we have some of the inhabitants of Havana. I'm guessing this guy is not an original inhabitant. He's got his sword and his walking stick, and clearly he looks like he's from Europe somewhere. But this lady here, I'm not so sure. She may be an inhabitant. I'm not sure. She may or may not be. It doesn't really tell us here. But again, in the background, we've got this onion dome again on this tower, the huge cathedrals, and the walled city. Okay, so Pierre Vendez, a merchant a Marehand library. So I'm not sure what that means, but basically it just shows the natives here. So clearly showing us that the people that they found living in Cuba when they got there were not the people who built those cities that we've just seen, because you can see there's a clear difference in the level of technology. Now, these people are out in their bark or wooden canoes. They're hunting turtles with fish, by the looks. Turtles with snakes. He's holding the tail of this snake and it's latched onto this turtle. So they're fishing with snakes. Over here, these look like more snakes hanging from the trees, which is very strange. And then these interesting looking, I don't know, are they huts, some kind of construction with a door in the front? I'm not sure if these are houses or what they are, but clearly interesting. And of course, we have the Spanish in the background coming aboard and basically taking over because they had more advanced weaponry. And up on the top of the hill, they are burning something. I'm not sure what it is. They're probably, hopefully, calling for help. But we all know what happened in the Caribbean when the Spanish arrived. Now, it started in the 1500s, and they basically wiped out, at least most of, if not all, the natives. Here we have St. Jago city. The meme, no, I'm not sure how to say that. It'll the meme. It's a meme in America, but the same story, right? Obviously, it's this was drawn on a stormy day, and the perspectives we get, like they're always these bird's eye view kind of perspectives from up in the air. So how are they drawing these? I mean, they're all very good drawings because I mean, it looks like almost like a picture was taken and this was drawn off the picture. I don't know, but always this aerial view. So were they up there in airships? Maybe I don't know, but it's a very interesting perspective. I mean, they may have been up in the crow's nest of a boat, but in seas like this, it would be fairly hard to draw, right? While you're getting swished around side to side. But what do we have on this island but a star fort? Okay, and it's the same story everywhere. You see this everywhere. These books, the what are they called? The library agreeables, all from the sort of around the 1730s. They all, it's all about the discovery of new lands, and they're all just full of star forts, all of them. So who built these star forts? Okay, because clearly they were here. Clearly they weren't built by these guys coming in ships and whacking them up. I mean, if you talk about Columbus, I guess, he was the late 1400s, so they had a couple of hundred years, but they are just discovering these places now. That's what this book is. It's showing us that they're just, getting in there and finding them, right? Founding them, as they say. But we have these star fort walls going around here as well. Now, is that an aqueduct? That could be an aqueduct, especially up here. It looks like one, right? That's as far as I can zoom in. But that looks like it might be an aqueduct, which would be very interesting because, again, they're not supposed to be here. Right? We're told that they were built by the Romans, right, in the BC era. But you do find them in South America, as with the walled cities and the star forts, and right here, the cathedrals. Here we have another one, Herbs Domingo in Hispaniola. Now, the capital of the island. So in the same place, and this is the capital. And again, and this one's got a few more features because this is what gives it away that they're old, because when we see them, they're all in different states of disrepair. The first one we saw looked like it was, half of it was covered in mud. But this is the first one that we see that still has a moat. Look at this, it's got a moat that goes out straight into the ocean, but looks like this land may have fallen away at some point. All right, they've lost half of their city. But in the middle, massively oversized cathedral. This one looks walled. We've got the gardens here, right? They look like the palace gardens in Europe. So all these features and buildings and structures that we are told should not exist, yet we see them over and over again, like domed buildings. All these things. And of course, on the tops where the antennas are, the finders, they always go and hang either flags on them or put a Christian cross on there. You can see there's more of these palace-like gardens over here, and it looks like something's inundated and sort of washed away the land here and into here. This thing here is sort of just survived, this tower. Got some, I'm not sure what that is, reclaimed land maybe, or edges of the walled city that didn't get taken out, but there you go. 1729 in the Caribbean. Walled city with a moat and towers and a big basilica-like cathedral.
And here we have the natives. So again, if this is a true depiction, these people don't have the level of technology or skill to build what is in the background here, right? Masonry buildings and walls. They're not at that level. So they've been reset, is what I would say. Catastrophes happen, a reset, and they've just found themselves living in these old world cities, not really sure how to use them. They can't use the energy that was created there, but obviously they're still good to live in and good for safety. So they inhabit them. This is the Indians of Hispaniola. And of course, we know they're called Indians, right? Because apparently Christophe Colomb, or Christopher Columbus, as they want us to call him, was looking for a fast passage to India, right? A trade route. And when he landed in the Caribbean, he basically just assumed that he was just off the coast of India, so he called them all Indians. That's what we're told. Here they are doing some kind of ritualistic ceremony, honoring. It says honoring the ancient Lurs idols. Lurs idols. I'm not sure what Lurs is, but basically ancient, honoring their ancient idols. This person has had something to drink and didn't go down too well. So what was that? Was that ayahuasca? Maybe that comes from this region. Well, from South America, and it is quite common for people to throw up after they've had it. So is that what this ceremony is? An ayahuasca ceremony, maybe? But then we have these crazy idols. Look at this. Got two snakes for tails. Got some boobies. Got his pitchfork and 5 heads. Right, the eagle, the dog, I guess that is. What's that? A deer. And I'm not sure what these two are, but basically 5-headed idol. And over here we have Birdman with his bird legs and his bird head. And he's carrying just a 2-pronged trident. Or not a trident, I guess it's a bident. Bident. Maybe he can't remember. And another crazy idol here, right, that looks male, has a beard, but again has breasts. And he's holding a bident. And isn't that interesting, right? Anyone seen what's going on out in the world at the moment with people who think they are more than one gender? And it's all being pushed by who? Biden, without the DT, right? Without the T, Biden. That's wow, that's pretty interesting. Prophecy, man. Puerto Rico in America. Okay. Spanish have turned up. They're rowing out to check it out. And what do they find? But a castle. Okay, clearly what we're told is it would be European. And this is a great one because look at this. We've got a big stone old world castle. And what have they done on the top? Built a wooden fence. All right. 2 different levels of technology. So clearly, again, indicating to me that this has been found. Okay, we have a domed tower here, have some structures in the background, and up on the hill they look, that they may or may not be old world. This is quite tall. But, I mean, these houses clearly well built. We have a wall here, and again, this looks like it actually looks like wood on top of stone. I'm not sure. With these old books, they always draw in this sort of cross-hatching kind of method, but they get really good pictures out of it, right? Like if we zoom in, it's just all lines, just all cross-hatching and lines, but look at the pictures they get. I mean, and yes, I have wondered, is this some kind of printing technique maybe? I don't know, but pretty interesting. And up the top here we have a star fort with, again, another level of technology, a wooden cross out here. And they turn the ether spires into flagpoles, which they love to do. So there you go, 1729, Puerto Rico. This is just showing some of the flora and fauna. We have like an armadillo here. I'm not really sure what that is. They're calling it a lopossum. Oh, possum, maybe low possum, some kind of possum. And down here we have a Sayarus. In back in the 1700s, they pronounced their F's as S's. So I think that could be a J. Jairus. Not sure what it is. It's a hoofed creature. Maybe could be like a boar, some kind of pig. I'm not really sure. And we have some fruit here, which they're calling guayaba. So again, not sure what that is. And also here, this is an armadillo wrapped up into a ball. And now we go to St. Martin, the village and island of St. Martin. And what do we get in St. Martin? Again, the Spanish coming in with their flotilla of ships. And in the background, we have clearly a masonry structure, which looks a lot like a star fort. Okay, it's on fire, clearly. I mean, you can see, it looks like they're having some kind of war. This ship's on fire. What's that? Oh, yeah, that is a ship that's sinking, but it's going down fighting. So I'm not sure who they're fighting. I would think they're all on the same side, but maybe there was some weaponry left that they could utilize. But this, this end of this star fort looks, a bit broken, old. And then around it, we just have the villages, right? Different level of technology and the wooden fence. All right, so they clearly think that walling their cities is a good idea, but they don't have the technology or the level of skill to build a big stone wall. So they just put a wooden fence up. Clearly not working. Just some more of the flora of the region. Cassiopeia, Calabufus arbor. So these are just all the foods that they're discovering that you don't get in Europe. All right, so what have we got here? Okay, now we're getting weird. But up here you can see a huge snake fighting what looks to be a lion. And as far as I know, lions weren't supposed to be in the Caribbean. Over here we have what looks like a giant compared to, is this a camel? Oh, actually, he might not be a giant. This is probably a badly drawn llama, I guess. They're from South America. We've got the armadillo here, a goat, some kind of deer or stag here with some very interesting antlers. And down underneath, big fires. I'm not sure what's happening. It looks like the Spanish have come in with their swords and their advanced weaponry, and they're just killing and burning the natives. That's what it looks like. And over the edge here, these guys are jumping off into I don't know, is that smoke? Looks like another fiery pit. There's arrows. They look like they're coming up, but they might be falling. They just might be drawn that way because these guys are throwing all their weapons down into it. So maybe they're preferring to jump into this fiery pit than to face these guys and get, cut in half while they burn. This is interesting, right? This looks like they have adapted some of the old world things, tech, and used it for themselves. Probably crushing some kind of grain with this wheel. Not sure. It could be, some kind of torture device. I'm not sure. But interesting. Americans, does say pain here. So it could be, the wheel of pain. And over here we have more of these swimming doggies. These don't look like lions so much. They look more like Labradors.
Again, suckling some young, and the two paws at the front and none at the back. They sort of turn into fish. I mean, these don't look so fishy, but I don't think they've got any legs back there. And they're called manatees. Oh, they're manatees. Okay, well, isn't that interesting? Someone is drawing the manatees a bit weird. They look like they're covered in fur. And up here again, more torture, basically. Horrible offerings, humans, sacrifice. The horrible offerings of human sacrifice, basically. Here's that weird god that we saw before. Got some manatees here. Very strange, dog-like manatees. Another weird idol up here. And being worshipped. And this poor guy is being dumped into, I don't know, a hole that doesn't look very pleasant. And this is, I don't know what he's supposed to be riding on here, but again, it looks like a lion. But it's just sort of the size of a horse or something. So that could be some alpaca or llama, some kind of native large mammal. And here we go. Dragons. Draco. Draco Alter X Raya Exvocation Concumatus. A dragon, basically. They've drawn a dragon with a tail, wings, everything flying around. And down here we have a big lizard type thing, but it has two tails. So interesting, were these real creatures? I don't know. Or were they just misdrawn, misinterpreted things? But what I do know is if you look at the maps from this time, you see very similar things. Obviously drawn by a myriad of people. So, it seems that the world was at least very different in the 1700s than what we have now, and also to what we were told it was. Just another shot of the natives. This dude's got a very strange face. He looks like Quagmire from Family Guy a little bit. And these aren't drawn dark-skinned, are they? They look fairly white. This lady has caught a bird of some kind with an interesting tail. And over here again, just war and destruction. It looks like it might be the natives against the invaders. Taken a few of them out. And here we have Merehand Liberis. Ladrones, is it? No. Figures of the inhabitants, the Isle of Ladrones and Lurs. So Lurs, okay, that's an island. So here you have them in their canoes. It looks like they've been out collecting food, maybe, of some kind. Like there's two people standing up, or three, holding plants up. Or are they birds, maybe? It could be some kind of water bird that they've been hunting, but it looks like they're out collecting food. Spanish have turned up in their bigger, better boats, and they're pointing guns at them by the looks of it. Look at that! Look at the length of that gun. Or is it it could be a paddle, I guess. It just kind of looks like a gun there, doesn't it? The butt of a gun. So I'm not sure. It's probably a paddle. So there you go. Like the invasion starts. And here they are being friends, right? Just before these guys are about to basically turn around and break any treaty they've made and destroy all these people. If you look into the story of what Columbus did just a couple of hundred years before this book, it was very brutal stuff. And all of these people, when they came in, all of the conquerors, the invaders, they made all these treaties and they broke them all. They just got stuff, for free. And then they went and killed all the inhabitants, basically, unless they could turn them into slaves. So you can see they're being accepted. These are probably the chiefs, giving them some crowns, instead of their they're top hats, you know, and don't we see top hats everywhere? Like, look at these guys, top hats. And it's interesting, still today in Peru, I'm pretty sure it is, they still all wear these kind of top hats. And here we have just another quick picture. They've got their bulls. This bull's got a headband on. He's like, why have you put a headband on me? I'm a bull. Um, Goat, a few animals, and they're doing a bit of ceremony here. And again, so this is showing where they lived, the type of housing that the natives had on this island, like a teepee, but it looks like it's made out of wood. Got their fire in there. This guy's pulling a face. He's about to poke his tongue out. And the armies come in, right? And they are trying to talk to the king. And look what this guy's holding. Looks like a relic of some kind, right? Some kind of tech from the old world, which they probably found in one of these cities that are all over the place. One of the star forts. And here you can see they're all bringing offerings to the new, you know, the new invaders. And we have the story of, you know, that maybe they thought it was Viracocha or one of these gods returning because they were all described as white. Come over here and they're all happy and dancing. They're all friends. This guy's getting a crown as well. This guy's only got leaves on his crown, but this looks like a proper, you know, metal crown. And more people pulling faces and just basically having a bit of a party there. So let's see what happened. Do they stay friends? Well, they're getting crowned everywhere, aren't they? These Spanish. So clearly they're being looked at as some kind of god, you know, Quetzalcoatl, someone like this, because of the color of their skin. And obviously they come in these big boats and they've got much better tech, right? These people putting up their flag with their coats of arms. So it's all going well. And then he's having a big bonfire, having a ceremony, and the newfound friends come in, guns are blazing with their attack dogs. And dogs were used a lot. They took attack dogs with them when they went over, and they were just, you know, very vicious dogs, trained to be very vicious, and they would just set on the people. And of course, the guns. So looking like the newcomers, the invaders, broke the treaty, right? Did not keep their word. And now these people are sort of hiding out, thinking, what have we done? And, you know, knowing there's not a lot they can do. Look at this guy with his big horn, right? He's the horny god. There's another one here. They've all got them. I thought they were like jester hats, but I think there's some kind of horn that's attached to the top of their hats. Very interesting. And that was the last picture. So there we go. That was La Gallery Agreeable. Islands, rivers, ports, the sea, the ocean, campaigns. And this is all from the Caribbean. And like I said, these books, there's lots of them from all across the realm. And they always have these funny little pictures in them, right? This lady here is holding what looks like some kind of glass jar or terrarium type thing. And inside, you have like a king and one of the natives. Like is this some kind of tech, some kind of viewing, like TV, some kind? I'm not sure. Here we have a winged man and, you know, a Venetian type looking person, a sea person with wings on her head, writing down or drawing the book, I guess. And of course, you know, all the seafaring implements, their globe with the astrological ring around there, another globe here. And here we have Atlas holding up, not the world, but holding up the sky is what he's holding up. He's holding up one of these basically. the astrology, the astrological belt. He never did hold up the world. That was just sleight of hand, right, to make us think that we live on a spinning ball shooting through space, even though the stars never move and never seem to have moved, because these guys in the ships were using the same stars to navigate in the 1700s that we see today, showing us that the stars don't move, which means we're not shooting through space at 666,000 miles an hour, or whatever they want to tell us the speed is. So there you go, guys. The Caribbean in 1729. Did you think it was like that, with star forts and walled cities, cathedrals, all this kind of stuff? It's definitely not what they tell us. So thank you for spending some time with me. If you enjoyed this little video, please give me a like and share it around. Let other people find it. And of course, if you haven't subscribed and you wish to, just hit the subscribe button below and hit the bell as well, and you'll be notified when I upload new content. Hey guys, how you going? Campbell here. I was just sitting here thinking, as I do, pondering the universe, and I was thinking about cycles. There's a lot of talk about cycles and resets, and we live in a cyclical world. It's not a linear progression here. It's cycles within cycles. And so I started thinking, what's our smallest cycle? Well, the smallest cycle we have is pretty much night and day, right? We have the light and the dark, the night and the day. And so is this what our cycles are? Because we have these concepts of the fractal universe, and that we have these cycles, and are they fractaled out into bigger and bigger cycles? Because a lot of people say that we're coming out of a dark time and maybe into a time of light, the new, the dawning of the age of Aquarius, right? The dawn, which is what happens when the day comes back. And, during the night, it's dark and there's lots of scary things around, lots of beasties you have to look out for, right? And also at nighttime, most people are asleep. And then what happens when the day starts to come? People start to wake up. A new dawn comes. People start to see the light. And okay, so this is a train on an elevated platform, and it's not quite a monorail. It has, you can see that, look at these wheels. See how they're all tilted into this. I guess it is a monorail, right? One rail, but it's done with wheels. So there's wheels on both sides that come into this monorail at the bottom, and we've got this train running on a track. Right, where did all this tech go? Now, I mean, again, right, think of the trains we got today. Right, they're crap. This is the interior. Lots of space, lots of luxury, skylights, no graffiti. Meigs Railway, interior of car 1. June 1st, 1886. A fireproof circular car. All right, everything seemed to be fireproof, but it also seemed to burn pretty easy, all this metal and glass, right? We've all seen the Great Fires. Why do they call them great? Clearly, they weren't that great for the people living there. Here's another shot of that train, the monorail. You can see the wheels here, cruising along. Again, and no doubt this would be found tech, but they use it for a bit, then they go, nah, that's a bit too good for the peasants. Better rip that down and give them a crappy version. This is what I wanted to show you. So when were they going to tell us about the electric roads and the hovering trolleys? That's, I think, we call them trams in Australia, but I think trolleys is the US version. But yeah, this is the picture I was talking about. These they look like they're levitating, right? Can't see any wheels or anything. You can see there is a gap between the tram, the trolley, and the ground. So were these literally under, because they're finding these under roads everywhere, this metal grid. So is that a levitating tram, a mag tram, right? Some, maybe not magnets, but some
electric signal that was a negative charge, and if this is a positive charge and not grounded, it would possibly float on them, right? And here we go. These are some of the roads that they've found. Like they've ripped up the road, and this is underneath it. Here's another one. And of course, these are not going to be good for horse wheels, right? For horse and carts. Not good on the, imagine what a horse, they'd be tripping and getting stuck in all these holes, right? Not practical at all for the narrative. Here you go. You can see this one. You can still see a bit of the road on top. And they've uncovered this metal road. Another one. So it's an interesting question, right? Is this really how they got around in trams or trolleys? By levitating, right? And of course, if this was linked to the buildings with the spires and stuff, then collecting free energy, were they linked into this to energize it? Here's another one. All the same shape, right? They're all the same design. They've all got this shape. And it's interesting, they're not quite touching each other. So they kept it underground, I'm not sure, but you can see here, they're not quite touching. And here's another picture of that cool monorail type train. All right, like they got this, look at this tech, and then what's happening underneath? Horse and cart. Of course it is. And so these are all from Seattle. So this is 1914. Steam shovel digs on Marion Street during the 6th Avenue regrade. And this is what they were doing. You can see there's a house up here and a big building up here. I'm not sure where the foundations are for this. Maybe behind this mud wall. And they were basically changing all the levels. And there's literally pictures you might see somewhere that they would go to a house and they would say that they were digging the dirt from underneath and they would lower the house down. It's very strange stuff. Here we have like a wooden train, and I'm not sure what's going on here. There might be train tracks in here, but it looks like it's just sitting on a bit of track. Maybe that's the end of the track, the end of the line. Got an old broken wheelbarrow here and a few bits and pieces, but this went on in quite a few different cities. Here's another one. Now, this one, what do you think's going on here? Look at this bridge, right? It seems to, be a bit short, right? And it seems that its foundations may be way down under the ground. So is this actually, this regrading, is this actually clearing out the mud from some kind of inundation? What do you think? Because when we look around, we've got lots of rubble here, right? We've got bits of wood and rock, and that looks like a brick. I'm not sure what this is here, but, some more brick-looking things. And you can see the rubble coming down here, like smashed up rocks or bricks. So, but this bridge, right, it looks like it should be a lot taller, right? It looks like the pillars should be down here somewhere. So they call this regrading. This was obviously 1912, using their steam shovels. But what do you think? Do you think this may actually be clearing out the mud and regrading, re-leveling the city so they could, start to use it again? And they didn't go all the way to the bottom because we still have, mud flooded, what we're calling mud flooded buildings. And here's another shot. So you can see the level of mud that they have taken down. Excuse me. You can see in the background here, all these houses up on the hill. And look at this big chunk, right? Just sitting there, and a house down below. So it looks like, and again, this house doesn't look like it was completely buried and they've uncovered it. Who knows? But it may have been lowered down. Like they tell us some of them were lowered down. I'm not sure if that's possible or not, but they're pretty interesting photos, right? Like they're getting in here and they're completely giving new levels to the whole city. And I mean, this is 1912 and it's pretty built out. You can see some big structures up on the hill here. I'm not sure, you can't see these whole buildings. They could be newer, could be older. Here we go again. So see this house here. See how you can see underneath it? This is one of the houses that they say that they were lowering down. So basically they say that it would have been sitting up on a level like this, and they get in and they dig underneath and slowly lower it down to a different level. I'm not sure if that's even possible. Got another house here sitting in front of this big, mound of dirt. And then again, this is 1912. We've got some pretty big multi-story buildings in the background here, right? In Seattle. So we can see the level of tech. It's all steam shovels, hand shovels, wheelbarrows, not many workers. Oh, and this, okay, so this is, they used to use it for mining as well. It was called hydro mining. This is basically a big water hose. And this is what they were using as well to lower these houses, right? They'd wash away the dirt. So this was a big part of what was going on. These actually got outlawed because they were doing so much damage when people were using them for mining. They were just destroying whole hills and things like that. Just, what's that? That's a little interesting. I don't know if that's buried or not. And here we go again, right? These houses, man, just sitting up. Look at that. I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? And it seems to be sitting on mud. We've got a pile of, I'm not sure if that's wood or bricks down there. And even down the bottom here, you can see we've got all this mud and the house level's way up here. But down here we have a paved road. All right, so again, it's looking like they were uncovering things, like they were actually getting rid of the mud that had gone, it had covered everything basically during some kind of deluge. So these are very interesting pictures, I find. I haven't really worked out exactly what's going on here. And not many workers, right? You'd think there'd be workers everywhere doing this. And this could just be mud layering. I'm not sure. It could be some kind of foundation. They've shored up a little balcony here with some long bits of wood, but where are the foundations for these houses? They look wooden, so that, they wouldn't need huge foundations, but pretty weird, right? Pretty weird. So this is 1905, 7 years beforehand. So they were doing this for quite a while. The Denny Hotel, later called Washington Hotel, stands on the south summit of Denny Hill before being torn down, of course, right? Love to tear these down, but look at this place. And this one you can see, this is the level of the mud. You can see this clearly goes down lower. And, this would need a huge foundation. So it's going down. Looks like there's more foundations down here. And then the rest is covered by mud. Then we have these houses going down the hill, San Francisco style. And, if you look at these big masonry, very well built, with, very nice sort of facading and stuff all over them, compared to these little wooden shacks. All right, again, it's showing us two different types of tech, two different levels of tech. So in my opinion, this is what was found, and this is what they could build. So completely different. In the front here, we have another big masonry building. And of course, out in the back, all these houses, these are all at different levels. So I'm not, it might have just been hilly, but you can just see the amount of mud here and dirt that they're trying to clear out. And I just point out, if you look at the levels up there, it's almost a bit like a step pyramid, isn't it? All right, this is the McKinley, is that right?
the McKinley Memorial. And he was the US president that got assassinated. And he was a governor of Ohio. And if you look down there, from above, this whole complex looks like a sword. There's a statue of him down there. Go have a look at the front, hey? Oh, there's some big doors. Big copper doors. Unfortunately the light, it's about 5 o'clock, so the light's fading a bit. But there's the door. Go up. And these things are, gosh, I mean, we've all seen this before, right? It's very ornate, looks like they're copper, and they would be 12 to 15 foot, at least double my height. And that's the view. And I've forgotten what city we're in. We're in the city in Ohio. I'm here to check out the eclipse. But you can see this thing from miles away, and it's definitely looking a bit old world. Like even these little vent things, they're copper.
Do you want me to get into like the Devon Island? Do you want to talk about that?
Let's do Devon Island. Yeah, I do. I have questions.
Okay, so anytime anybody brings up like Mars, I get really like, I always think of the Devon Island thing because basically we're constantly being shown and told Mars like photos and stuff. And so what if this whole concept of Mars, of what we're shown as Mars, is actually a place here on Earth? And there's this place called Devon Island in Canada, and it's the largest, most uninhabited island in the world. And it's in the Arctic Circle, like off of the Canadian mainland. And it's very interesting because NASA actually admits that, they've had a base there since 1997 at Nunavut on Devon Island. And it's, they've been like, oh, well, the terrain is so similar. We train there, like they admit it. But it's, it has such a striking resemblance to all the images NASA releases of the Martian environment. So they say it's the Hudson Mars Project, that it's a scientific research focused on studying the similarities between Earth and Mars. And it's just, there's kind of like these like number one, there's a Arctic lemming that was seen in one of the photos like that they released. There's this rodent and it's like you freeze on it, and Arctic lemmings are native to Devon Island, but they said that was on Mars. And then it's very interesting to think of wait, what internet are they using to send this whole time these rover images? I'm interested. I would love to know that. Which satellite, like how are they sending it? But so NASA's looking for more than $27 billion in 2024. $27 billion. Wow. And what's interesting about that is like the $50.2 million is for the agency's inspector general. Just for the inspector general. And it includes like the budget also, and the budget also includes $570 million to reduce the climate impact of aviation, and like $300 million for planetary defense, including like against orbital debris. $300 million. So I was like, wait a second. Now, Phil Schneider has come out, and like a long time ago, he said that there's these deep military underground bases and that they cost between 17 to $26 billion. So I was like, wait a second, because if this is a hoax and this isn't real, which, come on, like NASA, like the amount of times NASA's gotten caught lying, it's crazy.
Yeah,
and
man.
so it's like,
Did you see
what
that?
if
They had a rocket and then a little mouse crawled out and it was on the back of the rocket.
wait, what crawled out of the rocket?
A mouse. When it was the rocket was in space with the boosters, and this mouse just walks out. It's hilarious.
Oh, I never saw that. I gotta see that. Oh, busted. I did a video on my channel. It's like a short little video, but that like covers all the Mars and Devon Island thing. But it's just like an interesting concept to think, wait, okay, so if this is the case, where is all that money going? What are they doing with the money?
Just some pictures of Sydney, and we'll see what was going on back in the 1800s. All right, so here we are, Sydney. Now this is 1885. Sydney, this one I just found interesting, apart from the fact we've got dirt roads here, and see these humps of like dirt that someone swept up? It doesn't look like horse poo, I don't know. But check out what these ladies are wearing. Like full Edwardian, is that what we call it? Sort of fashion. And this is in Australia. Again, it in Sydney, even in winter, it's not that cold really. It's a bit chilly, but interesting fashion for, a brand new colony that's still using dirt roads. Now this one is this is just a random one. Someone sent me this picture. And sorry, I don't have the name written down. Thank you, whoever it was. This is supposed to be in Australia. Pyramid with the doorway going into it. And I don't know, it could be the Gympie Pyramid, could be not real. I don't know. Excuse me. Haven't really looked into it too much, but it does look like a real photo. So is that the Gympie Pyramid? And of course, they knocked the Gympie Pyramid over last year to build a road. And I'm not kidding. That's what they do. This is the Australian Museum in Sydney in 1872. So this is, 94 years after Captain Cook turned up to a desolate country as far as the narrative goes. And I've called this megalithic Sydney, this stream, because look at the size of this building. These are obviously people, horse and carts here. And I mean, only just over halfway up this solid bit of the wall, which then is, look at, that's a very big wall and very big building. Look at the size of these floors, right? They're massive. So, Sydney, in my opinion, was found and just inhabited, cleaned up and inhabited. New people moved in. This is the Belgravia Hotel. And this, it says, and I'm going to look into this, but it says part of the Hydro Majestic Hotel complex. That's interesting, isn't it? Hydro, water systems. So I'm going to check out and do some more research on that. But this is a cool old building, got the Antiquitech going. But see how it looks like, they put it looks like it's wooden, kind of, doesn't it, from the front? But clearly this is all masonry. And of course we have the out the front, which is clearly been put in at a later date. Just a street scene, the Rocks, 1900. Okay, we've got these lamps everywhere already, old world buildings, and an orphan, maybe a new inhabitant pushing a baby down the street on this little cool handmade pram. But just look at the infrastructure that's in here. Again, dirt roads and not really many people. There's two women up here, but looking a lot like a found city. This is Mrs. Macquarie's chair. This photo is from 1880. Again, check out the dress that they're wearing, the clothes, the fashion. fashion, you know, very close to fascies, isn't it? And this, the story with this is that General Macquarie got this commissioned, and you know, convicts, of course, made this, right? So named by the governor on account her originally planned, blah blah blah. We finally completed on the 13th day of June, 1816. Now look at the blocks. Look at these. Look at these are old, massive blocks, very big for convicts to be, you know, shoveling around, pushing around. These ones here are even bigger, and these stairs cut into the rocks here. It's pretty good work, and of course they've chiseled all this in. Yeah, convicts. Carter's barracks, barracks of course everywhere. And I was thinking there's barrack streets all over Australia. Are there barrack streets where you are? Because that's because there used to be a barracks, right? A fort, you know, what we're calling forts on it. And this one you'll see they love to put these verandas on the front to change the look of the building, but clearly all masonry underneath. Again, look at the size of this building, megalithic. This one, oh no, this is Chief Secretary's building, Bridge Street, Sydney, 1880s. And it's a pretty small photo, but you can see there's people down here. And this is the, the height of the first story, right? Like literally 4 or 5 times the height of these people, right? Massive masonry construction, still got dirt roads. And look at this fence. This is just wood with, you know, bits holding it up. And look at these little dumpy, this is what they could make, these little dumpy wooden hovel houses, which again are a lot smaller, right, in scale to this building. Some more orphans just hanging out in the dirt streets, but we have rock gutters. Like, okay, nice column there. But as you can see, this is a build out. This is 1885-ish, and the whole street's built out. Like wall to wall built out. This is a shot Circular Quay around 1900, and look at these buildings right on the shore. They're huge, and you can see 1900. This whole city it's just so built out, right? And again, this is only 112 years since Captain Cook apparently turned up to a barren country. What's that? Is that a ship? Yeah, it is. That's huge. Look at that ship there. Big steamship. So 1900, this again, tiny picture. But you can see, look at all these buildings right on the shoreline. And they are huge. And I mean, it looks like it could be any, you know, city in Europe, apart from the fact that it's got the big bushels T. Again, megalithic sized buildings. You can see this lady here doesn't come up to the top of the fence. And we've got this building here. And it built out all up the street. This one's got a few people in it. But we get these electricity posts, shall we call them? But no wires. No wires going to this next one. And I see this a lot, this stuff around. I don't know, I guess it's just a bit of the photographic process. This is, so this one's just people, a crowd at Stanthorpe Agricultural Show, 1905. Just got their horse and carts. And what I find interesting is this stand. See how we got this like cut-off pyramid here for the stairs, and then we got 2 pyramids on the roof. What's going on? And maybe even a third one. So I don't know. Interesting. But in the background, all they can build are these hovel type. Okay. Constructions. This is a water fountain in the street, Sydney, and look at this. Look at the work going into that. Brand new country. This one is 1924, so it's a bit later. But these things would have used to have been everywhere. And what's going on here? Is this some way of charging the water? Who knows? Using frequency maybe. Bit of 432. Fire station. So these are firemen. These are the guys who went around and set fire to everything, I think. Oh, well, who knows, right? Who knows? They always turn up where there's fire. That's all I'm saying. Again, street lights all in the ground everywhere. This is late 1800s. And, very nice old world brick building here. Excuse me. Streets of Sydney. Don't have a date on this one. Got a horse and cart. The thing is, none of the markings in the facades, none of them have anything to do with Australia. Here's another one. Again, massive build out. And again, these power poles, wireless power poles, because there's no wires. You can see down the street here, we've got a couple, but can't see any wires going between them. And we do get photos later, from different cities where it looks like they've connected them up and there's just wires everywhere. Here we have a belfry, or is that an airship landing dock? Who knows? And again with the street lights, man. These street lights are everywhere and they're oversized and they don't really make sense, giving that we're told they would have been gas, and then when they went electric, we're told that the lumens, like the capacity of the light bulbs, wasn't much. But then then we see the World's Fairs, right? 1871. This is George Street between Park and Bathurst Street, Sydney. 1871. So this is this is less than 100 years since Captain Cook came. Dirt roads, but just build out, like literally wall to wall build out all the way along. From an airship. Here we go, airship. Government House. So this castle, which it is a castle, that's Government House. This is, so down here is Fort Macquarie, and this is after that. I think they've turned it into a tram depot. And so that was a star fort, like a citadel. And again, we get these. These have all been bulldozed. But look at these old world buildings again, right on the shore pretty much. And we see this, all through Europe, especially like, like Denmark and countries like that. The same buildings pretty much, and lined up along the water like this. And of course, this could have been a palace, what we would call a palace these days, and all the grounds, because there's lots of shapes and geometry in the ground around here. And of course out here we have, this is less than 100 years. They've got an island here that's completely built out as a, it looks like a naval ship probably, but that as well, that has old world remains on it. We'll have a look at that a bit later. Check out this. This is just a department store, Grace Brothers. Look at this. What is that? Group of people, 1885. Again with the fashion. This dude has a very cool beard. But even this little girl's got a, what do they call it? A parasol. This lady's got one to keep the sun off. But look at the clothes they've got on, like 20 layers. And are these guys tall? I don't know. They look sort of a lot bigger than this guy, and this guy, don't they? Not hugely, but bigger. 1866, dirt roads, and just, old world buildings built out wall to wall the whole way down the street. You can see this one's got the Greco-Roman look on it, the pillars and everything. This thing here is just huge. And this is 1866. Now, okay, so this is, they shipped in nitroglycerin is what they're saying. And they stored it here in this building. You can see this has all been blown up and it blew up. So nitroglycerin. Okay. This is Mark Foy building, 1909. And again, we have, now look, is there a wire there? I don't know, maybe one, but they've got these poles and they're not all wired up. Is that free electricity? We've got tram tracks in the ground. And again, this fashion, man. And where did it all come from? Because you can see they're all wearing the same clothes. They're all very, very similar. So, you know, where are all the fashion houses back in the 1800s? Again, oversized street lamp. Doesn't make sense. This is 1893. And just completely built out, horse and cart, dirt roads. You know, these bollard things we see everywhere too, don't we? Wonder what they were used for. Oh, there we go. That's what we're watching. This is the gates to Centennial Park. One people. That looks like it's probably a war memorial now. It's very interesting. And I mean, look at the size. Look at this person. These bollards are almost as tall as this guy, but look at this compared to him. And you can see the build out in the background too. I don't have a date on this one. Okay, now this is what they tell us was going on. Okay, so this is that they're saying 1872, and you know, this is the story, right? The new country, we were living in bark huts, wooden hovels, humpies. But that's not what we see. This is what we see. This is during a flood, 1892, old world building. Obviously, luckily on the high ground, or at least the top of it is. Something here is underwater. I don't know what that is. But this is what we see, right? These buildings, again, oversized megalithic. This is entrance to the Colonial Secretary and Public Works Office, 1880s. Got their little guards. Oh, we've got Abraham Lincoln here. Massive, awesome, ornate gates. Got the pillars, but nothing to do with Australia. And megalithic, in my opinion, it's huge. This is an old one. 1859 is the date on this. So, you know, this is very pretty, you know, Australia's still pretty new, again, with the fashion. And this is not a wood house. This is a big masonry house. Now, I mean, is it possible it was cobble something? Sure. It looks like it's brick if you look in here. But do you think these people built it? Like, there's one guy here. Street scene, Sydney, 1885. You know, more of the same. Got the fashion, got the huge building, you've got the dirt roads. And this, again, you see it a lot like, looks like, you know, masonry paved, some kind of masonry, you know, footpaths, sidewalks, but not the road. That doesn't make sense. Some goats, 1885, and just masonry buildings everywhere. Trams, Mosman and Spit Junction. Dirt roads, like this is dirt. And we've got these trams or trolleys, if you're from the USA, running through the dirt, right? Now we've got some lines hooked up, some you know, electrical lines, and you can see these trams are running off those, it's like dodgem cars do basically. And they've found their advertising already, right? The Herald, that's a newspaper. Got to get out the programming. This is just Sydney Shore, 1880s, that's what it says. You know, who really knows? Kind of looks like it. Big ship. But I just found this bit interesting, that these, you know, girls here, look what they're sitting on. Man-made rock shoreline. These are man-made blocks. So this whole bit is probably man-made. And this, you know, that's such a classic, like, uniform, isn't it, for the young kids? And you see it everywhere. They all wear the same clothes. Where did these clothes come from? This one I couldn't find a name on it. It's Archives New South Wales. I'm not sure what the building is, but I mean, all the features, right? Mud flooded. And again, megalithic. You can see a guy standing here in front of this massive doorway. And look at the size of the first level. Again, 3 or 4 times his height. Unless, of course, he's standing up the side here where it's about 1. Look at this place with all the columns. Again, not the biggest picture, but you can see this is all columns, colonnaded, is that what they say? And horse and cart and dirt roads, and the fashion and the umbrellas, the parasols, sun umbrellas. Oh, this is another small one, but this is Sydney, 1890. Look at this. Is this, what's it called? Is it the Queen Victoria building? I think it is. That's still there. But again, we get these electricity poles with no wires. There's one here and one here. And huge constructions everywhere. Most of this is gone now. All these like terrace houses here, these old world buildings, they all got knocked down. Mostly demolished because this is Bennelong Point, so I think this is mainly just like a park now. I'm not a Sydney sider, so I'm not sure on all of these facts. Again, megalithic, general post office. Look at the size of these people compared to the size of this door. And on the front here, it looks like we've got some electricity. Don't have a date on this one, but I mean, look at it, and you know, this, you know, look, they all know they're in a photo, right? Photo opportunity. And here's another one of these poles. This one does have wires. So what's going on there? This is just a random picture. It says Port Jackson, 1880s. Just looks a bit devastated, you know. That's a tree by the looks of it, but I mean, you know, it looks like something's happened here. This is a water slide in Sydney at Ashburner Street and South Stane, Northern Beaches. That's pretty interesting. So we had a look and saw there was one picture in there of that house, that bark hut in the 1870s. So what I want to show now, this is just a search, Australian housing 1870. And this is what we see, right? These, bark huts. And they all have these bark roofs with the wood tied on top to keep it down. Now this one does look like it's a cob house. You can see here there's bits of wood and they've smeared it with the cob, the mud. I think this is a tiny picture, this one, yeah. But you can see like these are all, you know, they've all got bark roofs at least, and they're sort of hovel looking. But this one here, you can see this is machined wood. These panels, this is, you know, these are weatherboards basically, this wall. So they could get machined wood, but they had to put bark on the roof with just these poles, right? Looks like a setup photo to me. But this is what we're told. Now, some of them, you know, we have houses made of wood, you know, got Abraham here again. And, you know, yeah, they could have built with wood, you know, and this is also the right size, right? It's not oversized. But when we look at the cities, we get a completely different picture. But this is the story they want us to believe. And yes, these are sort of more in the outback, but, you know, there's towns all through Australia, through the outback, that are just full of massive masonry buildings. See, they've all got these bark with the bits of wood on them. So they're trying to tell us a story. We do get a few, this is a wood one, a few better looking houses from that period. But, you know, nothing that, it's just such a juxtaposition, right, between these kind of houses and the cities. And these are Queenslanders, they're called, because they're up on stilts because it floods, just like it does where I am. It floods as well. So I just wanted to show you that. This is kind of the story we're given, and you never see these, big houses. They love to show stuff like this, tent cities. Everyone was living in tents. Bushrangers. Going to get into bushrangers in some future videos. And Ned Kelly, there's a few questions to be asked there. And here we go. This is really what they had, right? And this is, I guess, what the controllers took, and probably all the bark huts were for us, right? So there we go. I'm just going to go Sydney. Let's do it. Of course, Sydney, Australia. And this is Sydney Harbour. They say it's the largest natural harbour in the world. And if we come down here, we've got things like this is the Harbour Bridge. Oh gosh, it's very annoying with this flashing. Are you guys seeing that? Let me check again. Are you guys seeing the flashing? You can see it clearly. All right. Thanks, Hippie. Okay. It's not easy. Okay. Harbour Bridge. So this is where Fort Macquarie used to be. Is that right? Fort Macquarie? No, sorry. This is Dawes Point. Dawes Point Battery used to be here. That was, like a citadel, like a star fort. This was Fort Macquarie. That was another one. And this is where the castle is, right? Government House is here. Okay, so this section probably won't last as long as I thought it would, because it's really hard to... my screen's just flashing on and off. But this is the castle. This is Government House. So what I wanted to show is all these points that pop out. They've all got old world infrastructure in them. Okay, you can see this one down here. Let's see if we can get down here. Look at the size of these blocks. They're huge. This looks a bit crumbled around here, but these are obviously smaller. I'm not sure what the deal is, but these ones you can see to there are massive, and then they've got these smaller ones next to them that they've built onto. So you see these remains like absolutely everywhere, and you can see on top here, we've got all these walls and things, or something there, but now it's just nothing, right? We see this as well. I mean, there's just old world infrastructure everywhere. These are all man-made shorelines, by the way. And just looking at the shape, of this, coming in, all these points, right, just reminds me of Malta and other star forts that, when you see them poking out into the sea. I don't know, this is Clark Island. Again, this has man-made shorelines, right? And look at the angle here, right? This to me looks like those satellite, what I call satellite stars that you see sort of going around the perimeters of the old star cities. Excuse me. So like I said, I'm going to have to do this again when I'm not live, because the whole screen is flashing and it's very annoying. But I did want to show you South Head. Now I showed this in one of my other videos. I've forgotten what it was called. Dawes Point it was about. I think it was called Star Forts of Sydney. Actually, the link to that is below. Now this one, you can see we have a lighthouse here, painted up like a like it's high voltage, shall we say, red and white. But the interesting part is here. Now these turrets are all over the place in Sydney at the heads. They say that they were built for World War II for cannons to defend against I don't know who. But look what we get down here. Look at the size of these. These are right angled blocks. These are not natural. Okay, look at the size of them. All through here, and you can see it's crumbling out of the wall. See that? These are all man-made blocks. And look at these angles in here, right? What's going on? Well, if we come here, we can see these are individual blocks. You can see the lines between them. Excuse me. So did they just break off and fall off? Is that why we get this here? And that's what is down here. right? Even down this, I'm not sure what's going on, but you can see all the lines across here, and this is clearly some kind of, you know, it's different to the rock below. It looks like some kind of flow, or like it's been put there. I don't know, it could be geopolymer. But even down into the water, we've got these big blocks, right? These look like they've been covered, these two. So, I mean, this whole bit here looks like it's been covered with a slurry sort of, but who knows? But yeah, look at that. Just old megalithic blocks. You can see the remains of, you know, the stone wall around here. Lots of damage up here, but the biggest giveaway to me, apart from these right-angled massive blocks everywhere, is this bit here. Very interesting. More blocks, and this layer on top of this, you know, natural layer. This looks like this is very flat, this top layer, right? But this isn't, sort of looks more natural. So it looks like they've put this layer on top to flatten it out. And you can see, look, there's just blocks everywhere, right? Here's some more of the wall going around here. So to me, and of course it's all raised up, it looks just like this is the remains of a star, right? Star, you know, don't like to call them forts, but, you know, those stars. And so where am I now? Now I'm all confused. South Head. Okay, so there's remains everywhere. There's remains up here at North Head. Don't know what. Let's look at that big sort of impression in the stone. Different angles down here. But there is remains. Where are they? Of like the world. They call it all World War II infrastructure. I can't find that one at the moment. This flashing is getting very annoying. And there's another one I wanted to show. Is this it? Bradley said, oh, and this is enough. I mean, all these points, right? They all got this old world infrastructure in them. And this one looks like it's still, yeah. So these are those turrets. You can see these circular bits, and they're everywhere. And they say that they were for, yeah, cannon turrets, basically. You can see the levels here going up. Like this whole place down here, there's another wall. Like the whole harbour, all these, you know, peninsulas, they all look like the remains of old world infrastructure. I haven't looked at this one. Don't know where I am now because I think everything's turned around. But okay, here we go. Look at this. So, oh, hang on. What happened? I was just, oh gosh, okay. I was looking down here at this bit here. See all these lines? Pretty interesting. This could be, I don't know. I mean, there's stairways, but, you know, who knows who put those in? Convicts, no doubt. Look at this big bit of wall. What's the purpose of this? Robinson's Point lighthouse. Where's the lighthouse? But there's, look at this wall jutting out into the water. What's the use of that? But I was going to show. Oh, there's a fort down here. This is Fort Denison. There you go. Looking very much, you know, again, these round bits. That's actually a tower, a turret. But, you know, looking very much like a satellite star is what I'm calling them. Blues Point. Another one with some weird, well, we get down here. You can see this is all man-made. And behind us, where is it? You can see over here, there's all this wall and tunnels and things going into it. Man-made shoreline. So I can't get a better shot there. I think I'm standing on what I wanted to look at. Maybe not. But look at this big wall here. So all this infrastructure was supposed to be put in by convicts, you know, less than 100 years. A lot of it, you know, Dawes Point, the battery there, the old fort. Oh, what's going on here? Was supposed to be built the year that Captain Cook landed. Is when they built the first observatory there, but they say they built a fort there within like 10 years of Captain Cook landing, and it was a big masonry fort. But basically, that's what I wanted to show you is, and I'll do a separate video on this, all these points, all of them, have all got remains, old world remains, all the islands as well. They're all built out, all got man-made shorelines like this one. And, you know, they just got, it just looks like those stars that we see, the ones that, you know, are irregular, shall we say. Random picks. Ricky says, be good and don't trust the government. I don't know if this is photoshopped or what this looks like might be, but we know that this bit here is real. There's, you know, there's towns, cities, stuff all under the water. This is back on the farm. And this is a rainbow. So this is my dome's kind of, what am I looking at? It's down here somewhere, I think. There we go, rainbows. Oh, so this is down there, my mate Jethro's house. And these are growing in all the trees. These are stag horns, or are they elk horns? One of those. But they're basically plants that grow off trees. And down in this area, like all the trees are covered in them. It's very cool. And see here, see this one? So it's got all these plants growing in it, all these elk horns, stag horns. That's a creek, bit of nature. This is all, oh, that was up a mountain. That's when we went hunting for crystals. We are told that history is linear, one unbroken line from caveman to now, to modern man, apparently the epitome of humankind. But is this true? Because when we look around the realm, we seem to see a different picture. We have ruins everywhere. We have structures we can still not construct ourselves today with all our modern machinery. So it looks like we live in a reset world. Catastrophism, it used to be taught. People used to know that this world was one of catastrophes, but that has been wiped from our storyline and turned into his story, which they love to tell us about in their books, in their movies and documentaries, and rammed down our throats in school. So today I wanted to have a look at some artwork, some oil paintings from the 1700s, and have a look at the world that they were depicting through the 1700s. And we'll see what kind of a world they show us. Hello and welcome. My name's Campbell. Thanks for joining me. This is Autodidactic channel, and of course, Autodidactic means to be self-educated. And that's what we like to do here, especially looking at history and putting it next to the narrative they tell us of our past and seeing what we can see with our own eyes, you know, in the landscape, but also in the pictures of the past. And so today we're going to look at oil paintings from the 1700s and see what they show us. So to start with, we have, this is from 1773. It's in Paris, and it's just called the Fountain on the Portico, on the veranda, I guess. And what do we see but, you know, a huge, giant size old building and small people who don't look like they belong here, or they know what's, you know, what any of this is about. There's people here sitting underneath, you know, a water container. And we see this design a lot on buildings as well. This one's obviously giant size. And there's just these people kind of milling around. This guy here is drawing the statue here. So it gives you the feeling of people that have just found this and they're checking out what it is, wondering what it is. And clearly it's two worlds here, right? One people from one world and this building from another. Here's another image, oil painting, 1757, this one. And as you can see, this building, old world building, the roof's collapsed. We've got plants growing all over it. Down here, we've got columns and, bits of rock and things that have collapsed in. And again, it's giant size. And look at the people, these tiny people who, again, look like they've just found this. These guys are checking out the paintings. This guy's looking at whatever's on this stela here. And, two different types of tech. These people don't look very technologically advanced, do they? And this building, clearly you needed a lot of technology and engineering skills to construct this. And another thing here, just to point out, is these clothes, like they're wearing these robe type things, which we're always told are, from Greek or Roman or, BC kind of times. But do we know that that's true? Were they wearing these 400 or 500 years ago, these clothes? So just something to keep in mind is the only thing that we know about fashion and history is what we're told. And of course, if they push the clothing in the paintings back a couple of thousand years, right, then they push history back and they give themselves space to write their own history in between. So this is dated 1757. Here's another one, 1773. Again in Paris, and we see the same thing. A giant, way oversized building, looking very old, very worn. And in the bottom here, we have people, right? The reset people who made it through the reset or were introduced, whatever's happened, but clearly, tiny compared to this structure. I mean, look at these people here. This one's just ridiculously big. And it's the same kind of thing. These people, they're checking out the statue a bit here. And this, shows us the tech, right, that they have. We've got humans pushing around this wheel, no doubt winding up a rope. And next to it, we have a hole with a ladder. So maybe there's lower levels and they're checking out what's down there, finding some gold or jewelry or some tech. But, clearly a picture of, one people in a world that they didn't build, in a building that they couldn't construct. They don't have the technology to do this, clearly. And there it is. And clearly very old at the time that this was painted. Here's another one, 1786, again from Paris. This one, it's written in French, sorry. It's saying the approach to the bridge, Notre Dame, Brook, whatever that means. So I'm not sure where Notre Dame is. Maybe it's over here. I'm not sure. But look at the size of this bridge. I mean, look at this thing. It's massive. And we have another one here and another one here. And there might even be a fourth one here. So massive, massive construction. Imagine, the engineering that went into this, but also the materials, how, did hundreds or thousands of tons of, hewn stone, unless it was done another way. And on the top here, we have ruins, like there's been some kind of catastrophe, and the ruins are still all over the bridge. All this rock everywhere, these houses that have been smashed up. Down here, a few more, an old columned gateway there. Steeples in the background and everything. And down here we have the people. And again, their level of technology. Just got a couple of pieces of wood going out here as a gangplank to their boat. We've got humans pulling a hand trolley here to cart things around. These guys just lifting with their hands. So clearly not much tech, right? But they're living in this world, this giant sized world that's clearly, had a lot of technology. This one's from 1800, and it looks like, I don't know, there's a fire, maybe an explosion, but I found this one interesting, partly because, this place is well in ruins. Some nice antiquitech here. But the artist has actually painted the columns. Look at these columns underground. And on this side, you can see there's, well, maybe four, but at least three columns underground. So at the time that this was painted, this thing was already half buried at least, right? Maybe this was the original ground level, and you can see it's built up to here, and we've got rubble in the front here. So it's definitely in ruins. And, again, these people in the front ground, the reset people, us basically, our ancestors, right? The ones with no tech, wondering, what all this stuff is. Like we still do, right? Another one, I don't have a year on this one. It's from the 1700s. Up here, we have the old world, big construction. There's a person there, so you can see it's a rather large building. And down here we have a bridge built of logs and wood. So clearly two different levels of technology. Even down here, just, got people fishing by hand and shepherds. Two different worlds. Here we have another one from the 1700s. I believe this is France as well, probably Paris. And again, an old world building that's all smashed up, looking very old, and they're just collecting the pieces that they can reuse by the looks of it. Got the guy with his wheelbarrow, got someone with some kids down here in a trolley. Got over here, we've got these people trying to move a log or a pillar. Got one of the rulers, one of the masters here. And over here as well, right? We have those that wish to rule us, telling, with their little list, telling people what to do and what to take. And this seems to be the story through these paintings is, these people, us, our ancestors that came through the reset or were put here after it, finding themselves in this oversized world, this ruined world, and a small group of people taking over and telling us what to do, and no doubt giving us a story of our history, right? His story and why everything is like it is and why they, need to be slaves, basically. And it still goes on today. Look at this. I mean, massively oversized. These are people. You can see in ruins, very old at the time that this was painted in the 1700s. Down here, another massive bridge. And look at this colonnade, like all these columns down here and down through there. So this is giant, just giant, right? And of course, a lot of these paintings, people will say, well, they're just imagination, right? They're not real. And I'm not sure if that's claimed with these, but why would people be painting these? Like there's so many paintings that depict the same kind of scenery. That these are realism type paintings, and realism, people pretty much go out and paint what they see, right? What is real. They don't normally make up these big scenes. So, to me, this was real. I'm definitely taking it like that. Look at all the detail and everything. It's even got all the motifs in the stone still. And of course, we have, the little want-to-be elites here in their boat, making the common people row them around and serve them, basically. Another one, same story, megalithic structures in the background, very engineered, very well engineered, and lots of technology has to go into build structures like this. And aqueducts are famous for having that perfect fall, right? That's just very slight, but enough to make the water run. So this is high level tech, this kind of construction, and again, very old, right? Dilapidated and falling apart. No doubt. Well, this top bit doesn't look like it's working. So, and in the foreground, again, we just have these what we're told are peasant types, farmers and things, and the common folk, us, just collecting water in jugs, right? This is their level of tech, just walking down and carrying it back. Where in the background is an aqueduct that would have just brought it straight to a fountain near them, right? So an interesting painting, that one. Again, new people in a giant ruined building, very old at this point that it was painted. This guy again is painting this statue. And these people are just cooking dinner, I don't know. But again, it looks like they've just discovered this, right? And it's all kind of new to them. And it's just this massive ruin. Like there was a cataclysm, right? A reset. And of course, these are all from the 1700s. So it would have been a reset, around 100 years, the early 1600s. And so it may have taken them, this long to get the people back into, or even to have artists to paint it, I guess. That's if the dates are correct as well, right? And here again, it's the same scene. There's people with a low level of tech that, definitely couldn't have built this structure, but this structure clearly very old, all broken up and dilapidated, and just two different worlds juxtaposed, right? Little people with low tech in this old, giant, high-tech world. And another one where we can see down the bottom, have the common folk, the reset survivors, or the ones introduced, whatever happened. And up the top, we have in ruins, big old world buildings. And we have arches under the ground here, lower levels. A big brick. What is that called? Is that a pediment? But basically, it looks like there might have been a drawbridge or something at some point. And they've just come along, the new people, and built this wooden bridge. So again, two different levels of technology. This is a giant building. This is two people. You can see how huge this is. Very old, big hole in the floor here. And I mean, this even looks like a very large person compared to this person. I'm not sure. Could be perspective. What do you think? Let me know. It looks like there's carpet on the floor here too, right? But, old world. And again, we have these people, just dressed in the sort of common clothes, right? This guy might be a bit more fancy, but, just sort of common type people sitting in this building. They just look so out of place, right? Like, I don't know what's going on. And in the background, we still see these, right? Every city, domed buildings with the columns and the porticos. They're what we call government buildings because, the government, right, stole them, got us to clean up the mess, kept the buildings that were good for themselves and told us to go and build stick huts. Okay, again, this one, there's pyramids in the background. You can see this one's lost its top and this one, so I'm not sure where this was. There is a Sphinx here, but clearly it's not the Great Sphinx. Of course, we know there's pyramids everywhere now at the moment, right? They're popping up everywhere. So I'm not sure of the location of this, but this is interesting. We've got a working fountain, but the bowl it pours into is broken and it's just spilled out and made this pond. And the reset people have just put a piece of wood across there for their little bridge. So we have this technology versus, pressurized water and plumbing systems, let alone, the construction of all, this bowl and the lines and this obelisk, which is broken. Again, people looking like they're rediscovering the old world. They're going around and checking out, what's left after the reset, the catastrophe, right? Everything broken. This lady here looks like she's copying whatever's on this slab. And is this a lady sunning herself up there on the rock? But clearly, these are ruins. Ruins everywhere in the 1700s. Again, massive, massive, giant, oversized structures in ruins. columns on the ground, and in the foreground, just these, everyday folk, right, with a very low level of technology. Most of them probably know technology, right? Bit of fire, some clothes, a stick hut, cooking tools, and that's probably the most tech that most of these people had. And look what's in the background. Again, some people, reset people that have found an old, very old, dilapidated, old world building, and they've just used a bit of wood to sort of turn it into a shed probably, or a keep for their animals maybe. Is that a sheep? Probably. And yeah, they're just using it as a sheep den by the looks of it. But look at this arched roof. We still see these ceilings today, right? With this squared pattern and the flowers in them. Like, you see that in a lot of buildings today. So it's the same thing. We still have some, buildings like this. Of course, the really big ones, most of those have been taken down, but still some out there. And again, look at this building, just built perfectly, built giant size. You can see the size of the window here. Have these statues instead of columns at the front for the doorway. All very artistic, done perfectly, perfect symmetry. And in the front, we have these people moving a statue, and they've literally got a piece of wood and 4 logs. This guy's grabbed the log that's come out from the back, and he's running around to put it in the front. And that's the level of tech they've got. And this guy's got like a bar that he can, I don't know, control one of the logs with. So that's the level of tech of the people, and this is where they're hanging out. And not to mention the big dome in the background, right? Again, great juxtaposition of the different levels of technology. This massive, huge old stone bridge, and it's broken in the middle, so they have just used wood to fix it, make a little plank across there, so he can get his sheep across. All right, that's the level of tech versus this bridge. Again, new people looking like they're rediscovering, right? This guy's checking out the lion. These guys are looking at something, they look like they're checking out what this is. And this is, an old ruin, an old building in ruins. It's got plants growing on it. Over here, we have a bit of an archway, colonnaded archway, again, with plants growing on it, lots of mud flow around. And in the background, a big city. And again, these people look like they don't belong, right? Clearly, they didn't build this because, look at the state of it. It's very, very old. Another bridge, another giant bridge. Look at that thing. It's massive. We've got some gates up here, and then we've got the little wooden fence, literally just bits of wood tied together or something. That's one level of tech, and this bridge is another. And in the background, we have a castle, a fort, a walled city, looking like it's in pretty good nick, survived the catastrophe. And down here we have the people and their level of tech. Bit of fishing going on, boat, and look at these big engineered steps right down, and they're just washing their clothes in the water. So clearly these are people living in a world that's been reset, and they've been reintroduced. And as we know, it looks like this happened again in the 1800s. So, how often is this happening? And the thing about the resets, they are obviously cyclical, but they're not always worldwide. They're normally more specific. So different places get hit and reset at different, reset points. So keep that in mind. But that one, France obviously looks like it got hit a couple of resets ago. And this is just another picture I put in just to show that this is painted, we would be told this is Greco-Romano, in Greece or somewhere, thousands of years ago. But again, how do we know that? How do we know this wasn't 500 years ago that this was going on? you know, because all the only information we have is books, right? And again, like this is a realism type painting. They don't normally make that stuff up. They normally paint scenes that are real. Another one just showing, the juxtaposition of the technologies. We've got these people, this lady's fishing, these ladies washing their clothes. They're carrying stuff up and down the stairs. I mean, not much going on, not much tech, but look at this massive old world house building. These are people, so it's giant sized, and we've got waterfalls coming in here into this clearly man-made pond. So this was probably part of a garden, back in the day. They loved their water, right? They were using water everywhere. And now these people are just using it to fish and wash their clothes in. And again, massive old world structures, very old, broken down, plants growing all over them. And people that, look like they don't know what they're doing here. These coming here for the water, obviously, and, the water's still working in this. Now look at the rest of the place. It's extremely old, but water systems are still pumping, and this is pressurized, right? Shooting water up into the air. Now that's not an easy thing to do. That takes a lot of engineering and still working. So that these people literally, yeah, it is. It's a horse. Someone's brought their horse to give it some water. And so they're just using it as a water source. But clearly, this was not built just to, let the peasants get some water. Here's another shot with another pyramid. This one is a bit more pointy, more, like the Nubian pyramids rather than the Giza. But again, and it doesn't look like Egypt. So not sure where this one is. This is by Robert Hubert, sorry, in the 1700s. And again, old world, right? Old world infrastructure, very old, dilapidated, grown over. And these new world people, right? The after the reset people. And down here, look what we have. We have someone looking like Socrates, someone we would think or be told is Greek by the clothing. But up here, clearly different clothing, right? So again, this could even just be the clothing of, scholars, for all we know, and we've just been given a different story to push, to push all this stuff back in time so they can give themselves more space to create their story. Again, little reset people in a giant post-reset world. Again, more pyramids. All right, we know pyramids are everywhere. And, this old structure, it's just in complete ruins. And these people looking like they're checking out what it is, looking at these pictures here into these rocks. And see, look at the detail, right? So again, it's my opinion that these are all scenes, actual scenes. They're not made up or anything. And just the amount of them, right? They all have the same themes running through them, right? This old giant world and these new reset people that are small, don't have any tech, and they look like they've found this stuff and they're trying to work out what it all is, or reuse it, right? Like these people, they're going down underground to see what's in the lower floors. This guy's trying to move this block with a pole. That's the level of tech, right? So clearly, it's a reset world. Like history is not linear. Technology and civilizations rise and then they fall, and they rise and they fall. But like I said, it's not worldwide every time. It's different places get reset. But what happens is, the nefarious ones, the ones who wish to control us, they seem to know about these cycles, and when they're going to hit, they don't know where or what the severity will be, but they know when they're coming. And look around, right? They all seem to be getting ready for something at the moment. And so they, clearly have got through lots of these resets and kept control, or at least a couple. But I mean, how do we know, right? Because they rewrote all the history. Another one with another pyramid. Old world, just smashed, very, very old. Again, here's another pump that's still working, another fountain, and then it's just being used. And this lady's just getting some water. It's just being used as a water source, right? And people standing around carrying water on their heads, no technology. Bit of the gentry here by the looks of it. Some of the ones who come in and steal it all back, steal all the good stuff and leave us with the ruins. Another old world ruin. Not sure if this is supposed to be a waterway or if it happened after the catastrophe. It looks like there's a wall here for a pond, but again, this guy's got a fishing pole. This lady's doing a washing, I think. This lady's got a water bowl on her head. So it's just a water source, just got nothing to this building has got nothing to do with these people, but we're told that everything is this linear progression. But that's not what we see in these paintings. And with the pyramids, right? Everywhere. And these again on the ceiling, these are more rectangular, but this pattern, we see this still on these arched ceilings. And these guys, again, look at the robes, looking, Greek or Roman. And they've lined up all this stuff down here to take. Like they've found this and they're getting all the good stuff out, right? But again, these could be scholars, right? Because this, again, painted in the 1700s. Another one, obelisk, broken, chipped, very old looking. These arched, colonnade type things. You see things like this at the Vatican and in different cities around the world. This sort of general design is still being used, or is still there in some of the old world buildings. And again, it's got water here, which is obviously, whatever water system was going is still working, and he's using it as a water source, something they've found and very used. And here again, they found an old building, they've re-roofed it, but then that didn't do a very good job. And they're basically living, by the looks of it, in this giant construction. Well, they're doing something. These guys have got a massive, one of these flower pot things, these urn-looking vases that we see on the tops of a lot of buildings, but a giant-sized one. And people just, wondering what all this stuff is, right? Looks like they stumbled into a sculptor's, studio, if that's what they are, right? If they're sculpted, it could be poured, which would make much more sense. And this is, again, from the 1700s, and this is obviously one of the buildings that escaped the catastrophe. Look at this, and here we go. Here's this square patterning that we saw with a flower in it. And so this one in good condition still. And who do we have in here but the ones who wish to control us, right? The controllers, the nefarious ones, all dressed up to the nines, enjoying the nice old world building that they just stole, right? While, everyone else has to live in the old broken down ones. As you can see, we've got columns here and they've just built walls in. So this seems to be the story, right? Reset world, just regular resets. And it looks like there was one, in most of these are from France, these pictures. So it looks like there was a reset, a couple of cycles ago in Eastern Europe. It looks, because they hit different places in different times. So it's a very interesting story that we get by looking at these oil paintings. So I hope you enjoyed that one. Please share this around if you like this content. Leave me a comment. What do you think? Is it a reset world? Are these people depicting things that they really saw, or do you think it's made up, right? Which they obviously try and tell us with a lot of these pictures and images. And of course, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe and hit the bell for notifications again as well. If you haven't, that works sometimes when YouTube send it out. But most of all, stay awesome. Hello and welcome. Campbell here from Autodidactic. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And today I thought we'd get back onto some Star Forts. It's been a minute. So we're going to have a look at Star Forts in the USA. So let's jump into it. All right, and here we are on Google Earth. And just to start with, is that where Cuba used to be, directly under Florida? Because I thought it used to be out here somewhere. Let me know in the comments. All right, so let's start with Fort Jefferson. Now this, you may have heard, this was actually the first video I ever did on this channel, was a video about this, Fort Jefferson on the Dry Tortugas, Florida. It's around, I think, a couple of 100 miles off the coast of Florida. It's basically in the middle of nowhere. As you can see, there's nothing around it. And the story with this is it was built during the Civil War to defend against something. They just sort of say it was built during the Civil War for defensive purposes. Now, riddle me this. What was it defending against out here in the Civil War, which was obviously, in the USA? And the second question is, how could it defend against anything? Because if you're coming in to attack the United States, which isn't the Civil War, by the way, but if that's what the defensive purposes were that they're trying to talk about, would you not just sail around this? Like, there's ocean everywhere. Would you not just sail in here or sail over here? And this thing is completely useless as any kind of defensive fort. But this is what it is. This is what we've got left. This is, what have we got? A Pentagon. It's basically the citadel is what's left. It's interesting because it still has a moat, right? Yet it's surrounded by water. It never saw any action, of course. None of the Star Forts did, because none of them were built for defensive purposes. That's just a narrative they've put up to try and explain these structures that are leftovers from a previous advanced civilization, a recent previous advanced civilization. And they're all the same. This, of course, doesn't have its actual star on the outside, like the defensive, well, not defensive, right? But the walls on the outside, they're gone, no doubt under the water somewhere. I have had a look and you can't see much, you can't sort of see any remnants of the star shape under the water, but, this is Google Earth. We know that it's not really anything that we can trust. So let's go down and have a look at the inside. Now let's have a look. Is this on the wall or on the inside? No, so this is the inside. So this is what we see everywhere, is this red brick buildings with archways, just arches on arches. This, like every Star Fort pretty much that I've seen, that it still has this citadel in the middle, is built like this. It's red bricks and it's just these archways. We're told that these buildings are actually the barracks, right? But they're not really built like barracks, are they? There's lots of doorways. Like, where are all the rooms? And why would you waste so much brick? Whoa, what happened there? Now we're on the roof. Why would you waste so much brick, right? Building a structure that you can't, house people in. You can't really store anything in. Like, you can see straight through this wall. Like, what use is that at all? But there is so much brick in Star Forts. This Star Fort here, Fort Jefferson, is the largest red brick construction in the United States of America, with 16 million bricks. Okay, this lighthouse looks like it's been retrofitted. You can see it's just, oh, now we're back on the ground. Whoops. You can see it's just made of iron. That's a later addition. But this it just screams of the old world. We've got these arched ceilings, which we see everywhere, right? Always made of brick. And look how thick these walls are.
All right. Of course, that's kind of half the reason they tell us it's for defensive purposes, is because, you know, they look like they're built so solid. And of course, you know, those who wish to rule us in this cycle, they're into their war, right? Because we're in a negative cycle. So that's, you know, that's what they want to promote and propagate. And that's really all they can think of. No doubt this is going to tell us some more of his story. I was just trying to get up to this other large building here with the curved roof. Let's see. Can we get up there? Come on, let's go. As you can see, we've got paved pathway here. This is all paved as well. This looks like it's probably cement block or something. So that again would be a later addition. And up here we have a very large arched roof. Look at that, all brick. Okay, again, not the easiest to build. You know, you can, they just basically put like a wood support underneath it and then lay the bricks on top and then take the support away, right? But we've got a nice tower here that they're blocking out for some reason. There it is. Again, you know, we see towers all over the old world, right? But this is Fort Jefferson, the largest red brick building in the USA. You can see on this wall here, looking pretty old and smashed up and dilapidated. Obviously, there's trees growing in the middle now. And now it is a tourist attraction, basically. Let's see if we can get up on the roof here. You can see there's boats out here. It's out in, you know, not really the Caribbean, but I think it's, you know, it'd still be the Gulf of Mexico. So it's, you know, nice weather, nice place. This square bit down there is a little bit suspicious. All right, that could be part of the old structure. Not sure. You can see the brickwork, right? And, you know, this is another thing. If this was built as a fort to just basically, you know, get shot at by cannons, why would they be doing all these intricate architrave type bits? Like it's silly, right? You don't build a fort artistically. You don't put creativity into a place of war, right? You just build it solid. And of course, they love to, you know, lay their cannons around, right? To try and enforce the story that this is, again, a fort built for war. So there it is, Fort Jefferson in the dry Tortugas in the Gulf of Mexico. Basically, we'll just have a bit of a zoom out so you can see exactly where it is. Looks like we've gone upside down. So we'll spin it around. So there it is, and this is the Florida Keys and the tip of Florida here. Okay, so now we'll go and have a look. We just go up the coast here, and this is Castillo de San Marcos in St. Augustine, Florida. And I actually visited this star fort last October when I was in the USA. And as you can see, this one is much more the star shape that we're used to. It's just a small one. It's still basically a citadel, but being so small, it doesn't have, you know, the brick structure in the middle that's normally a hexagon, or sometimes they're squares or pentagons, but most of them seem to be hexagons for some reason. And this one, just a four-pointed star. We have this cavalier off to the front. These are the bits that are detached from the actual star, and when you see these attached to the star, they're called bastions. And of course, bastion fort is the name that the narrative gives these star forts. They're not really called star forts. That's really a name that researchers have given them because of quite obvious reasons, right? And this one, you can see this outer wall. Well, first of all, there's this inner wall, which would have been the moat, you know, that would have originally been filled with water. And down here, this is the entranceway. There's actually a bridge and it's like a drawbridge, right? Because these are actually the castles of old. You know, we're told that castles were just these square buildings, and you know there are square ones around and more sort of castle-like structures, but these stars have so many of the features of what we're told are castles, right? They have the moats, have the drawbridges, and you know all the features that they tell us are for war, basically. And you will see also this outer wall. Now, this is pretty low because, in my opinion, it's buried, right? So with star forts, they are multi-leveled and they go down and they get bigger and bigger as they go down. You can even see this kind of imprint on the outside of another wall out there. And that's probably, you can see it's a bit greener. It's probably because there is a wall here and it's holding in water, right? So the things on the inside of this wall are greener because they get more water, right? So we can kind of see two extra walls coming off this one. But this is, you know, just the top of it, basically, just the top of the star that we can see that's left now. And, you know, like I said, always, you know, the narrative says they were always built for war, you know, because that's what they want us to believe, right? That we're these vicious little creatures and all we care about is war. But these were from a past civilization. And in my opinion, they were to do with energy and water. They're always associated with water. And I think they had something to do with structuring water, you know, to make it good for the people, right? When this society, this realm was for the people. And also, you know, they're very similar to cymatic shapes and to, you know, things like snowflakes and the frozen water crystals of Dr. Emoto, things like this. There's a common theme running through all these, and you know, cymatics as well, which is where you put a tune or a frequency through. Well, you can put it through water, or they often just put it through things like a drum skin, and they'll put rice or sugar on the top of it and play a tune, and you'll get very similar patterns appearing to this. So that's why I believe that all these stars are actually to do with frequency, not war. So we'll go down and have a bit of a look, see if we can get to the front gate here. I think we can get down here. And there you go. Yeah, so this is the drawbridge. And this has got grass here at the moment. This would have been water though, clearly, right? They haven't got the bridge still there. They've got the main gate here. And then this is, oh, hello, taking a photo of us. This is the Cavalier front, and you can kind of walk up the top here, and they've put all their own emblems and things, you know, just to propagate their story, right? And all right, and we'll just have a bit of a look on the inside here. And you'll see, you know, most of these star forts, well, stars, you know, especially in America and the newer places, they were never used. They were always built for war, apparently, but they're never used, right? They never see combat or any kind of battles. And so mostly they turn them into prisons. And that's why you can see all these barred up windows everywhere. And this one's a little bit different as all the windows are square. And so I'm not sure if these are original or, you know, if they've been put in later when they turn it into a prison. And another thing that we'll see on pretty much all these star forts are the cannons. They always put their cannons around. They put the little piles of balls there so that you know that that's a cannon. Because when you look at these, you know, they don't look like they're made for war. They're all very ornate. Most of them are made from like a brass alloy. They're not even, you know, made from steel. There's actually lots of cannons around that have been blown apart and broken because they're not made to have explosions in them. And I'm not sure what cannons are yet. I'm still trying to work that one out. But I don't believe that the story they tell us is anywhere true. Of course, we have the newer cannons, you know, the small little ones that you know, you see them on pirate ships and all this kind of thing. So they're a lot smaller, and on wheels, and you could, wheel them around, push them around with a few people. But these big ones, even just making the stands, because the stands are always made out of wood, which is interesting, right? That they can cast these amazing, cannons, we'll call them cannons, out of metals, right? But then they just put them on a wooden ramp to roll them around, right? Little wooden cart. And in this star fort, over here where these people are, under the stair here, that they actually call that the toilet. And it's literally a little room with a hole that goes, it's quite deep, goes down to the ocean. And so they're trying to tell us that was, one toilet, right, for this whole fort that would have been manned by at least hundreds, if not thousands of soldiers in the narrative. One toilet. But you go there and do your business and it drops down into the ocean and floats away, apparently. And over here, we even have someone in the old, dress of the soldiers, right, from the 1700s, just to let you know it was definitely made for war, right? Here's another one here with those three-pointed hats. Not sure what they're called, and the dress of the 1700s of the soldiers. And of course, got all these features, right? That, really, would you be putting these in forts if you're just expecting them to be, attacked and, shot up by cannons and set on fire and all this kind of stuff? Very interesting. And you'll see just here, you can see the red brick. You can see it a bit here. So this looks like at least the interior was red brick and it's just been covered. And that's another one of the big things they do to hide the past is they refacade them. They put a new face, right? A facade, a face add onto these buildings. But up here, you can see another bit of, iconography, bit of artistic flair on the inside of this building made for war. So there's so many things with these structures that really don't make a lot of sense. Okay, we're on the outside. So as you can see, this is built right on the water, like literally going into the water. So that's another reason that I believe that, the land I believe the land's changed here. This has been flooded. There's much more of it under the water. And when this was built, in my opinion, that the land would have been different. This water probably wouldn't have been here and the land would have been a lot lower. And there's also these, they call them lookouts, right? These little towers on the corners and you can walk in them, or some of them are open. And, they kind of look a little bit, you can see a bit, but they're not much of a lookout tower, really. You think if you were looking out, especially for ships and that, they'd have something taller. But that's the narrative they spin us, right? And as we go in here, I'll see if I can get up in the sky a bit. Google Earth is a little bit hard to use sometimes. Okay, there we go. We'll just pop down. We'll get here somewhere, yeah. Okay, and you'll see this is, the original moat where the water flowed. And moats, again, they're not built for war to stop people jumping across or anything like that they like to tell us. I believe it was for structuring water. And so we've got one wall here. We've got an outer wall here. This is clearly made of, stone of some kind, the local stone. I believe this is all basically coral reef that they used to cut up into blocks, and there's lots of structures made of this kind of stuff. In Florida, I saw a few other. There was actually a whole palace made of it. Vicari, I think it's called, Vasari. So lots of this kind of building material used, and that's with the star forts too. They tend to be made with, the materials that were local to the area, which kind of makes sense, right? But that's it. So this is the story. This is a fort, and what use is this little wall really if this is a fort? I mean, that's not going to stop anyone, is it? And even this moat, I mean, you just need a long ladder and you can put it on the wall there, or you could, make a floating bridge and all these types. It's not really much of a defense barrier when you look at the bigger picture, right? And with all these cutouts, that they say that they're there for cannons, right? So you can put cannons everywhere. And actually, up on the top of this star, there is a lot of cannons, but it's not letting us actually go up and have a view of the top of it. So that is Starfort number 2, the Castillo di San Marcos in St. Augustine. The Castillo di San Marcos in St. Augustine, Florida. All right, so next on the list is Jacksonville, also in Florida. And we'll zoom in. And what we have here is just a little bitty star. And this is what I call a satellite star. You see these normally make rings, like a circuit, a boundary around the larger stars. So we've got one there. Now you can normally find that, like I said, them sort of circumferencing bigger stars, but here we seem to have only this because, with Florida, you can see here, it's clearly the water levels have changed. I'd say Florida was, it was a lot higher. Like a lot of it's been inundated with water, and so lots of stuff has gone underwater. But even just looking at this looks like a man-made canal, right? These are all man-made walls. These are definitely man-made walls. But if you zoom into these places, most of them, you can find remnants like down here of man-made edges. Right? You can see this brick wall here, or this brick edge. And, a lot of it's gone under and it sort of looks natural, but there's still these remnants of this edge, this man-made edge. So I would say, in my opinion, that's man-made. And even the shape here, right? That looks a bit like a cavalier. It could be the top of a huge star. We don't know. Everything else has gone underwater. But we have this little star here, and we'll see if we can get in, have a bit of a look. Gonna let us. Yeah, it looks like we can go there. So, it looks like they've put up a wooden fence around it. Okay, but clearly, we have the masonry here, the masonry arch, a masonry wall with stairs going, to nowhere, basically. And you can see there's something buried here. Okay, so with this star again, there's more to it, right? It's just all underground at the moment. We do have these inlays, so I'm not sure if this is part of the original structure or if this has just been paved later. And of course, we have the moat as well. And with so many of these moats, they fill them in and turn them into sort of stagnant lakes, which is interesting. You see that a lot. This one's almost open at this end, but basically that would have been a moat surrounding the whole star. And this wooden fence has been built on top. You can see this is all raised up. There is, something under here, which would be a masonry wall. And they've just kind of put up their little wooden fence on the top, just to sort of mark it out, like probably to turn it into a tourist destination. But it also shows us, right, two completely different types of tech, right? We've got this buried bit, and that would be masonry, and they just go ahead and put this flimsy little wooden fence on the top, which really, what would that defend against? Seriously, it's a bit of a silly story, right? So that is in Jacksonville in Florida, USA. So next we'll go over here. So this is Pensacola Beach in Florida, out on the edge here. And as we zoom in, you'll see we have another star. This one, I don't know, it looks like there might be some mining going on. I don't know. It's basically out on like what we call like a spit in Australia, just like, a bit like a land, like a sandbank, like a sandbank. So it's almost sitting out in the ocean. But down here, clearly we can see these walls with the cavaliers a bit broken. Looks like there's a big bit missing here. And again, taken over by the military. But many of these are still owned by the military and used. And you can see here the arches like we saw in Fort Jefferson. And this one looking, again, right, quite buried, because we can see these inner walls, but then on the outside, we have more walls, right, which are no doubt not very tall. We'll go and have a look in a minute. Here we have another cavalier, and we have the moat. All right, so these are not as they used to be. These are just, the remnants, which makes me, think that these are quite old. They may be from two, ages or cycles, whatever you want to call them, ago, right? So this could be, thousands of years old, really. We just really don't know, because, we're not allowed to go in and study them, right? That's also why many of them are given to the army. But as we come down, oh, look at that, we're inside. So we get this same thing that we saw at Fort Jefferson, right? These arched ceilings, big arched doorways everywhere. And again, just not looking like it was built to house, soldiers at all. And of course, it is brick. I would say it's red brick, but it's been coated. It looks like it's just coated in lime or something. But they do that all the time, right? They change the look of it so that they all look different. But there you go. Definitely red brick. And I'll just see if there's somewhere better to have a look that doesn't take us inside. So we'll just go down here, stand in the middle, and what do we have but a cannon? Always got to have their cannons there, right, to perpetuate the story. And literally on the beach, there's always someone here taking the photo, right? And as you can see, all these arches, like I said, this is that big bit of wall that's missing. And they just go in and they love to change the whole kind of look of them, just to kind of, keep us off the trail, basically. But as you can see, it's really the same design that we see everywhere. It looks like they've got a big cannon there. Let's see if we can have a look at that one. Will it let us? No, doesn't want us to go there for some reason. Oops. And then we have these outer walls. So will it let us look at the outer wall? Not really. We can maybe go down here and see what we can see. So here you see this is the wall of, what I'm calling the citadel, which again is not what they would have originally been. But the story is that, for a lot of these stars, that they were there to protect the people in times of war. They could all run into the inner sort of citadel, the sanctuary, and take refuge. But then we have this outer structure as well, this outer wall, which is different to this. And that would be the outer wall for the moat. And then car parks, we can't really see those shorter walls. Not very good pictures with the sun right there, is it? So there you go. That is, you can see it's quite a big structure. And this is that outer wall I was talking about. You can see going around there. And even if we zoom out, you can see even out here, right? You can see the remnants of further walls, right, around here. So that's sort of telling me that this again is a multi-layered structure, but most of it has been covered up at this point. All right, so let's go along. Now we're into Alabama. And this is Fort Morgan. And this one is a nice 5-pointed star. This is really, where they got their name, right? Because there's many 5-pointed ones around. And this is, the inner sanctum. the citadel, and as you can see, this one is a pentagon, 5-sided. But that's basically, when we looked at Fort Jefferson, that's all that's left. It's just this inner part. The outer walls are all gone under the ocean. And again, here you can see, you can see inner walls here, right, that are surrounding the citadel. Then we've got the outer wall. And then out further, there's clearly something else here, right? So again, they're multi-layered, these stars. So we'll go in and have a look if we can get in there. Looks like we can. Let's go here. And you'll see again, we get this same structure of these arches. Again, this one's only 1 story high. You can see they've built these in. Right? Everything in the old world seemed, the windows and doors all seem to be arched. Then when we come into the new age, and when they get in and they reface them, refacade them, it's always squares and rectangles, right angles, right? But clearly this is the same kind of design, right? As we've seen in all the other stars. Up here, this looks like newer construction. They look like they're sort of cement columns and a big castle-like turret up there. And even on the inside, you can just see these different levels in here with the stairs for no reason, right? And they've put their little towers and things on it just to perpetuate the story of war. So that's that inner built. So I'd say this whole bit here has been, built after the fact, just so that they can use this, the army would be using it. And as you'll see, this is called a battery. Right, a battery. What are batteries used for, right? Energy. So is that sort of a bit of a hint as to what this really is, right? Of course, batteries have charge. And what do soldiers do? They charge, right? You've got to charge the enemy. It's got to make sure that it's the right polarity, I guess. But the old world seems to be built on frequency and polarity, that they're working with earth energies and for the good, not to make war. What's that down there? That you can see this wall here. Okay, just sort of going around. So that may be remnants of, again, a bigger star, because you can see it over here as well, right? You can see this wall. It's going around. Of course, it's, most of it's been lost. You can kind of see it out here a bit. And of course, the moat in this one's been emptied as well. So that's in Alabama and just across the way. And you see this a lot as well with waterways, and they'll have one on each side, which is interesting, because this is salt water, right? Is that the salt bridge that they're using for energy for the battery? And it looks like Google's not going to let us look at that one. You find this with a lot of the ones that are still being used as, or by the army, but Google won't zoom into them. And, we know what Google is, right? Google Earth, it's really there to give us their version of what the Earth is, not the actual truth of what you can see. So here's another one. We'll see what we can see down here. All right, so we've got a bit, right? They've put a road. It looks like a tunnel right through the star. All right, so they love to destroy the old world, but you can clearly see, all right, the remnants here of the star. This side's gone, but we've got the bastions here. And then again, in the ground, you can see there was more to this. So that would have been the edge of the moat. And then out here, another wall, right, but all buried now. And in this instance, they've basically just built straight over the top of it, right? Just to hide the old world. They love to do it. Down here, I think that's is that Texas yet? No, that's Mississippi. Mississippi. And another one out on these sandbanks, like out in the ocean almost. And as we come down, what do we find? Oh, okay, so this is another design we see a lot, this kind of horseshoe looking design. That they're clearly very similar to the stars, and I think it's part of the same network. But this is probably more of like a satellite, like we saw earlier, like a satellite fort. And you can see on the inside, we've got this same red brick structure with the arches. All right, so that they're all very similar with the features that they have. Is it going to let us in? Not really. We can go down and have a look at the outside. So we're out on the beach here. There you go, big red brick structure. You can see how much these bricks have worn away. And, we have these arches everywhere again. And just, all this facading, right? All this creative, workmanship on the outside. Like, what's it for if this was the outside of a fort? In the first battle, that would just be, defaced, really. Like, there's no point to it if this is, a fort made for war. You see a couple of chimneys or chimney-esque things poking up through the top here. So again, this would have been the top level of a much, much bigger structure. And I mean, and Google Earth, right? Good on you. This is clearly not a photo. This is just, an image that they've put over, and not a very good one at that. But, when Google Earth came out, it used to actually have pictures, right? Photos. But now they just use it to cover up, right? Cover everything up. Moving forward to Louisiana, down near New Orleans. And here we have another one of these curved ones, right? These sort of satellite looking stars. This is almost like, half the horseshoe design and half the star design. I've got a bastion here. This one's moated with water in it. Oh, it's coming straight off the ocean, basically. So these tend to be smaller, but you can still see there's something in the ground here, right? Looks like the top of a wall. You can kind of see it pointed there. Comes around here, right? So this is probably the original edge of the moat, right? Down into there. And even this wall might be part of it too, right? They like the angles in these constructions. They always have these pointy angle things everywhere, and even the shoreline. Just the look of that looks like it was probably part of a bigger structure. Another one in New Orleans. This is Fort Macomb. And there we go. So this is what I was talking about, these sort of satellite forts. So if we go back here, they normally do a circuit around something much bigger. So there's probably one under the water here, or maybe two, and out here, which would mean there's probably an original, star structure down in the middle here somewhere. Because when they go around, we'll see if we can see any in the USA. You definitely see them in Europe, where they have these rings around them of smaller satellite stars. But this one, just another little one. It's got some of the moat left. Looks like they've turned it into a lake. And this is, same kind of thing, right? This one's pretty old and not looked after very well. And red brick, we'll just see if we can get into it. Oh, there's one spot. Just want to see what the inside looks like. Oh, wow, very overgrown. Okay, and you can see these, that's an arched window. These are a bit squarer. We can't move around much, but slightly different design. But here we have the arches, right, that we've seen in all the other ones. All these arched windows and doorways with these brick ceilings, brick curved ceilings. And they've just let this one And they've just completely let this one go. No doubt it's a tourist attraction now. And again, you can see it's been filled in by Google. It's not even the real image. They don't want us looking, right? Because when we look, we tend to ask too many questions and start to break their narrative apart. Fort Jackson, Louisiana, or is it Louisiana? Down here. And what do we have? Okay, so we've got just the remnants again, right? We can see a bastion here poking out. This, no doubt, would have been the moat. You can see more walls around here and a double wall, right, going out further. Another bastion there. Okay, now I see it. So when we come back, we can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-pointed star. Okay, but clearly in pretty, bad condition. And the citadel from the middle has completely gone, or is. So most of the time, the arches are built into this outer wall as well, but then you have another structure on the inside. So this, whatever this is probably a retrofit. We'll see if it lets us in there. And no, they don't want us looking. So you'd have to go there yourself. So if anyone has been to these forts, leave me a comment. Let me know. I've only been to one, but I'd like to get to more. I'm in the US at the moment and planning to come back. So, I will try and get out to some, but there's quite a few. You would be surprised. These are all over the USA, these star forts. All right. And here we have one in Anahuac. Is that how I say it? Anahuac in Texas. All right. So this one here, this one's really quite buried, right? We can see the remnants of it. We can see a bit of a bastion here. And we can see some walls out here. But literally, this one's pretty much been completely submerged under the ground. They are acknowledging it as some kind of fort. So not sure what the story on this one is. This is really just a Google tour of this video. We can get into some of the details in later videos, but you can see, there's a raised bit here with a wall. But that bit there is the giveaway, right? And it's very, very star forty. And there's a few more down here, as you can see, through Mexico, Cuba, the Tortugas, that's Jefferson, I guess, Fort Jefferson. Did we see this one? I don't think we did. Oh, okay, it's because let's have a look. Okay, we missed one. Okay, let's go and have a look at, what is it? Fort Zachary Taylor. And there we go, it's moated. And again, this is the smaller sort of satellite kind of star. And you can see in here, we've got this familiar bastion shape. And can we see any other levels? I mean, it's hard to say if it's a fence. We'll have to go down and have a look. But it looks, these ones are normally smaller. But like I said, with all of them, there are, there's always extra levels that are completely buried under the ground. Okay, it's going to let us in. Let's go have a look. Okay, and again, we get these arched windows and doorways. So many of these windows may have been retrofitted. Like I said, that they like to turn these things into prisons and stuff. But this, I doubt that it's a new building. This might be an old section they may have built onto it. I'm not sure, but these square, rectangle windows are definitely not a feature of stars. But this is, right? This looks just like, Fort Jefferson and the other forts that have these big red brick archways built into the outer wall, right? The wall that basically sits on, the moat, what we're told are moats. And this, it's hard to see what that is. If it's new or old, it could be old and just being refacaded, which probably is the case because It's a pretty big structure, and it doesn't look like it's that useful. They've put up a few tents just probably to show us where the soldiers lived, right? Okay, so that's that big structure there. And what they do with these circles, this is where they put their cannons. So they can tell us that this was definitely made for war, right? I don't think we can get on the top there. Oh, there's one spot. Okay, so here we go. So this is clearly had a lot of work done. Looks like it's been paved, and there's these metal covers everywhere, which probably, used to go down. Would have been stairways or something coming up. And this also looks like it's made from, it's either sandstone or like the reef material, the reef stone that they use, where they basically, the reef used to be underwater and it rises up and they just cut it up. So this is all made of shells and stuff. Basically the same ingredients that, you use to make bricks and things and cements and all this kind of stuff. But as you can see, definitely got the similar features to many of these stars. Even out here, you can see the arches, right, in the walls going along. So there we have, that one's back in Florida at Key West. There's heaps in the Bahamas. We can do those on another video. But I'll leave it there because that's, we're getting on a bit for time. So that's basically the stars. We're going to have a look at this one in Mexico. Star forts of the Caribbean, right? You see we have one down here. Look at that. Square one. The Cavalier. And this has even got two other detached parts. You can see the outer bit here, the original outer bit of the moat. And then it's basically sitting, is that in the ocean? Yeah. Sitting out in the ocean. So how did they build that, and why did they build that in the ocean when they could have just built it here on the land? It doesn't make a lot of sense. And of course, all these edges are man-made. You see this little step in here. Like, it doesn't make sense if you're just building a barrier, right? If you're just building a dock or something. But if you're building a cymatic shape based on frequency, then it starts to make more sense. And you can even see it looks like there was a bit of a pointy bit there. Maybe. It's hard to tell with a lot of these because they're just so old and so, so dilapidated, right? But like I said, right through here, they're in Cuba, right? Like, so, we're told that all these different countries and different cultures were building the exact same features. Now, I'll just show you this because this area is covered in them. Now, the best ones are down in here. You can see there, a nice sort of off square shape. We can see the outer wall for the moats, and the rest has gone into the ocean, but even the outside wall here is probably part of the original structure. Can we see anything inland? Not really. It's all been built over. If we come down, there was one there. There you go. Still got its moat. Nice four-sided star. Castillo de la Real Fueza. That's how you say it. On the other side, you can see there this big one. Okay, can you see that? The outline there, we've got the two Cavaliers. And clearly that's not the whole star. The rest has gone into the water somewhere. So this whole area is covered like it would have been almost like Malta. Right, just star fort on star fort. Down here, a bit hard to see, but we've got like the moat bit here and the outside, one sort of outside wall of the star. Okay, and this way as well. So it's not the best picture again, thanks Google. This is clearly an image, not a photo, but you can see the wall comes around here. Right, so this is quite, an irregular shape one. And we do have, some very irregular shaped stars, but basically we've got the two, Cavaliers or bastions at the bottom here. And then it goes up into kind of a funny shape. And this is why I tend to think that they're built on energy points, and they're just mirroring the frequency that they see, or that is there for that area, probably to amplify it in some way. There's another one here. So you can see the outside walls here going around. Again, this one's kind of been built over a lot. And this is the inner sanctum, but I mean, it's not really a very good picture, is it? And no, there's one spot we can go down. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, hello. What are you doing there? Okay, so this is inside, right? Got these arched ceilings again, made of brick. And this is, okay, so there's a picture of the fort there as it was in some time. And even in this little depiction, and see, this is clearly a moat because they've got a drawbridge, but look at this outer fence. It's just wooden pickets, right? Clearly two different types of tech going on. And pull back. So this again, this is Cuba, right? And it's got a lot of star forts, right? Pretty good for a third world country. And here's another irregular shaped star here, right? Just in the middle there. So there are star forts all over this realm. Let me pull back. There's another one here. Castillo de San Severino. There we go, a nice square star. And the same thing we see everywhere, right? We've got the wall for the moat, and then we've got these outer walls. The same, spearhead-shaped bastions, and these pointy sort of cavalier type bits. And it's always the same features. The outer wall here that's been buried, and no doubt that would also be much bigger. Just most of it's under the ground at the moment. And as you can see, they go the whole way around down here. So we'll do maybe those in the next video, and then we'll hit up America, right? So as you can see, look at the east coast of America, how many there are. All these yellow and green pins, they are all star forts. Even out here on Bermuda, right? Out in the middle of the ocean, on this tiny little island, there's 4 star forts. Right? Again, like who Bermuda, defending against? Oh, look at this. So this is a bit of a complex. So we can see this top irregular shaped one up here. Then this is part of a bigger one here. This outer wall goes around. You can see that bit there. And then the rest probably in the water, but we even have a nice, what looks like a little sort of upside down cavalier there. Of course, the cruise ships, right? These man-made walls in the ocean. I mean, so this whole area, this whole end looks like it was at one point a big star fort complex. There's another one here, Score Hill. And you can see Bermuda, clearly it's gone underwater, right? So this one, you can see the wall here, the bastion, got this big detached sort of cavalier here, and just remnants, right? Just remnants of them. So this, this isn't marked as a fort, basically because it's been so buried, really, but clearly, it's there. This is Fort Hamilton. Okay, yep, there you go. So this is like a satellite. You can see the walls, they just let the trees grow over it. They're calling this one a fort. So you can see there is an inner wall as well. And this sort of chevron pointy bit here. And of course, all the bits for their cannons. Because it's got to be about war. But depending on where you are and the different stars, that some are very easy to spot and others are much harder. And the last one in Bermuda is St. George's. So if we come down, that's a very irregular shaped one. Like I said, there's lots that look like this, right? But they're still clearly the same kind of structure as the rest of the stars that we see. So there you go, guys. Star forts of the Caribbean. And as you can see, Bermuda is just out in the middle of nowhere. And that's what you find with these stars. They are everywhere. They'll just be out on islands in the middle of nowhere. There's a lot in Sydney Harbour that are islands. On the West Coast, I haven't found too many on this side at the moment. There are a few, but we will check those out in later videos, just so you can see as well. Like they're in South America, but if we zip across to Europe, look at that. They're all star forts. So they're literally everywhere, right? They go down, they're in Africa. So we've got a couple here. Obviously, Africa got hit pretty bad in one of the cataclysms and resets. We've got them in India, Sri Lanka, down through Asia. And yes, they're even in Australia. And all on this fake spinning ball. All right, so thanks for joining me. I hope you liked that one. I will be doing some more videos just on the USA, and we'll probably end up covering the whole lot, the whole realm, just to show you, and so you can share it around, right? Because not many people know about star forts. I mean, they absolutely blew my mind when I first found them and then realized that they were everywhere, and we've never been told about them, but clearly all got very similar features, which to my mind means they're for similar functions, and that function is nothing to do with war. So thanks for spending some time with me. Hope you enjoyed that one. If you enjoyed this video, give me a like, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. All right, this is Charleston, West Virginia. And we're going to go around and check out this amazing dome on the government building. And we're way up in the mountains here, and there looks to be quite a few old world buildings around. So we'll see what we can find. Alright, there's the dome in the background, you can see, and it's
War Memorial.
It's huge. It's got a war memorial, of course. We've got to be reminded of that. This looks like a big old world building to me. I'm not sure which one it is. It's got a big, oh no, I think it is tiled roof. It looked a bit copper, but check out that dome. Look at that. We'll see if we can get a better view. Alright, so we're just here to get a good view at this massive dome. It's all inscribed as well, as far as there's like motifs on the top of the dome there. Big spire at the top.
Look at how tall the steps are. You can see the kids coming down, and look how many steps there are. It's massive.
Come down here, and yeah, there's all these steps at the bottom. So we're not sure how to get close to it, but we'll see what we can do.
We could park here and walk over.
Oh yeah, we could just go for a walk. That sounds like a good idea. Alrighty. Alright, so there's another massive old world building.
Are they connected? I think they're connected on the lower level at least.
One side there, and then in the middle we've got this massive dome. So I think we'll see, but it looks like it's all maybe connected. If not, no doubt there's underground tunnels, and there's a bell down here.
We'll get the tulips.
And then behind us we've got another, what looks like a refacaded old world building. It's got the columns and everything. And lots of tulips. Maybe we'll go into them. Alright, so here's a bell. So we're in West Virginia. Can you read that? A big bell. Big copper bell. Just put that there for you to read. What does it say? Pass and stow. Do you remember libraries, places where books were valued and treasured and looked after? A time before the internet, before computers, and when notebooks were pieces of paper that were bound together, not electronic devices. Libraries were places where people went to learn, to inform themselves, and to read in quiet solitude. But most of our libraries today are gone, especially the old world amazing libraries. And today we're going to have a look at the old Cincinnati Library. Built in 1874 on the site reserved for an opera house, the old Cincinnati Library was a thing of wonder. With 5 levels of cast iron shelving, a fabulous foyer, checkerboard marble floors, and an atrium lit by a skylight ceiling, the place was breathtaking. But unfortunately for us, and for history and information, the magnificent maze of books is now lost forever. The Old Main Library was once one of Cincinnati's most stunning buildings and one of the country's most beautiful public libraries. Now it's a parking garage. The building, which was torn down, was located at 629 Vine Street, Cincinnati. The heads of William Shakespeare, John Milton, and Benjamin Franklin stood guard over the main entrance. It was completed in 1874 and originally intended to be an opera house. Before that project went bankrupt, and the modestly sized building did not do justice to the magnitude and the beauty of the interior, designed by architect J.W. McLaughlin. Built at a cost of $383,000, around $7 million today, this most magnificent public library in the country. The library was hailed the most magnificent public library in the country, with a capacity for holding up to 300,000 books in its collection. So why wasn't this building saved from becoming a pile of rubble? When the end of the road came for the Old Main Library, there was no resistance. No protests were organised, not even a letter to the board. Talks for a new library building had already begun 30 years prior, when the collection had started to outgrow the building. Books were being stacked out of reach, and the 19th century ventilation system was failing, and the paint was peeling. All good reasons to destroy a magnificent old world building, I am sure. A series of legal and financial problems, post-war inflation, and squabbles over a new location bought the old main building some time. However, as the plans for a new site dragged on, the old building suffered from overcrowding and increasing neglect during its last years. In January of 1955, a new library opened at 800 Vine Street. Revered for its contemporary design, the old building was sold to Lehman Corp for just under the equivalent of $100,000 today. And by June in that year, the magnificent library was lost forever. The 3 busts which once guarded the main entrance were the only original features of the building that were saved and placed in the new library's garden. And isn't this just the story that we hear all the time? That we have these amazing old world buildings with all the features, the columns, the big, thick masonry walls, the skylights with LED light in them, cast iron features, spiral staircases, and all built in a magnificent way, and all built with creativity and magnificence, and built to a standard that we can't hardly even imagine today, let alone do or afford to do. And as I said, this building back in the 1800s cost $7 million. But then they just neglected it. And when the paint started peeling, they sold it for $100,000 and demolished it. And this is the story of our civilization. You can look in any city around the world and you will find that all the most magnificent, the epitome of the buildings have been destroyed. And the reasons they give us are just quite silly, really. And they all come down to neglect and, that the building was getting a bit ugly. There's never any failure of the building itself. It's always some external reason, that the facading or the look of it is out of date or some silly thing, but the buildings are always structurally sound. Yet people come along, those people with the tall hats who wish to rule us, and they destroy these buildings and replace them, as in this case, with things like car garages, car parks, silly, ugly, brutalistic architecture replaces the magnificence of the old world. And it is still going on today. And this really is the story of our civilization. The further we go back, the more amazing the cities become. So at the start of our civilization, which was probably in the 1800s, this cycle, everything was amazing and built to such a high standard. And there was creativity and function built into these structures. And what happened? For the last 200 years or so, the controllers of this world have spent their time and effort destroying these buildings. Yet they tell us that they built them. They take credit because they love their free masonry. They come in, they declare the buildings their own. They say that they were founded when we know that they were found, and then they destroy them. So really, what kind of people, what kind of civilization would build amazing structures and then destroy them? And many of these buildings, or so the story goes, only stood for 10, 20 years. Some of them longer, but a lot of them were very, very brief as far as his story goes, as far as a narrative. And it's not even economically viable. And we know how much these controllers love their money. So it doesn't make any sense at all. As with this amazing library, it unfortunately could not stand the test of time. It could not stand the brutalism that came along to replace it, because the people didn't understand what it was. They didn't understand that this was an amazing structure built by another civilization, a previous advanced civilization that has been hidden from us, yet we see its remnants all around us. And of course, we used to have books. People used to read. People used to spend time and think and imagine in their own minds. But now they want us to imagine what they want us to imagine. So they give us pictures on computer screens, on mobile phones, and on notebooks, which of course are not books at all. They are programming devices, closed circuitry. When the old world had open circuits, it was a worldwide circuit, a macro system. And now they are dragging us into their micro system. And we're now at the stage where we have AI and VR, and they want us immersed in their version of reality. And why do they want that? And why do they want that? For control, to control your mind. And so why do these controllers do this? Take away books? Because when you read a book, you can come to your own conclusion. But when you play a video game or watch the news or spend your life scrolling through social media, you are told what to think. The option of thinking for yourself is taken away and is turned into a program. It's a prison for your mind, as they say in the Matrix, because that's ultimately where they want you, in a self-imposed prison. So get out there, see the world for what it really is, and educate yourself. Get a book and spend some time contemplating the meaning and the thoughts of others, because going down this road of VR, closed circuitry, and black screens can only lead us into a more solid and increasingly smaller prison. All right, I'm just under this bridge here. It's pretty noisy. They're doing work over there. As we see, big columns. This is the bridge pillar that it's standing on. I found this. I don't know if you can see in there. It's pretty.
Francis Greenway, the convict architect. So this is the story. That Francis Greenway was born in Bristol, England in 1777 to a family of builders, stonemasons and architects. So he was just I guess he just learned architecture through osmosis, right? As an adult, Greenway set up an architectural firm in Bristol and had a promising career until the business went bankrupt in March 1812. So again, like they say, his family was builders and stonemasons. Well, that's great. Nothing about where he studied, where he got his degree, how he became an architect. He just set up a business. He was found guilty of forgery and sentenced to death, which was later commuted to transportation for 14 years, which means they sent him as a convict to Australia. Greenway arrived as a convict, Sydney, February 1814, and was followed a few months later by his wife and 3 children. Wow, there you go, man. Bring the whole family out. Hang out with Dad while he breaks rocks and gets flogged. Due to his profession, Greenway was afforded an amount of freedom as a convict and soon established an architectural practice in George Street. So while he was still a convict, he set up an architectural practice. By December 1814, so that was, March, 9 months or something? He had his own business set up and he was a convict sentenced to 14 years. He was advertising his services in the Sydney Gazette, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes down. He met the Governor Lachlan Macquarie. And in 1815, Macquarie engaged Greenway to report on the building of the Rum Hospital, blah, blah, blah. He was critical, but basically he got given the job. He was granted a ticket of leave in March 1816, just 2 years, don't you know, after, into his 14-year sentence. Macquarie appointed him then as the colony's civil architect and assistant engineer. So now he's an engineer as well. I don't know where that popped up from. Maybe he had an uncle that was an engineer. Greenway's first commission was to design a lighthouse at South Head. Governor Macquarie was so pleased with the stonework of the building, he granted Greenway conditional emancipation in 1817, which basically that meant they set him free, and the lighthouse was completed in November 18. So, is that 1 year? 1 year to build the lighthouse. Then he just goes down how basically he built everything. He built everything. So we can go to Wikipedia, Francis Greenway, and they just repeat the story basically. You know the deal. Down here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 buildings built between 1815 and 1824, 1828. So what's that? That is 13 years. Pretty good going. 17 buildings in 13 years. And a lot of them took like 1 year to build, 1 year to build. This one took 10 years, first government house. One of the smaller buildings, but 10 years, that actually might be doable. 1 year, 2 years, 1 year, 4 years for a church, 4 years for another church, but 1 year for the third church. So we'll have a look at some pictures and check out this kind of stuff he was building. And the Supreme Court, 8 years. So as you can see, most of them 1 to 2 years, and a couple 8 and 10 years. Whacking them up. He was a convict. As far as we can see, that there's no record of his, education as an architect or as an engineer, and his staff, his builders would have been convicts. So this is the lighthouse that he built, and there's some strange photos of this that we'll have a look at. But as you can see, old world, domes, blah blah blah, and it's got this weird story attached to it, how there was a first lighthouse, and then a second lighthouse, and then a third lighthouse, and then all these weird things. But basically, the first Macquarie lighthouse, and that they mentioned the Napoleonic Wars in this narrative for some reason, when Australia's, I think they're trying to put in that Australia was scared of being attacked by France. I mean, come on, how do you even get here in the 1800s, right? By the time you got here to attack, everyone would have scurvy and be half dead. Many more convicts were sent to New South Wales, and over 1,000 in 1818. So that, bit of a workforce, but all convicts, with bad food, bad living conditions. This is what we're told anyway. But basically, I'm trying to find it. They built it. The foundation stone was laid 11th July 1816. The lighthouse was operational from 1818. So 2 years they built this out of masonry. All right, so let's look at what this guy built. All right, we heard the story. No training. He's a convict. Set free because he was some kind of architect. And what did he build with all this convict labour? And also keep in mind, this is when there was, they tell us, right, no brand new country, so they didn't know where the mines were, where the steel were, no infrastructure, no roads, all this kind of stuff. This is Francis Greenway. This is the old $10 note in Australia. And this is how prominent he is. He's put up as basically the first really big architect who was building some of these big buildings. Of course, there seem to be a lot more buildings than out there. So I don't know, one day if I get the time, I might go through every building and see if there's an architect attached, right? This is him. And as you can see, he doesn't really have a neck. His head just kind of goes down to his shoulders. It's a rather large neck. But anyway, this is Cadman's Cottage, 1 year to build, and this is the back view. As you can see, we've got a level here, and we've got a wall going up to another level, and this is the front of it. Okay, so this back bit that we just looked at, that's up at the second level, clearly. And this, you can see, this looks a bit small. It's because this is a retaining wall, and these are steps going down. So this is the ground level. This building is sunk like a metre or so. And then at the back, the ground level is halfway up. So this is one of the first buildings built in Australia, they want us to believe. Why wouldn't they just pick some flat land to build it on? Why would you go about it? I mean, why make it hard for yourself? This is the question with so many of these buildings. This is Cleveland House. This is, fairly, mundane structure as far as what we look at. But you can see what they do with these buildings. In Australia, they put a tin roof on it and a veranda around it, and that changes the whole look of it. And they've also, painted this or covered it in something, so you can't see the red brick. But that's basically an old world, just square red brick building that we see everywhere, built again by Francis Greenway. And this is the Clifton Hotel. Okay. This was built in 1818. Now, let me just go and check how long this took to build. Clifton, 1 year. It was built in 1818. 1 year. To build this in Australia, 1818, okay, Captain Cook landed 1778. So that's what, 40 years after they turned up, that they've got enough materials or access to enough materials to build this with convict labour. What do you reckon? I mean, and we can just see, right, the cathedral windows, you know, I go over it every video, but you can see all the old world features in this building. All right, here's a back view of it. You can see just these walls, the way they do it, coming out here, even this bit here is protruding, got the old world chimneys. Look at these windows up here, everything completely symmetrical, and it's under the ground, right? It's a flutter. You can see down here, this is an archway. Okay, this is the barrier fence, the wall, and you can obviously walk down here. And there's lower levels. So again, built, you know, a building of this size, right? And they want us to believe it was built at the wrong level. What do you think? And built by convicts. Let's not forget, this is a front view of this. So you can see this place is huge. Okay, and you can see here the different levels, right? So this is the building we can see, but look, the ground level's down here. Okay, you can see this hill. So, and there's also a retaining wall in here. So is that is that hiding the lower levels? Like we see this everywhere, right? But I mean, clearly an old world building, but built in a year by convicts, designed by a convict. This is obviously a drawing, but these are two of the buildings that he built, the courthouse and the St. James Church. And again, I mean, look, it looks like, look at all these Roman, what are they called? Porticos, doorways, completely old world. Mud flutter, I mean, ridiculous. But this is what this guy was building. This is called Hobartville. I couldn't find a lot on this, but clearly it's like a house, right? One of these big mansion houses. Again, you know, keystone windows, the columns, the arches, you know, all the old world features. Okay, back, this is Hyde Park Barracks. Okay, is that sunk? No. Red bricker, and you can see, like, it's just surrounded by old world buildings. But that's just the front. This is the side, and so it's quite big. And a barracks. This was built as a barracks, they want us to believe. This one, let's have a look. Where are we? Here. Hyde Park Barracks, 1 year. 1 year to build this. 1 year is good. All right, 1 year built by convicts. And brick, so convicts laid all this brickwork, all this arched brickwork here, all the keystone lintels, you know, all these protruding column bits, all done by convicts, convict bricklayers. This is an original, well, not original, but a drawing back from the 1800s. And you can see it used to have a massive wall around it with gatehouses, domes. Looks like there's even a dome on the top here, which is gone. We can't really see the roof. We can't see the dome there. So, yeah, when it was built, look at this infrastructure. And this, you know, looking, you know, what we would be taught is Persian, you know, Middle Eastern, these gatehouse things, right? So no mention of the wall that I came across, but as we can see there, it used to be walled back in the 1800s, don't you know? And I love the bits of wood, right? Like, just to juxtapose the technology you'd need to build this, and then they got this broken wooden fence. It's great. And this is a drawing, of course, Hyde Park, back in the 1800s. So as you can see, be interesting to see what's going on. There is clearly a building here, and this is, of course, a drawing. And notice no roads or anything. And here we see the front of it, and there's a building pretty close. So I'm not sure if that's a different perspective. These houses in the front, you know, look more like what they would have been able to build, but a bit of the wall may be still there. Just really these gates, you know, then looks like they've replaced it with just sticks. They look like sticks, just wood. Look, they're all different heights and stuff. They're all bent. It's not ironwork by the looks of it. That looks like stick work. All right, this is another building that Francis Greenway, the convict architect, built. Sorry if you can hear my generator. It's just popped up. It's going off. It's going off. What were we looking at? The Liverpool Technical College. No information on how long it took to build this, but this is it. Okay, so built before 1824. Is that right? I think he died. Well, basically built around the 1820s or 30s in Australia. So, you know, within 50 years of Captain Cook landing, they're all backing up this. And look at this thing. Apart from the fact, again, right, every time built on a hill, every time. All right, so clearly, you know, these top two would be mud flooded, but I mean, just look at the front of this. You can kind of, it's obviously an old photo, but you can kind of see the intricacies on that front facade. You know, we've got these, what are they? Columns that go, you know, but they're going up past the walls with these domed tops on them, arched windows everywhere. These are people here. So you can see, like, the top of the fence is up here, man. So these buildings are huge. Because look, that's only 3 stories, right? Look how tall the first level is. Yeah, so this, right, built by convicts, designed by convicts. This actually looks, or maybe not, I thought that looked a bit paved. Maybe it's just been graded or something, the road. But yeah, that's a big thing, is the roads, right? The roads. This is another angle of the Liverpool Technical College, built in the early 1800s by convicts. And again, we see this stone wall, and they're always, well, actually, it's not that short, is it? Compared with these people, a couple of controllers, but a wooden gate, right? Masonry wall, and then they put a wooden gate in there. You know, shouldn't that be wrought iron? So we just get these 2 different levels of technology. That looks like that could be an iron gate. Not sure. Big street lights everywhere. So I'm not sure what the date of this photo is, but you know, it looks like 1880s or something, late 1800s or mid to late. And this is the college today. That's the best sort of photo I could find. So there you go. It's a red bricker, and again, built by convicts. But look at all the intricacies of the brickwork. This is really well done brickwork. Again, they've done it basically the hardest way you could do it, because clearly there's something going on here. This isn't just for show. There's functionality built into these. And the geometry, by the way, is a big part of this. And that's something I'm going to be getting into over the next few months. Here we have the lighthouse. Okay, so this is interesting. Macquarie Lighthouse. 2 domes. Why? Don't know. They don't tell us. Viewing deck. Okay, lighthouse. Is it a lighthouse? Big ball on the top. Okay, we've seen the pictures of the airships, and they attach to the buildings, and they attach to balls. So, and that's basically so they can move around in the wind, so they don't get damaged, right? So what do you reckon? Is that maybe an airship airport? But what I found looking at the photos, there's just another one again, built up on a, right, every time built up on this mound. Got this whole brick wall in the background. But this is what I found in the past. So when you go through the story, it sort of says that there was one built and then another one built, but they just sort of say the first one was decommissioned, but clearly they've just left it standing there, right? Built the other one directly behind it, or at least that's what they want us to believe. So I've never actually seen two lighthouses this close together. But here's another shot. And yep, you can see the top of this one is not there where it is here. So is that some kind of retrofitting that we're looking at? Just looking at this. Sorry. It looks like, yeah, so maybe this is the old one, or of course, right, they're going to tell us they're building this one. And they've closed this one off. It's no longer glass there. And they built one right in front of it. So was there two there? And if two, like, what were they? Well, twin towers maybe. What do you reckon? I don't know. But lots of controllers here, right? Checking out the work. And as you can see, no roads going up here. We've got a bit of a path. Just looks like dirt. So how did they get everything up here to build this? But I'm going to have to look into this a bit further. This one, another old photo, but now we're back to a one. So it looks like, you know, if we take it from our narrative, that there would have been two to start with, and they've ended up knocking one of them over. I don't know. What do you think? This is an obelisk attributed to Francis Greenway. It's called the Macquarie Obelisk. Here's another picture, and I mean, you can see the brickwork here, but this one you can sort of see, looks like they've gone and they've touched up the mortar joints or something in this, or at least maybe, you know, covered it, right? Maybe they're covering it up in like tiles, I'm not sure. But an obelisk, because that's what you build in Australia, right? Within 50 years of the country being discovered, you go and build obelisks, because that tells people that, you know, you're finding your identity, right, as a new colony. Like, I mean, come on, right? It's so Australian to build obelisks. But there you go, an obelisk. So I'm not sure how tall this is. It looks pretty big. You can see there's quite a few steps here, so it's probably 3 or 4 meters. Not huge. St. James Church, Sydney, again, built by convicts. We can see this huge copper spire at the back. And this is a large building, 1 story. You can see the umbrellas down here. This is the front of it, so it looks, you know, not that impressive. This is the side of it. This is a church, St. James Church, Sydney. Obviously a mudflooder, but this could have been a train station, right? Just designated it differently. I mean, a church, again, oversized, built in the early 1800s. So this one, let's see, I think all the churches were like 2 years, weren't they? St. James Church. 4 years for this one. So there you go. That doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, look at that. We jump to the next picture. Yep, so we got that one. This one, back in the day, James Church, Sydney. And I mean, apart from this church, you know, and these, you know, Greco-Roman entranceways, and complete mudflooder, by the way. Look at the windows down here. But look down the street. Look at this. Now, this photo, not the 1800s, or what? I don't know. Someone giving us a stare out. I mean, I'm not sure. Probably early 1900s. You know, a lot of the early 1900s have these names written on them. But I mean, completely built out with, you know, very non-Australian buildings, shall we say. St. Luke's Anglican Church. This one, 2 years to build. Just a huge red bricker. And as you notice, most of these buildings have these towers, right? Obviously the churches, but again, this is some kind of a deck up here. You know, what are these really? What were they really? And okay, that's interesting. This back bit, oh, okay, this bit here maybe is an add-on. See how this looks slightly different, the brickwork? Because you can see this arch in the background here. So maybe this whole back end, I don't know, at one point was put on, and it's clearly smaller, right? It's smaller construction than the front here. So that's interesting. And, you know, doors going up, which means there'll be windows down. Looks like they've been filled in, but we've got our vents. So, you know, probably lower levels. Here's another view of it. Again, with this, see this archway. So it looks like this has been added on at some point. I wouldn't think by convicts. You know, that add-on may be hundreds of years old before, you know, old Cookie Boy turned up. And this is a picture of it back in the day. So again, as with all these old buildings, they're just out in fields. There's no roads going to them. And they all look almost brand new, right? I mean, it's had a good cleanup. Good cleanup, got designated a church. They designated their convict architect, tell us that architects built it. They can't explain where they got the bricks, where they made the bricks, the glass, the iron, everything you would need to build this. There's no transportation, no roads here, no warehousing infrastructure. But, you know, they whacked it up. 2 years. This is another church he built. He built 3 churches. This, again with the towers. Got the copper dome. And this one, St. Matthew's. Yep, 1 year. 1 year to build this. All right. What do you think? And look at this road. Look at this. This is sand. It's not even a compacted road. Like, this is fresh ruts, right, from the horse buggies. So, and this photo is from 1906. So this is like almost 100 years, like 90 years after it was built, and there's still no road. And again with the fences, right? Wooden fences. So that wooden picket fence, big masonry, you know, building built by convicts 90 years in the past. And then they can just put wooden picket fences around it. And as you can see, there is a structure here. It's like a fountain. Well, actually, there is a different, there must be 2, because no, that's a statue. But I found a picture of a fountain that was really quite intricate, but it had a big top on it. Do I have it? Oh, there it is there. So yeah, see the top on this? Look how, and again, sorry, it's not the best resolution. It's the biggest photo I could find. But look, it's a fountain, and look at this antiquitech up here. Looks like a cathedral, right? It's just going off. So there you go. Convict Buildings of Australia. He also built this. Okay. 17 buildings. What was it? 15 years, I think, 13 years. One architect, and who was also the engineer, let's not forget. Don't know, you know, no papers of where he studied or where he got his degree, but he was, because his family were stonemasons and architects, don't you know? So he osmosis off the information and built this, designed this, and look at these columns. You can see these are obviously pieces that have been put together, and we see this everywhere. There's examples of these that have fallen over and fallen apart everywhere. And in a lot of places, we're told they're thousands of years old. So we've got the exact same construction, the exact same, you know, look, right, with this scalloping up here. And, you know, they're literally the same columns that we find, and we're told are like 1,000 years old, 2,000 years old, these ruins, you know, around Egypt, right, where Paul Cook is, well, was. But you can see, right, sectional columns, same stuff. But yeah, this one, the Supreme Court of New South Wales. This one took 8 years, 8 years to build. And again, looking very Australian, right, with its very Greco-Romano facading. This is the other side of it. This is 1868. Okay, you can see this whole street is completely built out. So this is what, 110 years after Cook landed to a barren, you know, country, nothing here, or so they say. And whacking up this, very tall street lights again, always very tall street lights. And another picture of the front of it. So this is the other side, obviously, to the first picture we looked at. So this is some massive construction. Now this one as well is saying it's the Supreme Court, so there's no spire that we can see there. Trying to find all these pictures, I'm not sure, but this actually looks more like that church we were looking at, doesn't it? So that may be misnamed. Now back to this. So this is again is the Supreme Court. So telling us this building, and again, like look at these houses built up off the ground with this retaining wall. You can almost see, or they're vents at least, or the tops of windows. So mud flooders, right? Everyone just hanging out, dirt roads, and don't have a date. All right, this one is a castle, quite clearly, right? A castle. This is the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, and we don't have a build time for this one, but clearly it's a castle built by convicts. Okay, now let's see, I think the next picture is better. Yeah, this one. So just look at all the stuff around it. Okay, so first of all, look at this. These are underground. Like, look, there's windows down here and doorways to go underground. Look how close this one is to the foundations. All right, so these are entrances to lower levels. There's another one here. Looks like it's probably to an underground car park or something. So there's clearly lower levels to this. Okay, did the convicts build that? It's not in the narrative. And again, here, right, here's another end, or probably an exit from the car park that's underground. So there's clearly stuff under this. And I mean, look at all these landscape gardens we find. This looks like it could have been an amphitheater. You can see that's a hill sectioned off. So was that an old world structure? But look at this, walls, right? This is all way above the street levels here. There's all these different levels, and even this house is sunk down. This is the level of the land here, and this looks like it's a couple of stories below, right down where these are. So this whole area, this is, I mean, that looks like it's to get light to a lower level, right? So I haven't checked in. I've just sort of gone over the buildings that our convict architect built and the time frames and you know how much he was able to achieve apparently in such a short time. But there's some pretty interesting buildings, you know, in this list. This probably being the most. This is it back in the day. What have we got, like 30s, 40s, and clearly, right, a castle. And you can almost see, like, this is going downwards. You can see it's not level with the ground level. And this one, don't have a date on this, but this is it. And look, you can see here there's no roof. Now there's a roof that goes from this wall to the center building, but it wasn't found like that. That's been added. That's a retrofit. All right, so originally it was just like a walled building, basically, you know, with this castle wall. And look at this gatehouse, right? Another castle with a big turret coming off it. What's going on here? And of course, dirt roads. You can see the fences, massive stone pillars, all the trees, you know, looking landscaped and very old. Like, I mean, you can see the size of this tree. So again, don't know what the date of this is, probably the late 1800s. But this tree looks like it's already 100 years old, doesn't it? Look at the size of these pine trees in the back. You know, very close to, you know, the construction site where the convicts were hanging out. This is just a house that he built, Windsor Courthouse. Again, you can see they've put this roof on, I would say, and probably filled this bit in. But that would be an old red brick. You can see the keystone lintels up there. Oh, and that's the last picture. Delhi in the 1860s. So this is a tomb, much like the Taj Mahal, really, isn't it? Pretty similar construction. And, you know, we hear this in Egypt. They tell us pyramids are for tombs. You know, all this work just to put a dead dude in.
This is Delhi this is 1910, this one. But look at this walled city, right? Again, this is looking, kind of what we would call Moorish, with the point there on the arch. But as you can see, this is a built-out city. It's looking pretty dilapidated. We can see these big spires popping out in the background. But these are all two-story buildings as well. So, there's a lot more in here than, it's not just slums. It looks like it's old world buildings that are just fallen into disrepair. Again, this is all looking very Moorish. This is another thing we see with, the Moorish kind of architecture, is all these columns holding up roofs. So I'm not sure what these were for. These might have just been holding tanks for water, because you find a lot of these underground. This one clearly isn't, because it's above ground, and there's holes all through the wall. But I mean, look at this ceiling. It's a bit hard to see in this photo, but I mean, how would you even design that, let alone, carry it out and build it? It's just crazy. All right, this is the college building in Delhi. This says damaged by the Indian Mutiny of 1857. Wow, man, they were angry. They've even ripped a bit of the roof down here. But, Greco-Romano, anyone? This is India. This building here has nothing to do with the story we're told of what was going on in India. And what's that? That looks Egyptian. I mean, I can't see it very well, but it does, doesn't it, from a distance? And here we have two of the locals. And this is what we get, right? These locals who clearly don't have the knowledge to build something like this. I mean, and this thing's just been destroyed. I wonder why. And they love these wars and revolts, don't they, just to destroy the old world architecture. Then they come along and say, oh, well, now it's unsafe, and they bulldoze it. The Delhi Durbar procession with elephants. Here we have the elephants. This is actually the Red Fort, I'm pretty sure. What's called the Red Fort, this big building here. Got a procession. We got bells up there. No, can't see any domes. And again, this is what we find all across the realm, is these buildings. This is a star fort, basically. Slightly different facade, but, the same basic construction. And, of course, they did all this with elephants, apparently, because, there's no technology here. A few street lines. Looks like they had trams. Yeah, look, tram tracks. Interesting. More elephants. This is the same procession. And elephants are interesting, aren't they? Apart from the fact that, they're pretty interesting to look at. We have this thing of African elephants and Asian elephants, but nothing in the middle, right? And they, I mean, yeah, I haven't really looked into the story of that split, but, clearly there were elephants everywhere and they've just been wiped out. This is not the best picture, sorry. This is architecture at the River Ganges, 1870. And again, this massive, this is a castle, massive castle in the background. Look at this bit of tech here. And these are the people living there. And, everything here is just wood. A few umbrellas. They clearly didn't build this. That's a cool castle. These are the people. 1863. And this is their tech. So these guys, they're dyeing clothes. All right, so this is, the level of tech they had, and this is their workspace and their tools. But look at the building they're standing in. Look at this massive masonry, cement maybe, geopolymer maybe, base. This huge, intricate building, and this is the level of tech they've got. So what happened? They don't talk about this fall that clearly happened at some point. This is 1880s, the Hawa Mahai in Jaipur. How do I say that? Rajasthan, let's say that one. Again, sorry, these are old photos, so not the best. But you can see how intricate this building is, just completely covered. But looking old and a bit dilapidated as well. And at the front here, we have the level of tech that they've got, right? 4 posts and a piece of cloth over the top for their shop in front of this. And we see this juxtaposition everywhere in these old world photos. I mean, look how old this looks. It's just in ruins. Looks like it, probably goes down a bit under the ground. And again, we just have these people in the foreground who, look like they're saying, wow, who built that? And of course, looks like it's made out of brick, red brick. Imperial Hotel. So I'm not sure the date in this one. Horse and cart, probably 1880s or 90s. And people now enjoying these buildings being cleaned up a bit and turned into, businesses, right? No doubt that you have to rent. So this is 1947. We're jumping forward a bit. I put this one in just because look at this cathedral. Cathedral tower in the background. That looks like a huge bell, like a cylindrical bell. But, this is a cathedral, right? That shot there, you could say it was in England or, Europe. But this is India. So that's, that is the type of cathedral we see everywhere. Just on the streets of New Delhi, Chandni Chowk in New Delhi. I'm getting good at pronouncing these words. Diwan-e-Khas, fort in Delhi. Again, looking what we would call Moorish, but look at the work here. And when you look at, just the artwork, it really is pretty similar to the artwork we see throughout Europe and so-called Western countries, with the flower and the sort of native motifs and the spirals. It's all very similar, isn't it, really? But, I mean, look at these ceilings. Just to go to that work, why is that? Is that frequency? Is that something to do with the sound and, I don't know, resonance or doing something to it? Who knows? But all this stuff is done for a reason. Jama Masjid in Delhi, 1860s. And again, right, this is what we see everywhere. This destroyed world, this mud-flooded world with these amazing old buildings in the background. And this is like a star fort. And really the only difference is the domes are more onion-shaped. Like there's just a few cultural, shall we say, differences. But it's the same structure that we see, in the Americas, in Europe, in Africa, even in Australia. Nothing this big in Australia. They've all been destroyed, but, we've got the remnants. And again, right, these people, the inhabitants, just clearly have lost the knowledge of how this was built. Another one. Same scenario. We've got the canals here, empty pretty much, totally overgrown. Looks like a few rocks thrown at this. Wow, this has just been completely attacked. I mean, this looks like it's had cannons or something thrown at it, whatever they were using. Who knows if cannons were even real back then. But it hasn't damaged the structure, has it? And again, this is all brick. Huge gates here. And massive dome in the background with an antenna on it. This is Lahore Gate in Delhi, 1857. So again, I'm pretty sure this is the Red Fort. If not, it looks, very similar. So that's just the kind of architecture, but that's what it looks like. And this is, what is it? It just says Lahore Gate. Oh, Camel Gun Encampment. So I guess that's maybe a military branch, the camel guns. But again, right, they got this big, what they tell us is a fort,
in the background, and they're around here with their little tent. Something a bit strange. This is what they were building. Massive constructions of masonry, and then someone's come along and put a little wooden veranda there for us. And what's this? Looks like some kind of vent or something. Who knows? Part of the old tech. The marble throne in Delhi. Is that this whole thing? Maybe it doesn't look like a chair, but there you go, the marble throne made out of marble. And that's the other thing, is the stone. They're always made out of specific stones, right? That's part of the tech. And these columns looking a bit Grecian, you know, stylized, but as you can see, it's still got these sort of nature-like motifs around it that we see everywhere. You know, just stylized a bit. This is the Mughal Emperor Humayun's tomb in Delhi in the 1860s. So this is a tomb, much like the Taj Mahal, really, isn't it? Pretty similar construction. And, you know, we hear this in Egypt. They tell us pyramids are for tombs. You know, all this work just to put a dead dude in. Doesn't seem, you know, like the story, especially when this has got a huge, you know, antiquity, shall we call it. Antiquitech antenna on the top. Got all the domes around the outside. We've got our mercury balls. You know, this is some kind of power station, I would think. And just, again, you know, look at the surrounds. Naka or Nabat Khana. Red Fort. Okay, so they're calling this the Red Fort this time. So this is the Red Fort. As you can see, big. It's huge, this thing. Big walled city, basically, with a star fort. And here we have the inhabitants. Clearly, something's going on here. Look at this one. And this is another tomb. Another tomb in Delhi, of course. And all the time, right, we get this, you know, centerpiece. You know, it's either a dome or a spire or something with an antenna on it, and four around the outside. You see it everywhere. So is this depicting the realm we're in? The Tree of Life, the Mount Meru, the Rupus Nigra in the middle, the black rock, and then, as Martin calls them, right, the four angels around the side, on the corners. Is that something to do with the free energy setup? Because this all looks like it was just mimicking nature, right? The natural energies. And here we have 4 Delhi bankers. All right. They don't look like the Indians in the rest of the photos, do they? Were these just picked from the street and turned into bankers, or were these part of the old realm? I don't know, but whatever they've done, even though this looks like a completely set up photo, right? Completely set up. But clearly you can see that some people were given positions of wealth, shall we say, and most of the others just had to live in squalor and do this, make pots all day. This is later. This is 1931, but still, this is like 70 years later than the other photos where they were dyeing the shirts and that, and still the same level of tech, just working with his hands. I mean, he's good. Look at the stuff he's making. But, you know, no tech. That tech doesn't build this building that he's sitting in. This is 1880. This is the Great Arch. I guess this is it. It's not so great anymore, is it? It's kind of fallen apart. As you can see, it used to be cool. We've got our pillars out the front here. And of course, in the background, I mean, and look at the work going into this tower, right? These are angled, like triangles, and these are rounded off. And it's all perfectly symmetrical. And then up here, they're like, no more triangles. Let's just go round. Of course, we've got our little veranda here, or maybe docking bays, right, for airships maybe. Because, I mean, you look at that, and now what does that look like? Like a lighthouse, right? What were lighthouses? But look, these have all got decks on the way up. So what are these? And what are they for? Airports? You know, we'll probably be told it was a viewing tower or something. And it might be. We just don't know. But, I mean, that's made of stone. That's pretty impressive, especially these balconies, like just jutting out, right? Very cool stuff. This is 1857 rear view of the Jami Masjid, which is clearly this thing, I guess. Got our towers, our belfries, onion domes everywhere, massive building. And then down here, you know, we get these, I mean, I don't know, they could be masonry buildings, smaller ones, but clearly, you know, we've just got like cloth, you know, veranda type roofs here. Looks like someone here with a little wooden rack. So again, you know, this scene and this tech doesn't match this, which is, you know, pretty much what I talk about a lot here on this channel. Ruins of the Gaib Observatory. Again, like what happened here, right? This has been destroyed. This looks like sandbags. So I don't know if that's sandbags or if that's hard, but that if that's hard, then that's definitely how they laid the geopolymer, right? But look at this again, you know, Greco-Romano columns, you know, what we're told is Greco-Romano, but this place has been destroyed. You can see how nice it was. And, you know, this looks like it's been blown up, doesn't it? Doesn't look melted or anything. It just looks destroyed. So what did that? Oh, this is a snake charmer. And of course, in the background, we have one of the controllers by the looks of it. But yes, there you go. That snake thinks that he is charming. St. James Church in Delhi, showing damage caused by the mutiny fighting in 1858. So I'm going to have to look into this mutiny, I think. But here we go. The mutiny caused this. Because this is what you do, right? When you have a mutiny, you go and attack all the buildings in your local area that you could use. You go and destroy them. Clearly. This one has already been got to. Or is that just an antenna that they just took for their symbol? Mercury ball, got the resonator here, got our portals, porthole windows, and yeah, it's been smashed up. And again, right, like, I mean, look at that, how Greco-Romano is that? And this is, it's hard to see, but it looks like this is just branches and bits of wood. And is that the repair job? I don't know, but again, right, this is the level of tech, you know, clearly couldn't build this. Okay, now we have the mogul of Delhi with his children, again, completely set up photo. But, you know, back then, obviously, this is what they did with photos. So it could be him. So this is, you know, what happened to him and his family. Clearly, they're saying that he was some kind of ruler or, you know, native, you know, emperor or something, mogul. And, yeah. Not looking too happy. Neither of the kids really. They're looking pretty bored. This guy's just like, what? Why have I got this silly hat on? Oh, here we go. Stairway to Heaven. The Jantar Mantar Observatory. Oh, this is that same place. This has just been destroyed. This guy's going up the Stairway to Heaven. He's doing it. Is that a door at the top? It seriously looks like a door at the top. And this, I mean, this looks, I mean, it could be real. It's just a real contrast to the background, isn't it? I don't know if the background's been whited out, vanilla skied. Look at this. I mean, what is that? Oh, okay, is that the top of a building or is that a stairway going up? Because down here, it looks like a building that's fallen over sideways. But whatever, like destruction, right? Look at these piles of bricks. Just whatever was here got completely destroyed. And 1858, so this is around that date, so they'll probably say this is the rebellion. Like, what, they came and took apart a building brick by brick. And these are the silly stories we get. This is 1875, the Juma Jami Masjid in Delhi. And I mean, this one survived, right? Very cool. This is, did we look at this one before? Maybe we saw the building, but different photo, don't know. Don't know what these things are. Some kind of, I don't know, well or something. But again, this huge, massive construction. These are the people. Right, so completely oversized and just dirt roads. Dirt roads everywhere. Another one, 1872. I mean, it looks like they've just been hit by rockets, doesn't it? And just have been blown apart. And this is the thing. These are the ruins, right? And look how old this looks. And this is 150 years ago. You know, but we have these same buildings all over India. And I'm sure some of them were told were built around the 1800s, right? Because this clearly was built a long, long time ago, but it's the same architecture. And this is another tomb. And again, right, very Taj Mahal-y. And look on this massive platform, you know, probably, I don't know, is there something under there? They've got a big, this was probably fountains, I would think. Fountains and a pool. And the Lone Guard. All right, this is the Tughalakabad Fort in Delhi in the 1870s. And again, just destroyed. And you can see the amount of bricks that would have gone into just this little portion of this one of, you know, this one of thousands of forts across the realm, just this little bit. Like, look at the amount of bricks in here. Like you can see, this is, look how thick these walls are. How was this constructed? Because, I mean, if these were laid by hand, I mean, that is just so much work, even with tech. You know, unless, of course, you had some kind of bricklaying machine. You know, it's like Fort Jefferson off Florida. It's got 60 million bricks. You know, how long would that take to lay, apart from the fact that it's in the middle of the ocean? But back to India, right? The Yamuna, River Yamuna, the Red Fort again. So you can see this used to be a river. So clearly something's happened with the water levels, or at least the water system. Got our bridge here and the massive fort in the background. I mean, just look at all this massive construction. And again, right, the locals. 1860s Delhi. This is from the Red Fort. There's not many people in these photos. There's a couple here. But that's a big spread, right? That's almost wall to wall. Sort of 2-3-story buildings. And there's not that many people around. There's a couple here in the foreground. So there you go, Delhi in the 1860s. This is, again, Delhi, 1857. So you can see this is just all built up, but it's all masonry buildings, you know. And you look in, we've got our little triangles that we see everywhere on the porticos. We've got the same kind of balustrading. Got the little orbs here, like the mercury orbs. So this is all got the features of old world buildings, and these are the people. So big doors, right? Big windows. So this is all built out. So, you know, I don't know, were these the houses that people were living in, and they just got destroyed in most cities? Because there's a lot of these in these photos in Delhi. But clearly these are all, you know, this is 2 stories and a bit. So these are all, at least, you know, there's taller ones. 2-3-story brick buildings everywhere. And again, these people, you know, don't seem to have the knowledge to build these. This is a pole. Okay, this is the Iron Pillar, 1872. Looks like it had a bit of melt maybe at the bottom there. But this is iron. This is 1872. This is still standing, and it doesn't rust. It doesn't get rust on it. So this is another one of the old world alloys, right? And we see this in like the balustrading, that ironwork for fencing and stuff that's everywhere. It's normally painted black, but that stuff doesn't rust either. So this is, again, they knew a lot about metallurgy that has either been lost or taken from us. I think that's the last picture. So there we go. That was Old World India. Do you know what a reliquary is? It's a vessel, a container made to hold relics in the Christian church. And what are these relics? Well, the vast majority of them are the bones of dead saints. Hello and welcome. My name's Campbell. This is Autodidactic. Thanks for joining me. And let's get into relics and reliquaries. A reliquary, also referred to as a shrine, is a container for relics. A portable reliquary may be called a ferrifer, and a chapel in which it is housed is a feretory. Relics may be the purported or actual physical remains of saints and may comprise bones, pieces of clothing, or some object associated with saints or with other religious figures. The authenticity of any given relic is often a matter of debate. The use of reliquaries became an important part of Christian practices from at least the 4th century, initially in Eastern churches, which adopted the practice of moving and dividing the bodies of saints much earlier than the West, probably in part because of the new capital of Constantinople, which lacked buried saints. Relics are venerated in the Oriental Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, Roman Catholic, and some Anglican churches. Reliquaries provide a means of protecting and displaying relics. While frequently taking them from caskets, they range in size from simple pendants or rings to very elaborate ossuaries. And an ossuary is just a chest or box or building made to serve as a final resting place of human skeletal remains. So what are relics? Well, here on Etym the etymology of the word relic is from 1200, a body part or other object held in reverence or attention due to its connection with a holy person. From late Latin, the remains of a martyr. In classical Latin, remains or remnants. So how did this whole concept of relics, which was basically making sacred the parts or possessions of saints, become popular? Well, it goes back to the Old Testament, and this is from 2 Kings 13:20-21, and it says, "Once while some Israelites were burying a man, suddenly they saw a band of raiders, so they threw the man's body into Elijah's tomb. When the body touched Elijah's bones, the man came to life and stood up on his feet." So that purportedly is the origin of relics. Basically, Elijah's body brought a man back to life. And so after that, they started the Christian church, or some churches in the Christian religion started to venerate these bones as holy or magical. And I do find this interesting because, as we just read, the first relic is said to have brought a man back to life. Now, that sounds a bit like necromancy to me. And also, this is the Christian church who basically say that anything to do with magic or, voodoo, unchristian spirituality, right through to tarot cards, all this kind of stuff is evil, is of the devil. Yet here is the church venerating and worshipping the bones and possessions of dead people who in the Christian religion are marked as saints. So let's go and have a look at a few of these reliquaries.
And here we just have the three classes of relics. First class relics are directly associated with Jesus Christ or the physical remains of a saint's body. Second class relics are items owned by a saint, and third class relics are items or objects that have been in contact with a first or second class relic. What we have here is the head of Saint Oliver Plunkett. As you can see there, basically it looks like a mummified head, still got the teeth in it. He was an Irish Catholic archbishop who died in the last victim of the popish plot in which he was falsely accused of treason against a Protestant king, Charles II. He was then hung, drawn and quartered. This was in the 1600s, 1681. And so they have got his head, and it is in a reliquary sitting in St. Peter's Church in Drogheda, Ireland. We have St. Clare's fingernails and hair clippings in this box. As we can see, lots of lockets of hair. St. Clare, 1194 to 1253, living in Assisi among the famous St. Francis, was known for her long, beautiful hair. In the process of devoting her life fully to God, she wanted to get rid of her vanity, and she cut off all her hair, which was collected by an unknown follower. And so apparently this hair in this box, this reliquary, is about 800 years old. So it's doing pretty well. Here we have St. Dacian, and this is, it looks like a whole body, if you can see here. And it says, this story is just crazy. The relics are of a very obscure and almost ungoogleable Roman martyr, St. Dacian. It can be found on Manhattan Island. They were sent to the Church of the Most Holy Redeemer in 1892 by a wealthy Italian lady. And according to the story, she could no longer afford to keep them in her private chapel, so she donated them to the American church to avoid their seizure. There were some rumors in Manhattan that the waxed remains actually belonged to a policeman shot while defending the church from burglars. So again, a lot of these relics, you know, they're unverified. So they're just relics to the church because people are saying that they're saints and all these different things. So this one here, they're saying is a wax figure. So I'm guessing that the skeleton's inside. I don't know. It would have to have parts of this saint, Saint Dacian, in it for it to be a relic or a reliquary. I mean, maybe it's just his clothes. I'm not sure. It doesn't explain here. Here we have another one. And here is the Pope. And this is the blood of Saint Januarius, who is the patron saint of Naples in Italy. An ampule reliquary containing his blood has been kept in the Duomo di Napoli, or the Naples Cathedral, since the 14th century. The dried blood is famous for events of liquefaction, usually 3 times a year on September 19th, December 16th, and the memorial day of his relic reunification. So that's basically their proof that it's a relic, is they're saying that it's congealed, dried blood, and it actually liquefies, turns back into liquid 3 times a year. But there are many reports for the years that the blood liquefaction miracle did not occur. Now, here's another really weird one. Another relic of the Christian church is the Holy Foreskin, professionally called the Holy Prepuce, is a relic of, well, a foreskin removed during Jesus' circumcision. So this is supposed to be Jesus's foreskin. At least 18 churches in Europe have claimed to possess this delicate piece, starting from the year 800, when Charles the Great gifted it to Pope Leo III, grateful for being crowned emperor. Most of the sites are connected to the Feast of the Holy Circumcision, which is the 1st of January, popular in France and Italy. The last known trace of the foreskin relic was in Calcutta, India, from where it vanished in 1983. Just like with other missing relics, there are many rumors that just got crazier and crazier. So that's crazier than this. The Holy Foreskin, there you go, is a relic, but that one has been lost. Here we have another skeleton, the skeleton of Saint Boniface.
And it says, this intact and preserved skeleton of St. Boniface of Tarsus can be found in the Church of St. Anthony of Padua in Warsaw. This is a picture dressed up. You can see the skull, and they've even put a little crown on him. Here's another interesting one. The Virgin Mary's breast milk. This is a picture called the Madonna Lactans, or the breastfeeding Madonna, obviously Mary feeding Jesus. And it says you can find it in the chapel of the Milk Grotto in Bethlehem in the Palestinian territories. The grotto was erected in 1872, but the site was the center of Christian pilgrimage from the Byzantine era. According to Christian traditions, Bethlehem is where the Holy Family found refuge during the massacre of the innocents, and Virgin Mary's milk supposedly dropped on the floor while she was breastfeeding baby Jesus, changing its color to white. The grotto is a popular shrine among couples struggling with infertility, and the site sells limestone powder made from the grotto stone, meant to be dissolved in a drink and consumed as a cure for infertility. According to the church, such powder can be classified as a third-class relic. So I'm not even sure what this relic is, because they say that the breast milk hit the ground and then turned the ground white. So is it must be, I guess, a second-class relic, and they're saying that that's the floor. So, as you can see, a lot of these relics that are still worshipped, and pilgrims go there, and with this one they crush up the limestone and drink it. There's not a lot of evidence for them. I mean, even this story is just very scant on details, and it really puts the whole relic thing into faith. You've just got to have faith that the limestone you're drinking was turned to that by Mary's breast milk. Here we have the heads of St. John the Baptist, and it says heads, Cathedral of Amiens. Here's the picture. It's a skull basically being put into a plate of some kind. A bit gory. Looks like he's still got his eyes in the sockets. I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, it looks kind of mummified, right? It looks like you can still see a bit of the skin on there. The Gothic Cathedral in Amiens is a city in North France, and it was built especially to house the relics of St. John the Baptist. The saint's head was reportedly brought back from Constantinople in 1206 by Crusader Wallen de Sarton. And of course, St. John the Baptist is a major religious figure in Christianity, portrayed as a forerunner of Jesus Christ. And John was beheaded by Herod Antipas around 28 to 36 CE as a punishment for criticizing the ruler's recent divorce, followed by an unlawful marriage. So they beheaded St. John. We all know St. John the Baptist baptized Jesus, and got beheaded, and they have his head as a relic. But the plot thickens. As I said in the start, it's St. John's heads, plural. And the reason is that it says also the German Museum in Munich takes pride in having St. John's head. The history of how the Holy Head made it to Munich is unclear. So again, it puts a bit of a question mark on these relics. This one you can't see. I'm guessing they're saying the head is wrapped up in this material. And then we also have the Umayyad Mosque in Damascus. And yep, it's St. John the Baptist's head again. It can be found in Damascus, Syria. The Umayyad Mosque is one of the largest and oldest mosques in the world. It was built after the conquest of Damascus by the Muslims in 634 on the site of a previous Christian basilica dedicated to St. John. The relic is currently located inside a shrine dedicated to the saint, and just like the Munich head, it is not exposed. So here it is here, and you can see it's wrapped up in cloth as well. So that's the relic. People throwing money in here. So this is very faith-based. Obviously, you have to have faith that these relics are real. And here we have Catherine of Siena's severed head. St. Catherine of Siena was a lay member of the Dominican order known for receiving stigmata appearance of holy wounds. And having mystical visions as early as the age of 7, she died young from natural causes, but due to the appearance of the stigmata and pain, she is considered a martyr. She died outside her convent in Rome, but her head was stolen in order to bring it back to Siena. So, I mean, that's a bit gruesome, right? I mean, who's going around cutting all these heads off? You know, it's not really a way to venerate a saint or a holy person, is it? Decapitation. We'll go on. We've got a couple more here. Here's, I mean, come on, the tongue and jaw of Saint Anthony. It says, unlike most of the saints pictured, Saint Anthony of Padua did not die as a martyr, but of edema or swelling. His body was exhumed in 1263, more than 30 years after his death. To everyone's shock, Anthony's tongue had not decomposed. St. Anthony was known and praised around the world for his captivating sermons, and that's the reason they say that his tongue survived. Both the tongue and the jawbone are displayed in the Basilica of St. Anthony in Padua. And a fun fact is the tongue did a full-on rockstar tour through the New York churches in 2013. So these are some of the most famous relics in the Christian church. And here's one last one. The relics of Mary Magdalene are a set of human remains that purportedly belong to the Christian saint Mary Magdalene, one of the female followers of Jesus. The most famous relic is a blackened skull displayed in a golden reliquary at the Basilica of Saint Maxima le Saint Baume in southern France, which has been described as one of the most precious relics in all of Christendom and one of the world's most famous sets of human remains. You know, again, it's a bit weird, right? It's a bit morbid, all this severing of body parts and then displaying, you know, skeletons and mummified bits of bodies. I don't know. What do you think? Leave me a comment below. And other relics said to have belonged to Mary Magdalene include a foot bone located in the Basilica of San Giovanni in Italy, a left hand located in Simonepetra Monastery in Greece, and a tooth displayed at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. So there you go. They are some of the most famous relics in Christendom. And yeah, again, leave me a comment. What do you think about all this? Like I said, the first relic was from Elisha's body when someone touched his bones and came to life. And, you know, it's a bit necromancy, right? It's a bit sort of death worshipy. And, you know, the fact that they're cutting these bodies up and putting relics in different places makes me think of William Wallace. Basically, it was the church, you know, and the state that put him to death, and they hung, draw, and quartered him. And that's what they used to do, is they used to break up the body and take it to different places. So as a way to sort of kill the spirit, right? So it couldn't reform. And isn't that what they're doing here to these relics? So a bit strange. So let's have a quick look at some of these reliquaries. All right, so here's a couple of reliquaries. This is a shrine attributed to John de Toyle, circa 1325. So most of these reliquaries seem to be from around that time, the sort of, you know, 1100s to 1400s. I'm not sure. It doesn't tell me what is held within this reliquary. Looks like it might be something to do with Jesus or Mary. Now, these are the ones that interest me. Now, I actually saw some of these, and the photos are coming up, when I was in Dubrovnik in Croatia. And as you can see, this is an arm. Down here we have this, you know, door, this opening, which is where they would put the relic in. And I can't find a lot of information on these. So let me know, you know, in the comments if you've got more. But these seemed, what I'm thinking is this would hold an arm bone, right? Some kind of the arm within it. This one is sort of mounted, as you can see. This one as well, another reliquary of an arm, you know, very ornate, this one. So I'm not exactly sure. Like I said, it doesn't tell me what's inside these, but I'm guessing it's something to do with arm bones.
This is another vessel. And this is the thing with most of these, you can't see the actual relic that's inside. You've just got to, you know, have faith, believe that it's part of a saint in there. And some of these look a lot like monstrances, like this one. This is a reliquary that holds a finger bone, is what they're saying. So if we come in here, I mean, is that part of a finger bone? I don't know. It looks like it's wrapped up in a hessian, and it's inside this, what that looks like a monstrance. And a monstrance is a very similar thing to a reliquary, except that a monstrance, they say, holds the sacrament, and it's much more to do with Jesus, but it's to do with, you know, the sacrament, the wine and the bread is a monstrance, but this they're calling a reliquary. Here's another one. Now, this is very similar to the ones I saw in Dubrovnik. Okay, another arm, two fingers and a thumb up, and you can see these holes. You know, is this where they're stashing, pushing the bones through? I mean, I'm not sure. And this one, as you can see, is not on a stand. So I'm thinking some of these may have been taken into war, because when we look at the ones coming up, they look like they're made to take into battle. This is the jawbone of St. Anthony from 1349. As you can see, there's a jawbone in there. In this very, very ornate reliquary. And with these reliquaries, when I was looking into them, most of them say they're not sure who made them. So are these artifacts, these reliquaries from the old world as well? Here we have another one, again, looking like a monstrance. The monstrances normally have glass in them, so you can see inside what's in there, the sacrament and things. This is circa 1175 to 1200. Again, artist unknown. Okay, so here we have some of the photos I took. These are reliquaries. This was just in a museum in Fort Lovrenjak in Dubrovnik. And this is sort of what got me looking into, you know, what are these things? Christ's Scourging Pillar Reliquary. Of course, unknown, you know, built by an unknown person, 1555. So this apparently has the bones of some saint or something related to the saint in it. Now, these are fairly, and these, if you look at them, these are fingers. Look at this, so you can see the nail there. So this says St. Luke's Finger Reliquary. So does that mean that the finger bone of St. Luke is in here? Right. Here's another one, St. Theodore's finger, all from 1555, by the way, with unknown master, built by an unknown master. Here we have some more. These, again, looking more like monstrances to me. Oh, there you go. They are monstrances with crystal rock. This one's a reliquary, though. Okay, so you can see how they're very similar objects. So one just holds, like I said, the sacrament, the other remains of a saint. But down here, I've got some better pictures coming up. You can see these are legs. So here's a better view, and we have a full leg here and a full leg here. So this is why I'm thinking, were they taken into battle somehow? I don't know, maybe for people who've lost their leg. They look like parts of armor, right? Again, were these made, or are these from the old world or the new world? Because look at the workmanship in these is crazy. This, again, looking like a monstrance. Can't read what it is in this picture. Here are some more arms. The arm reliquary of St. Lawrence and the arm reliquary of St. Serge. Right, again, looking like armor, you know, maybe because they're made of metal, because there's no movement in these, but, you know, what are these really? Were they just to put around? And you can see all of these reliquaries have these little slots. And is that where they put the little bits of bone in? I don't know. Bit interesting. They also had in this museum all these chalices, which is interesting as well. I mean, they're kind of like the sacred objects as well. I guess called chalice, all saying they're all from Dubrovnik around the 15th, 16th century. But, you know, this is this what the Holy Grail was? One of these chalices. And a chalice is just a cup is basically a cup, a vessel in which wine is administered in the celebration of the Eucharist or the Lord's Supper. This is something else that I found, which I thought was pretty cool. This is the altar crucifix. And look how ornate this is, right? Again, we have the little cheruby angel things, which we see all through Christendom. But look at this cross right here. We have Jesus, the crucifixion, but look at all the bits coming off it. It just looked very, very antiquity to me. And it almost looks like, you know, these bits may have been put on at a later date. Don't know what it is, but these bits coming off look like they're a lighter silver, a different metal of some kind. So, you know, I don't know, but it's with all of these objects, these reliquies and monstrances. You know, what do you think? Are these actually made, you know, between the sort of 1100 and 1600s? Or are these found? Are these old relics that are found? Because, you know, we know that there was people, especially around World War II, who were scouring the earth for relics, right? Relics from an older, previous, advanced civilization. So are these worshipped because, you know, when they were first found, they may have still been working a bit. Maybe they still do. They were giving off some kind of energy. And so that they were valued for that and worshipped for that. And obviously the bones comes into it as well. You know, why are Christians worshipping the bones of dead people and literally dismembering these saints so that they can put their parts in these reliquaries? I don't know, I find it all very strange and interesting. And it just, you know, it seems to go against what the Christian doctrine is, as far as, you know, it's very, you know, especially the original story, it's very necromancy, right? Bringing the dead people back to life. And then because of that they're still worshipping these relics thousands of years later. So what do you think? Relics and reliquaries and the Christian church. Leave me a comment below. Please also give this video a like. Subscribe if you haven't already. Let's help to get this message out there that basically there was a recent advanced civilization, and we can see the remnants of this all around us in our buildings, in our geology, in, you know, the relics, the objects that we have that are just these anomalies or parts, you know, out of place artifacts. You know, it's all pointing to basically, as far as I can see, one conclusion, and that is that there was a recent advanced civilization and some kind of cataclysm or reset came in and took it down. And of course, it seems like a parasitic energy or consciousness has taken over, and here we find ourselves. So this is all about unveiling the past, because as we know, his story is not our story. Hello and welcome. Campbell here from Autodidactic channel. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And today we're going to have a look at a construction that seems to have no story to how it was actually built. It just kind of appeared. Of course, they always give us a narrative, but when we look, you know, to check that narrative and see the facts that are behind it, there's really nothing there. So let's get in and have a look. Okay, so we're going to be talking about the Sanctuary of Los Lejar. I think that's how you say it. And this is in Colombia, Central America, and it has quite an interesting story, and it is quite an amazing building. So we'll get into the pictures in a minute, but some backstory of this is the Sanctuary of La Lejar, or in full, the Sanctuary of Our Lady of the Holy Rosary of La Lejar, is a Roman Catholic minor basilica located within the canyon of Guaytara River in Ipiales, Narijo in Colombia. And this shrine, as they call it, is dedicated to the Blessed Virgin Mary. And the construction that is there at the moment, the main construction, they're telling us was built between 1916 and 1949.
And the background of this basilica or shrine is that it says back in 1576, there was a lady and she was walking along with her daughter who happened to be deaf and mute. They were caught in a big storm, and so they ran to the cliff to get shelter between some large slabs of stone, which in Colombian is lejar, which is where the name comes from. And when they were in seeking shelter, to the mother's surprise, her daughter Rosa exclaimed that the mestiza is calling me. And a mestiza is a person of mixed European and indigenous non-European ancestry in the former Spanish Empire. So basically, a Caucasian type person was calling her, and she pointed to a silhouette which happened to just be illuminated by a strike of lightning when they were looking at it. And the apparition of the Virgin Mary was on the wall. And this instigated a pilgrimage to the site after the story got out, and people would go there and pray. And there are reports of miraculous healing happening there. The image appeared in the stone several feet inside, and the image is still visible today. So that's the story as to why this place became a holy place, a place of pilgrimage, and ultimately why they built quite a few different constructions there and ending up in this amazing basilica. So the existence of the shrine, it says, was recorded between 1756 and 1784. The first shrine was built here in the middle 18th century from straw and wood, they say, and it was replaced with a 7-meter-long brick chapel around 1795. And then from 1802, a new larger shrine was built, which in turn was then extended and connected to the opposite side of the canyon on which the basilica sat. And it was replaced with a 7-meter brick-long chapel around 1795. And from 1802 onwards, larger shrines were built there, which were extended into a bridge which actually spanned the canyon where the basilica stood. And in the second half of the 19th century, the story goes that it was turned into the bridge that we see today. So the current church was built between 1916 and 1949, or so they say. It was funded with donations from local churchgoers, and it rises 100 meters or 330 feet from the bottom of the canyon and is connected to the opposite side by a 50-meter or 160-foot tall bridge. Now, what I find interesting about this particular basilica, apart from the fact that it is just incredible, right? That the place where it's built on the side of a canyon, literally they've had to build the foundations all the way down the canyon because it sticks out of the cliff. And then they've built this bridge. Now, they say that it was first, that the apparition was first seen in the 1500s. But like I said, this basilica is quite amazing construction. It was built between January 1916 and August 1949. So obviously we had photography. Photography was, almost 100 years old when it started being built. And we also had film. We had movies that they could have recorded this as well. But when we go ahead and look or search even for any construction pictures or even construction information, there seems to be nothing at all. I've searched, I've done quite a bit of looking to try and find anything on the construction of this, and there's nothing. When we go to images, all we get is modern day images. They all look like they've been taken in the last 20 years or so. There's lots of them, but there is absolutely no construction photos at all. Now, this is an amazing, amazing building. You know, I can find the architect, but there's nothing. No one wanted to record this being built. You know, it was a holy place that was built, you know, for the Blessed Mary, right? A healing place, they say, you know, where she appeared to a deaf mute girl in a lightning strike. But there's no records of it being built. I've looked up for, you know, where the materials came from, where did all the stone come from, where did all the you know, the skilled artisans and craftsmen come from, and there's nothing. And as far as paying for it, all we get is that it was paid for by the local parishioners. So it's a very, you know, interesting story they are trying to weave here. So the only picture I've been able to find was on this website, and this has a bit of the history, you know, the mainstream narrative of this basilica, and, you know, the appearance of Mary, the Virgin Mary, and all this kind of stuff. And down here, we get an image, and here it is. And this looks like a photo, but it's not. Underneath it says, "This drawing shows how it would have looked," talking about one of the previous constructions on this site. It says the process took 7 years and resulted in a domed structure of stone and lime, measuring 7 meters long and 6 meters wide. And this is what the artist has drawn. And that's all it is an artist's depiction. Here's a bigger image, and as you can see, it's a nice drawing. You know, we've got this domed, you know, like it's described, a domed little temple or church tucked into the mountainside. Of course, this one again is up on, you know, poles, big columns sticking out of the side. So this, if this was built at all, it would have been a hard construction as well. And they just kind of gloss over it and say, oh, well, they built this little domed chapel sticking out of the cliff, and that's really all we get. And not one photo, not one image on any kind of video or film, just this pencil drawing, which is an artist's impression here. So this is La Sajar Bridge construction. Now, if I just put in here, say 1940, which is while it was being constructed, right? Again, there is nothing. There's nothing at all to show this building being constructed or even in any form of construction. Now, we don't get any pictures where it's half built or almost built or anything. It's basically, you know, we get like this picture here. This is public domain, last Lajar image. There's nothing there. Like, what is this? Like, there's nothing at all. So the question is, how old is this actual building? Because we know the story. These people who create narratives for us and try and hide our true history are always making up stories how things are all modern, but they can never explain how they were constructed or who constructed them or even where the materials came from. So I did find the architect, or the so-called architect. His name is Lucindo Espinosa. And all I've been able to find, as you can see, this is a search for him. There's one photo. That's it. We get this other photo that they say is someone of the same name, but this is clearly a different person. So this is it. This is all we get on the architect. You know, if we go to an actual search, there's nothing here. There's a few things in Spanish. I have had a look at some of them, but there's no information. There's nothing there. They've just given us a name of an architect, but there is nothing at all to back it up. So again, the question is, who built this place and when? All right, so let's go and have a look at some pictures of this basilica. And as you can see, this they call it a Gothic revival, right? And we hear this all the time. Everything's a revival, right? Everyone's just copying off everyone else. Okay, so for starters, if you'll see up in the background here, look at this wall coming down here. Okay, this, of course, isn't mentioned in any of the stories, but as you can see, this is a sectioned wall, and this bit here looks quite castle-esque, right? Big wall coming down the side here, a massive plateau, again, with this old world banister and balustrade. right? What we're told is Greco-Romano. So this is in Colombia, Central America. But we have Greco-Romano here, we have Gothic here. So this has got nothing to do with the region or the religion which they claim it has to do with. And of course, this looks like it could be in any European city. Okay, we have the same features everywhere. All this antiquitech, the big spires up to the top there, the arched windows, the big cymatic rose windows here in the cathedrals, the flying buttresses, all this stuff. And look at this, it's perched way up on a cliff going across this huge canyon with a river below, right? So this is not an easy construction. This would be, a very hard construction for them to do today if they could pull it off. But we're told, they just, they built it between 1918, 1949, but they just forgot to take any photos of the construction or film or let us know who built it or, where really the money came from, because all we get told is it was donated by parishioners. Now, how much do you think it would cost to build a structure like this? Right? Now, let's have a look at the interior. Okay, again, this look at these windows. This is what we see in cathedrals everywhere. And this one, look at the cymatic ceilings in here. And of course, these are called vaulted ceilings, as in vaults, as in electricity, right? Of course, they change the spelling, but the word is the same. The spell is the same. Now, this is the basilica at night, obviously all lit up. But again, just to sort of show you what's in the background. See these walls? All built in with these arches. Okay, this is the kind of stuff we see everywhere, right, when we look into the old world. Just the similar features. It's all built the same way. It all has the same look. It's all the same. Like I said before, you could pick this up and put it in a European city or Australia or America, and it would not look out of place. Look at this massive, rose window at the front, this big cymatic pattern. It's the same stuff that we see everywhere. Here is an interior photo again, and just look at the workmanship that's gone into this building. Again, it's the same old story, right? Everything is perfect. Everything is so symmetrical. Everything is done to perfection, and all the same type of construction, the same features, even the same shapes in the windows, right? This rounded cross shape, we see it everywhere. Like these long, pointy arched windows that are filled with stained glass. It's the same stuff. And of course, they tell us this is this way because it was a Gothic revival, right? They were reviving the Gothic architecture. So question number one is, why would they do that? What's that got to do with Christianity, with, the Blessed Mary or the Virgin Mother, or Colombia? Like what has it got to do with any of that? Basically nothing, right? This is one of the back rooms. Of course, we have Jesus here on the wall, and we have this old stonework. And again, like everything, right? You can see they've taken, chamfered the edge off this, which we see everywhere, and even this bottom one, how they sort of bring it back out. That feature you see everywhere on these old world buildings. So there's something else going on here. I personally don't believe the story they're giving us of the construction of this building. And here we can see one of the main chapels, and at the back here you can see this is rock. This is the natural rock, and this it's not the best pixel, sorry. That's apparently the image that appeared to the deaf blind girl back in the 1500s. And that's the reason for this whole construction, or so they say. Here are some more pictures. And this place is just crazy, right? Again, here you can see built into the rock, into the natural rock, which again, we see this everywhere, right? You can see this bit of the ceiling. It's literally coming down and joining the rock here. but they haven't missed a beat. Everything is still perfectly symmetrical. I mean, look at this. Just this bit here. See how it twists? All right, it's got this slight twist to it as it comes up, but perfectly symmetrical. Now, that is not easy to do. And we have a little bridge here coming across into like a little rock platform up here. So this has literally been built into the cliff. And, you know, keeping in mind, this whole construction is like 100 meters from the base of the ravine, the base of the canyon. So the question is, how old is this place? What do you think? Do you believe this was built last century? They do say, at least they give it a good building time, right? At least, you know, they give it sort of 35 years to be built, which, you know, makes sense, you know, more sense than the buildings they tell us took 1 year. But I mean, this really is a feat of engineering. This looks, I think this picture is just showing us different urns and things, you know, where they're putting the ashes of people past. And this sort of shows us the scale. Okay, look how far down this bridge support and the base of this cathedral basilica goes. Like there is literally probably twice the amount of materials gone into this bridge and the basement as there has into the actual basilica. All right, just to build this platform that it's sitting on, it is a much bigger effort than building the basilica itself. And again, when we look into the background, like this is all stonework going up the hill, right? Which of course isn't even mentioned in the story. They just kind of say, oh yeah, they built it because there was a vision, and of course, you know, they had to build this amazing Gothic revival cathedral. And so everyone, the parishioners, just put in their money, and then next thing you know, they've got the most amazing building, the most unexplained architecture pretty much in the realm, but no construction photos, no construction information, one picture of the guy who they said was the architect. Okay, you would think that they would, you know, after building something like this, or while they were building it, that they would be much prouder of it, right? They would want to document this. They would want to, you know, show the world what they had done. But no, nothing at all. I'm just looking at this. Is that another cave entrance, another entrance into the cliff? What's inside this cliff? Was there more here? Because this bit here definitely looks like some kind of, you know, it could have easily been a foundation, right? This big, perfectly flat area. And what's the point of it? Like, why is it so big? All they needed was just a walkway. So, you know, if it's not hard enough to build this, they did this as well, flattened this big area on the side of a cliff. Again, not easy to do. Here's another angle. All right, so this, like, it's literally built down in this ravine. It's crazy. So please, leave me a comment. Let me know your thoughts on this. What do you think? When do you think it was built? Who do you think built it? Why do you think it's there? Who do you think made up the story? And why are there no photos? Because I did actually go to the Colombian site and looked into their archives. Nothing. I went to Wayback Machine. Nothing. I went to gallica.fr, which is a site that holds a lot of ancient books and pictures and maps and things. Nothing. So there's literally nothing on this place apart from these pictures, which I said before, all look like they've been taken in the last 20 or 30 years. Right? So was it actually maybe found, you know, in the year 1918 and cleaned up over 35 years? And then by the 50s, it was done. And I mean, even in the 50s, no photos were taken. Right? It's really up only into modern times, where we start to get these images come out. I mean, I don't know if this is original or new, but you can see this viewing balcony here. Like there's so much more construction here than just this basilica. And like I said, this basilica, it's crazy. Look at all the Antiquitech here. Look on the top of the roof here. All these spires covered in these bits that we see everywhere, these shapes and logos and the fencing and, of course, the cross, right? But all these similar features, not similar, but exact same features, really, that we see everywhere. And, of course, statues. They tell us these are angels, and anything with a wing is an angel and got to do with Christianity. So they tell us. But is that true? And this is interesting. We can see houses up here on the cliff. All right, look at this construction. Okay, these are brick. That's a brick wall or a masonry wall. These all are made out of brick or stone. All right, but you can see the kind of construction that they're getting done. Completely different from this. Completely different. Right, and these are probably newer. So it's this story again of, well, they just built it and it was amazing. It was all for the glory of God. But when we see what's actually built around it, doesn't look like they had the skill set to do this. Here's another shot. And it's, there's not too much more I can say, right? It's just, this is an old world, whatever you want to call it, Tartarian, old world building, cathedral. To me, this is a machine. And it's interesting that it's perched up on a cliff above a river, because there's always water involved, right? Dude, get your mask off. Breathe. These angels, these statues, obviously they're all playing. Is that guy got a saxophone? Jeez, man, that's a cool angel band. Now, I'm not sure how old these are, but no doubt they would say that they're from the construction period. But how similar are these types of statues to the ones that we see in all the old the World's Fairs photos? Right? It's the same thing. And not to mention, they didn't tell us who the sculptors were, who made all this stuff, who did all the finishing on this building. They just give us one name as an architect, which they always do. Here's another shot. So this is the original image that apparently appeared in the 1500s in a flash of lightning, don't you know? And they've obviously built, this on it later to highlight it, but that's on the rock, right? This is, well, I don't know if it's natural rock, but this is rock. But I mean, I'm just looking now. Look at these lines here. Look at that bit there. How it sort of pokes up into here. I mean, does that remind you of anything? I mean, we see this in megalithic construction, right? These weird angles and how bits just pop in, like down here, this cutout. So was there something here already that they built onto? I mean, look at this. These look like blocks. There's too many straight lines. This does not look natural, really, does it? No, was there a bit of melting going on at one point and they've come in and rebuilt onto it? Or is it, some other type of construction? Is there more in the cliff, that we're not allowed to see? I don't know. These are all questions. But this is looking like a good place to go and do some boots on the ground, right? Maybe I'll have to do a tour to Central America. So there you go, guys. Just a short one. Just wanted to show you this. It's a bit short because there is not a lot of information on this. Just the same story repeated over and over on multiple sites, but nothing to back that story up. So again, leave me a comment and let me know your thoughts. And also, while you're at it, please give me a like, subscribe if you like my content, and share it around. Let's get these questions out. Let's get let's get the general populace questioning their history that they're given, because this is the thing with history. It's all, when you don't question it, it kind of makes sense. But as soon as you start looking into it, it all falls apart. So let's start to get this narrative out there. It's 2024. The world is changing. I won't say waking up, but people are definitely raising their awareness to the realm that they find themselves in. So information like this can help people just, to ask better questions. And that's really what this is all about. And this is
The largest early world map, Monty's 10-foot planisphere of 1587. So this is it, and this is a 10-foot map. So when they found this, it was cut into 60 sheets, and they all fit together to make a 10-foot square. And this was then bought by David Rumsey, who's one of the big map collectors. And we've all seen these maps with this scalloping. Now, why they do that is because you need to do that to turn a rectangle into a sphere, right? You need to take out a lot of the space, right? A lot of the map. And this scalloping, to turn this into a ball, this scalloping would have to go to the equator. So what they did is they got this map. This is the full map. Our known realm in the middle. Looks a little bit different, but that's pretty much it. And all this land on the outside. So, of course, on this map, the biggest part of it is all this land on the outside, right? Which now, I guess, is covered in ice, right? And might be the ice wall. And so you can see the first thing they do is they cut off all the edge. They cut around this white bit. Then they start cutting the land out that's out there. Then they cut it all off. So this is the equator. And now they've cut off, we've lost half of Africa, and they cut it into these smaller and smaller bits, basically, so then they can fit it onto a sphere, right? So they get this, they put it over the top, but then they've also, you can see that these are wedges. So they cut out these wedges, and then the rest of the map has to become these funny shapes to make a ball. Because to turn this into a sphere, you need to make this outside ring a dot, just like is in the middle there. So can you imagine how much of this map they have to cut off to make this, right? And this is what they've done. And they've even made a little video for us. Okay, so they're trying to, do a Google Earth thing, and they've made this, they've stuck all the, bits of their cut up map onto a sphere, and they're trying to show us this is what the world is. So they have circled the square, right? Or sphered the square, because this is a square map, and they have just cut, at least 60% of it has been cut out, but they're trying to put it forward as a representation of their globe model. Okay, so this is Australia. I've got a couple of these maps. So this is Australia. This is, okay. So this is saying New South Wales is the whole East Coast. So at the moment, if you're not from Australia, the border is kind of around here somewhere. This is now Queensland. I am about here somewhere. But the interesting part is this. Tasmania, connected to the mainland. What does this say? Fernooland. And then Van Diemen's Land. Now, Van Diemen's Land is what Tasmania was called back in the, late 1700s when they were shipping all the convicts out there. Convict, again, just another spell. Another word change. It's because the convicts were slaves. They were slaves, white slaves. We're not supposed to talk about that though. But yeah, Van Diemen's Land, right? Connected to the mainland, and the explanation they give us for these kind of maps is, oh well, the navigators, they sailed around and they just didn't realize, they didn't go across here through the straits. They just missed that and just kept going down, and so they thought it was connected and they drew it like that. But you can clearly see this has got places marked on it. We've got islands here. It's not the best contrast, can't see exactly what all these places are, but it's interesting, right? Like what was going on. This is supposed to be not that long ago. A new chart of the eastern coast of New Holland, from South Cape to Cape York. Anthony Van Diemen's Land. Oh, Anthony Van Diemen? I've never heard that before. Anthony Van Diemen's Land, Furneaux's Land, and New South Wales. I've never heard of Furneaux's Land either. Discovered by Tasman, Furneaux, and Cook.
Furno. I might have to look that up. So this is in the years 1632. Now the Dutch were around. Does that say that it could be 1612, which I believe is before the Dutch were supposed to have been here. 1770 is when Cook actually landed, even though they try and tell us it's 1778 and 1773. So they're saying Tasman was here in 16. I think that's 12. Furno in 1707 and Cook in 1773. So interesting. All right, this one as well. Australia. Uli Moreau, New Holland. Okay, I haven't seen that either. Uli Moreau. Nussid. Oh, okay, New South Wales. And Van Diemen's Land. But as you can see, you can see the land comes up to here, right? Which, Tasmania today is way down here. And New Zealand. Oh, New Zealand. And New Zealand in this map looks like where it is today, right? Very, very south. Like you see some maps, and it used to be up here, I'm sure, but very south. Very south. Shout out to Chris and all the other New Zealanders, bro. So interesting. Are these older maps? So this one we can see that's pretty much what they show us today. That it's completely, apart from the mainland, and we've got all these straits in here, a few islands. I think it's King Island and a few others in there. So that's what we're showing today. I thought I had another picture. Maybe it'll come up later. Yes. All right. But yeah, clearly the older maps show, Tasmania connected to the mainland, and then the older maps, Australia disappears, man. It's just part of Antarctica. What they tell us is Antarctica, right? And New Guinea, which is now, is that New Guinea? No, it's Timor, East Timor. New Guinea's gone. I think it's kind of there. But in the old maps, New Guinea's huge. Now it's just this little island up there. Okay, so these are of America. Oh no, this is New Guinea. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's right. So, okay, we are still in Australia. Sorry. So this Tropic of Capricorn. So again, how old is this map, right? Is that when it was the Tropic of Capricorn? Because this dude's hunting a dragon. We've got a lion down here. No more lions in Australia. I ain't lying. And here, New Guinea. Huge. And these, is that the Torres Strait Islands? They're definitely not that big anymore. Got some mermaids out here. And yeah, just like interesting creatures, right? And we've all seen the pictures of the weird creatures around the 1600s, all these mutated type animals and beings, so it was this, because if this map, with the tropics here, this could have been 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, right? When there were all these different beasties around, which, if you look at what's going on, they're finding some pretty strange stuff in the ocean these days. Strange creatures. All right, here we go. New Holland, back to this. So here you go again. Look at this. All right, connected. So, how old is this? Because Steinbox, I'm guessing that means Tropic of Capricorn. And look at the top end of Australia. I mean, apart from the shape is different, but look at the top end. All right, Carpentaria. This is now the Gulf of Carpentaria, but look, it's joined to New Guinea. All right. So how old are these maps? Don't think this one's dated, is it? No, it's not a date. So I'm not sure what the date on this one is, but you know, like these maps that we find, that they could be much, much, much older than we're told. This one. So this is the bottom view of the globe, right? The globe Earth, the hemisphere, a map of the hemisphere of Australia. And as you'll see, New Holland, Tasmania comes right down, and this is the Arctic down here. So very close, and all this weirdness coming up here is, I'm not sure if that's land, that's New Zealand. That these might be shipping routes maybe, but yeah, like connected Tasmania, and literally almost connected to New Guinea. New Guinea is not that close and not that big anymore, for sure. So we don't know how old any of this stuff is, because, you know, all they have to do is write a date on it and tell us that's the correct date, but we don't know that. So let's have a look at the prison for your mind. So yeah, this is the Hyperborea, the map that shows Hyperborea, the Arctic Pole. This is Mercator. Shows a few interesting islands as well, like Frisland, which became Friesland, I think. So this is, what's this? The Flight of the Eagle. Oh, look at this. So this shows the same kind of thing, right? That the pole, you know, that the Antarctic wall, and all this extra land on the outside. And this actually shows, you can go right in, right? Like Thule, the island of screaming mists, New Formosa, New Sagrad. So it's got all these stories and all this information about these outer lands, right? Outer space. So that's an interesting one. And of course, you know, none of this has been verified. We don't know if this is true or if it's false. This is the crater Earth. So this is another theory that someone's working with, is that all the continents are actually in a crater, like a pond basically, and around us is ice desert, I guess. But he actually draws the shape of the realm differently. He puts the continents in different places, which is interesting, because I have a question. This is just showing that the sun and the moon are within the enclosed system, because one of the base laws of science is you can't have a vacuum next to a pressurized system. That's the sky's a clock. Again, is there more land out here? And then is there more land outside that? So this is like the moon. What's his name? Vibes of Cosmos. So he looks at the moon and says that there's a map of the realm reflected on the moon. And basically this is a part where we inhabit. And then there's all this extra outer part, and no doubt more so, you know. So, but the thing is, we don't know resets, right? We have cyclical resets, I think so. And this, of course, is Terra Infina, which is, you know, this is like the galaxy, right? And instead of, you know, these balls floating in space, it's land masses on a flat plane. Is that what's going on here? We don't know, is the answer at the moment. So this is the prison, right? The globe floating in space. So this is the North Pole. Okay, this region, they say it's empty and there's nothing there, but there is one thing there. There is an elf face here. Oh my gosh. Oh, there it is there. Okay, so can you see, like, this is the ear, this is one eye, the nose, chin, cheekbone, and the head, right? Another eye there. So, I mean, interesting, right? Tree of Life, Tree of Yggdrasil, elves, North mythology, and at the top we have, literally, can you see that? An elf face. So that's what's at the top of the box, the box for our mind. And this is the wall. So this is, you know, what we see on maps is the ring, and they've had to turn it into a dot. And look what we get when we go down here. Okay, this is the center. Look at this. This is, can you see this? You can literally see how they have folded every single point into a dot. You can see that? There's a few rings here too, so I don't know if we can get lower, but like, there we go. That's a photo apparently, right? From a satellite. But you can see, just on here, apart from the fact that it's completely fake, it's all been folded in to make a globe. Now, what else did I have here? I had something. I was looking up X. You know how X, Elon has changed Twitter. It's now X, right? X marks the spot. I don't know. I just found it interesting. Right, Twitter is now X. X marks the spot, and this is what's coming out, right? This. Let's have a look. Here it is again. Disease X, a hidden but inevitable creeping danger. What is disease X? How to identify passengers. Disease X, the next pandemic. Disease X could be 20 times deadlier than COVID. So there you go. Again, no one will get affected. But I don't know. X has been popping up, right? X marks the spot. X factor, right? A lot of people talk about the X factor, you know, being the phoenix. They call it the X factor. Disease X, right? Blah, 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 blah. A placeholder name that was adopted by the World Health Organization in February 2018 on their short list of blueprint priority diseases. I mean, what are they telling you there? That to me sounds like they've created this name and now it's a priority to create this disease to represent a hypothetical unknown pathogen. So basically they're saying, oh, this could exist, right? It could exist. But now, guess what? It does exist, right? It does, see? Ooh. Anyway, X. Twitter, and then I found this, X, the X company. We create radical new technologies to solve some of the world's hardest problems. The Moonshot Factory. And it starts off sounding really good, as do they all, right? It's a diverse group of inventors and entrepreneurs who build and launch technologies that aim to improve the lives of millions, even billions of people. Our goal is to 10 times the impact on the world's most intractable problems, not just 10% improvement, blah, blah, blah. Look at us, we're so good. Okay, so this one, what if you could read a plant like you could read a book? Okay. What if we could protect the ocean while feeding the world sustainably? Oh, be careful of that word. And what if beams of light could provide global access to the internet? So there's a big, right? We chose to go to the moon. Really? So why didn't you go? And down here, you get more into this kind of stuff, that it's all basically part of the agenda. 2010, Google founders decided to form a new division of the company to work on moonshot, far out sci-fi sounding technologies that could make the world a better place. It was a grand experiment, blah, 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 10 years in the making. Look what we've done for you. We've taken photos. So this is basically, and they're talking about inventions, wearable computer Google glasses. So there you go. That's VR. Internet, free internet. That was Elon's thing. Brain creates one of the largest ever neural networks for machine learning. Okay, Google Glass Explorer invite people to speak on how to wear wearable devices. Look at this. They're going to tell us that it's all balloons, all this stuff, right? Free energy, kites, and stuff that we know doesn't work. But this is what X is, right? This is X. So what's X? X company. X marks the spot. Disease X. Like there's a movie. I think that's actually like a porn movie called X. X film series. There's an app called Nilo. Don't know what that is. But anyway, I just found that interesting, so I thought I would share. We've all heard about the World's Fairs, but did you know that Japan actually had 5 of its own World's Fairs called National Industrial Exhibitions? And these were between 1877 and 1903. The first 3 were in Tokyo, then others were in Kyoto, and the last in Osaka. And all of this when Japan only opened to the West in 1853. So we're talking just 24 years after they were holding World's Fairs. And we're told that Japan was just a feudal society, that they weren't technologically advanced up until 1853 when they could start sharing the technology of the West. So how did this all happen? Let's get into it. Hello and welcome. My name's Campbell. This is Autodidactic. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're having an awesome day. So the National Industrial Exhibitions were a series of 5 exhibitions held in Japan, staged between 1873 and 1903. Now, looking into this, there's not a lot of images, but I have found a few. And this is the only image that I have found from the first exposition that was held in 1873. And they say that this exhibition ran for 102 days and drew 454,000 visitors. Basically, Japan was inspired to hold its own exhibition after participating in the 1873 Vienna World's Fair. The second National Industrial Exhibition was held in 1881, ran for 122 days, and drew 823,000 visitors. The third was in 1890 and drew over 1 million visitors. And again, 1890, we're talking only 47 years after Japan opened up to the West. And look at all these structures they were building. And so what happened to all these buildings from all of these 5 fairs? Well, it's the same old story. It says the buildings from the first 5 Japanese industrial expositions were primarily temporary structures erected for the duration of each expo. They were typically dismantled or repurposed after the events concluded, allowing the expo sites to return to their previous uses or to be developed for further planning. And it's the same story that we get for every single expo, that we see these amazing, magnificent, huge, massive buildings and all the infrastructure that surrounds them. And we're told it's all just temporary, or it's stucco, plasterboard. Have you ever wondered how we went from the first powered heavier than air flight in 1903 to having fighter planes in World War I just 8 years later? It's quite a jump in advancement when you think about it. And by the end of World War I, we had a myriad of different planes. We had dogfights, and we had thousands, tens of thousands of pilots. So how did this all happen so quickly? Let's get into it. Hello and welcome. Campbell here from Autodidactic. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And today we're going to have a look at a bit of the history of flight and the story that we've been told. And we're going to see if it makes any sense at all. So we've all heard about the Wright brothers, Wilbur and Orville Wright. And they are, of course, put up as the brothers who made the first powered heavier than air flight. And this flight was done in 1903. And here we are on nps.gov and the Wright brothers. And this is the narrative of the history of flight. And they tell us that there was heavier than air flight before the Wright brothers, but not powered with an engine. And if we look around here, it tells us that, there were other people
that were doing the flights, and they were even trying to get flights with engines, but it came down to the Wright brothers to get it right. And so in 1903 in North Carolina, down at the beach, or just south of Kitty Hawk, they took the first powered flights. And interesting to know that it was done at a place called Big Kill Devil Hill. I find that quite interesting as well. But the story goes that on December 17, 1903, the Wright brothers were on the beach and they were ready for their second attempt at powered flight. And it tells us there was a bit of wind going around, it wasn't the perfect day, but they gave it a go anyway. And they powered up the machine, they powered up the engine in their aeroplane, which was called the Wright Flyer. And this was the second flight. Wilbur did the first flight, which did not get off the ground. And so Orville took the second flight and he went down in history as the first man to fly. Now, it was 10:30 in the morning. The flyer moved down the rail as Wilbur steadied the wings, and just as Orville left the ground, John Daniels from the life-saving station snapped the shutter on a preset camera. So we actually have a photo of the first powered flight, which again is quite interesting, right? Down on a beach, 1903, but they happen to have a camera there. And how far did they fly on this first flight? Well, they flew about 50 feet. They were in the air, while Orville was, for 12 seconds. And that went down as the first powered flight. They did another 3 flights on the same day. And the fourth and the last flight of the day was an impressive 850 feet. And they were in the air for 59 seconds. So not even a minute. And this was the start of powered flight. And here's another photo of the Wright Flyer. There was actually 3, but this is obviously the first one, the first one to achieve heavier than air powered flight. And how did they do it? They did it with an engine. They obviously had to have an engine. Now, this engine, they looked around and they couldn't find any engines that would, that suited their requirements. So they actually built one. And here it is, the 1903 Wright engine. And it was basically a 4-cylinder engine made of cast aluminium. And if you look down here at how they built the engine, the actual engineer who built it says, we didn't make any drawings. One of us would sketch out the part that we were talking about on a piece of scratch paper, and I'd spike the sketch over to my bench. It took me 6 weeks to make the engine. The only metal working machines we had here were a lathe and a drill press run by belts from the stationary gas engine. The crankshaft was made out of a block of machined steel, 6 by 31 inches and between 1 and 5/8 inches thick. So basically this was a fairly simple little engine, 4-cylinder, that they made. Like they said, they only had a lathe and a drill press. So it was mainly made by hand, and it weighed about 90 kilograms. And this was how they got off the air and stayed up there for almost a minute on their 4th try. So the story goes, we've all heard this story. And of course, the Wright brothers, they started off as bicycle salesmen. Well, first of all, they started off, the story says that they had a printing press and they were making, the printing machines and selling them. And then they got into bicycles and they were making and selling bicycles. So we see here the Wright brothers, Orville Wright and Wilbur Wright, were American aviation pioneers, generally credited with inventing, building and flying the world's first successful airplane. They made the first controlled sustained flight of an engine-powered heavier-than aircraft with the Wright Flyer on December 17, 1903, 4 miles or 6 kilometers south of Kitty Hawk in North Carolina, at what is now known as Kill Devil Hills. In 1904, the Wright brothers developed the Wright Flyer 2, which made longer durations in flights including the first Circle, followed by a fixed-wing aircraft, the Wright Flyer 3 in 1905. It goes down into a bit of the information here. We're on Wikipedia, just talking about how they improved, the controls and the wings, and it was all about them basically working out the lift, with the wings and how they would get lift and running it through wind tunnels and all this kind of stuff. And then we get down to, that they started a printing factory and made most of their money selling the printing presses. And then in 1892, on the back of the national bicycle craze, spurred by the invention of the safety bicycle, which had substantial advantages over the penny farthing, and the safety bicycle is basically the same design we see today. And they started up the Wright Cycle Company, and in 1896 began manufacturing their own brand of bicycles, which they sold. Now, this is their bicycle. So I want you to have a look at this picture and imagine the bicycles that we have today. And just think, how different are they to this bicycle? I mean, they're basically the same, right? This is what we get today. If you're looking at this kind of a bike that they use, for races and that, this is what you will get. The same kind of frame, same seats, same wheels, same crank setup. It's literally the same bike. And we are now 121 years later, or even more, because this one was made in the 1890s. So it's interesting, isn't it, that in 100, probably 125, 130 years, this design has not really changed at all. But what has happened to the aeroplanes? They have changed quite a bit. So what I really want to get into with this talk about aeroplanes and flights is World War I. And World War I went from the 28th of July 1914 until the 11th of November 1918. So it started just 11 years after the Wright brothers flew, on their fourth flight for a grand total of 59 seconds. Okay, first day that that man apparently had done heavier than air powered flight. And then we go forward just 11 years and we hit World War I. Now, World War I was the first major conflict involving large-scale use of aircraft. Tethered balloons used for observation had already been employed in several wars, and they would be used extensively for artillery spotting. The Germans used Zeppelins for reconnaissance, etc., etc. And airplanes were just coming into military use at the outset of the war. Initially used mostly for reconnaissance, pilots and engineers learned from experience, leading to the development of many specialized types, including fighters, bombers, and trench strafers or straffers. So just 11 years after the first powered flight, we hit World War I, and this was the first war that used planes. Okay, in 1911, there was a meeting of the Institute of International Law in Madrid, and legislation was proposed to limit the use of aeroplanes to reconnaissance missions and ban them from being used as platforms for weapons. This legislation was rooted in the fears that aeroplanes would be used to attack undefended cities. So that's all well and good, but if you look at World War II, they seem to have forgotten this, because in World War II, we all know of the Battle of Britain. Most people who are familiar with my channel will know about the bombing of Dresden and other cities that were completely destroyed by air attacks. So this Institute of International Law seemed to have dropped the ball a little bit going into World War II. But at the start of World War I, there was some debate over the usefulness of aircraft in warfare. Many senior officers in particular remained skeptical. However, the initial campaigns of 1914 proved that the cavalry could no longer provide reconnaissance expected by their generals, and so they needed to employ aircraft. Even so, the air reconnaissance played a critical role in the War of Movement of 1914. So this is the first year of the war, 1914. Again, 11 years after the flight at Kitty Hawk. And they already had planes that they were using for reconnaissance. And as the war went on, they started developing more planes. As we're told up here, they started to develop fighters and bombers and trench straffers. And here we have some pictures of aeroplanes from the First World War. So as you can see, this technology jumped ahead fairly quickly, especially when compared to the bicycle. And when you think that, you know, the bicycle was much more widely used than aeroplanes. You know, you could buy a bicycle and hop on it and ride it. You didn't need to train as a pilot. You didn't need to know about lift and wind conditions, air conditions, you know, how to fly the plane, how to maneuver it. None of this was needed on a bicycle. But, you know, clearly to fly an airplane, you need, you know, quite a bit of knowledge so that you don't fall. And of course, you know, if you fall off a bicycle, you might scratch your knee. If you fall out of the sky in an airplane, if you don't know what you're doing, the results are a bit more tragic, right? So this is what we had in World War One, list of World War One aircraft. And look at all these planes. Okay, we had some airships, 1908, that these were used in World War One. But then, as you can see, all of these planes, a bomber from 1916. Down here, 1912, we had a reconnaissance plane. We have trainer planes. We have fighter planes. And look at this list. It's huge. This is what happened within the 4 years of World War One. This is what was developed. All of these different planes. And like I said, it doesn't make a lot of sense. We are told that they advanced so much technologically in navigation and aeronautics because of the war. You know, they always tell us, right, the war, you know, it pushes innovation because you have to beat the bad guy and all this kind of stuff. I think most of us know what wars are for at this point. You know, they're nothing like we're told. They're all orchestrated. They are to make money and to wipe out, you know, the old world, right? The imprints of the old world. That's what a war is, at least the ones that we've had in the 1900s. And this is just so you can see the number of aircraft used in World War One. Okay, we had 68,000 French, 58,000 British, got 48,000 here, 20,000, 15,000, 4,700, 5,500. Now, all of these planes needed pilots. So that's one question, is who was training all the pilots, apart from who was building all of these aeroplanes? Because obviously to build these aeroplanes, you need factories, right? And to get that many built, you know, we're talking, this was all done in 4 years. Hundreds of thousands of planes were built. But the first mechanical assembly line was made by Henry Ford, and that was in 1913, of course, to make his Model T Ford, right? And that was introduced 5 years after the actual Model T. And that's really, at least this is what we're told, is that was the reason that it was so popular, because with an assembly line, he could get them built quickly and cheaply. And, you know, we've all heard the line that, you know, anyone could have a Model T in any color they wanted, as long as it was black, because that was the assembly line. They made them one way and they made them cheaply so they could get out to, you know, the common man, as they say. So the first assembly line wasn't even around as far as making a mechanical machine until 1913, the year before World War One started. So all of these planes were built basically by hand. Okay, most of them were in Europe. The assembly lines were started in the USA. So most of these were built in Europe, and, you know, going on the facts that we're given, they didn't have assembly lines, or at the very least, they would have been very new. And, you know, you need to train people up to run assembly lines. You need all the machinery. So how were they building this amount of aircraft? Okay, we can see down here, we've got frontline combat aircraft, thousands of them. And then we've got the aircraft that were lost or shot down, 50,000 just in France. All right, 35,000 in Britain, shot down in World War One. Okay, and 27,000. So over 100,000 planes were shot down. That's 25,000 a year. Okay, now 25,000 planes a year, you know, we've got 12 months in a year, right? So that means they're making, what, 2,000 planes a month? How are they doing this? And how were they training that many pilots? And of course, they tell us that many of these planes, you know, the early ones were actually wooden framed with a canvas skin put on them. And we've got a quote here that says, a great deal of aeroplanes could be holed, you know, shot and have holes put in them without affecting its ability to fly. Wings and fuselage could be, and often were, pierced in 50 places, missing the occupants by inches, who were blissfully unaware of how close they had come until they returned to base. Then the sailmaker would carefully cover each hole with a square inch of Irish linen, frayed at the edges, and with a brush of dope to make our aircraft serviceable again within the hour. And that's by Cecil Lewis. So this is the story we're given, that these early planes were wood covered in a canvas skin, and they were flying around. But when we go back and have a look at the aeroplanes that they had and the pictures that we have of them, I did find one that looked like it was made of canvas, which is here. Okay, but many of these other aeroplanes are clearly not canvas. Okay, these are metal. Now, you know, building a wood canvas aeroplane would probably be faster, I would think, than building a metal one. Because when you get into metal, you've then got to get the sheet metal, you've got to bend it. There's a lot more mechanical parts that go into them. They start to become heavier, so you need, you know, broader and heavier wings with more lift. And it just gets more and more complicated. But we are told, like I said, that they were doing this. The first aircraft used in the war was just 11 years after the first flight at Kitty Hawk. So let me know in the comments, what do you think about this? Is that even possible? Especially when we look at the bicycle. Okay, we've seen this is Wilbur and Orville's bicycle, and this is from the 1890s. Okay, they went from the penny farthing to this. And 120 plus years later, what do we have as far as bicycle technology? Pretty much the same thing. Like the biggest change we've seen in bicycles was probably in the 80s when we had the BMX brought in, but that's clear, that's really just the same kind of design. We had the choppers of the 70s, which were slightly different, but it's the same basic design. And when we look at the, you know, the top performing bicycles, the most advanced bicycles, they are literally the same as this. Okay, just different alloys for the frame. You know, the tires might be a bit thinner and better, you know, maybe better bearings in the crankshaft, but it is the same machine. We've had no steps forward in technology as far as bicycles. But when it comes to planes, we went from a 59-second flight, which was the fourth attempt in 1903, to combat planes, thousands, tens of thousands of combat aircraft in World War One between 1914 and 1918. Okay, we've all heard the story of the airships, and we definitely know that they were around and being used. But of course, they were taken out of commission and basically made illegal, right? That technology was taken from us and we weren't allowed to use it after the Hindenburg. But aeroplanes, they jumped forward from the first powered flight, which was this. Basically, you can see the engine here, and they're just sitting on the bottom wing pretty much. And they had a couple of levers. There's no cockpit, there's no cabin or anything like that. There's no covering at all. It's literally a glider with a small engine attached. And of course, up in the background, we can see this, just to let us know that they were bicycle inventors, right? I mean, and look at their clothes. These guys don't look like, they were in the shed building planes. And that's just my opinion. But this is what we went from this to this in 11 years, or even if we go to the end of World War One, we're talking 15 years. 15 years, guys, from that first aeroplane, 1 minute flight, to these planes that are clearly metal, and they were doing dogfights and they were carrying bombs and they had machine guns mounted. And we suddenly had tens of thousands of pilots. So do you think this is even possible? So leave me a comment below. Let me know what you think, because this is the story that we've been sold. And when we look at it, as with most things in history, we find out it's just his story. It's just made up, and it doesn't make any sense at all when put under scrutiny. So thanks for spending some time with me. I hope you enjoyed that one. Please give me a like, share this around, and subscribe if you haven't already. But most of all, leave me a comment and let me know what you think about the narrative we've been given for heavier than air powered flight. The Ostog Monastery in Montenegro is the third most visited holy place in the Christian world after the Christ's tomb and the Holy Mount. It has a chapel built into a cliff and a monastery complex that preserves the sacrilege of Saint Basil, the Orthodox saint of miracles. So today we're going to have a look at the Ostrog Monastery. The Ostrog Monastery is a monastery of the Serbian Orthodox Church situated against an almost vertical cliff high up in the large rocks of Ostroška Grada in Montenegro, and is dedicated to Saint Basil of Ostrog, who was buried in the monastery. The monastery was founded by Vasilij, the Metropolitan Bishop of Herzegovina, in the 17th century, and he died there in 1671. He was glorified after his death there, and today his body is now enshrined in a reliquary kept in the cave church dedicated to the presentation of the Mother of God to the temple. The present-day look was given to the monastery in 1923 to 26 after a fire which had destroyed the major part of the complex. The two little cave churches that are dug into the cliff were spared, and they are the key areas of the monument. The frescoes in the church of the presentation were created towards the end of the 17th century, and the other church, dedicated to the Holy Cross, is placed within a cave on the upper level of the monastery and was painted by Master Radul, who successfully coped with the natural shapes of the cave and laid the frescoes immediately on the surface of the rock and the south wall. Hello and welcome, Campbell here from Autodidactic. Thank you for joining me. And today we are going to look at some star forts and star cities
from the 1700s. I'm on Gallica here. We have a book, La Gallery Agreeable, which there's lots of these books. And this one is focusing on star forts. And as you can see on the side here, the publication date of this book is 1729. And you'll find with lots of these books, like I said, they're all actually called Gallery Agreeable. They're all for different areas. They're all around this date, around the 1730s. And it really looks like these books were when, you know, those who wish to rule us were out scouting around the realm after a reset to see what was there, basically, what they could use, what they could claim as their own, and, you know, what state the people are in, basically. So let's jump in and have a look at some star cities and star forts in the 1730s. And to start off with, we've just got a map of the area we're going to be looking at. We're in Europe, and I believe this is Germany. So we're going to be looking at some of the star cities and star forts that were around in Germany in the 1730s. And you may have seen these kind of maps before, but everywhere there's these old world cities, right? These depict cities, and as far as we can work out, you know, that the bigger the city is depicted, the bigger the city was, right? So we have this like single temple here, a triple one here, you know, singles. So there was basically, here's a triple, there were cities everywhere. And as you can see, these were old world cities. These are the buildings we see everywhere. You know, tall towers, big etheric antennas going up into the sky. And basically, this whole place, I mean, look at this. The whole place was completely built out and populated in the 1730s. Okay, so here we have Heidelberg, Germany, the capital of Palatinate de Rhine. So here is Heidelberg. Okay, check this out. Star Fort. Okay, got a, you know, this old world bridge that we see everywhere with the big stone pillars going into the man-made canals, right, with their man-made edges. But I found this one interesting because this shows what looks like metal work. Now, I don't know, it could be wood, I don't know, but it looks like the metal that we see on bridges today, the same kind of structure, right, the same form. So is that metal? I don't know, but they definitely had, you know, metal in the old world. This wrought iron that, you know, you still can find in a lot of old cities. It's always black, and it doesn't seem to rust. You know, we have like railings and fences, you know, on some of these old world buildings that I'm sure is hundreds of years old, and it's in better condition than the stuff we can, you know, that we make today. Maybe not that we can make, but definitely that they make and make available to us. It's just all, you know, everything is planned obsolescence, right? Which maybe is a you know, a sign that, you know, those who wish to rule us know something's coming. Who knows? But Heidelberg, look at this massive palace, castle up here. We've got the gardens that we see everywhere, based on geometric designs, domes, towers. It's a walled city. You can see over here, it's a star city. We have these, you know, bastion type points, cavaliers, I think they might call them, and just old world buildings everywhere. You know, 3, 4, 5 stories tall, big towers, domes, spires, you know, huge oversized cathedral. Look at the size of that compared to the houses. And what looks like a designed city, right? Designed as a full city and built as a full city. You know, everything fitting, you know, in its place perfectly, right? And designed for a reason, I would say, because these, you know, star cities were, you know, in my opinion, they were made to power themselves, right? Everyone who lived in this city had everything they needed provided by the city. By, you know, it was creating free energy in whatever form, you know, like good vibrations, shall we say, high vibrations for healing and, you know, mood, keeping people happy. And this is what has been destroyed. This is what we just find the remnants of now all over the realm. And of course, over here, we have some strange tower thing set on 2 circles. So I'm not exactly sure what that is. Maybe we'll have to check out Heidelberg, right, and see if it's still there. But in the background as well, big, tall buildings. You know, in the 1730s we are here. Okay, so still in Heidelberg, this is the palace castle that was up on the hill. So we're looking at a different angle. And of course, you know, how did they do these pictures, right? What were they doing? Sitting up in an airship, like sketching the picture below and getting it so perfect? Or is this maybe some other kind of tech, some kind of, you know, photographic type tech? Not necessarily what we have, but it could have been some kind of, you know, photon imprinting, photon being light, you know, just imprinting the image and then going back and drawing it. I don't know. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. But as you can see, this is exactly like the palaces we still have, like Versailles and other palaces around. There's a few in Russia and through Eastern Europe, all looking to be designed on geometry, right? This looks like a star fort almost. Even within the gardens, we've got this, you know, these florets that we see across all the buildings, these nature type iconographies. And what do we have here? Looks like greenhouses, right? Suspiciously also looks like things, you know, like the Crystal Palace. And there's also, you know, massive greenhouses like this, because this is massive, right? Look at the size of this thing. You know, compared to these people and this massive, you know, castle, this is a big structure, all glass by the looks of it, 1730. But we have greenhouses as well, massive ones all over the realm. And of course, many more that have gone, right, have been destroyed already. Fountains, pressurized plumbing systems for the water. So pretty advanced, I mean, very advanced, right? Because we couldn't do this today. And look, this is just sitting on a rock, right? Built into the rock face by the looks of it. You know, so how did they do that? I mean, good foundation, but that, you know, I've said it before, right? That they tend to do things the hardest way possible, right? Because obviously it wasn't the hardest way possible for them. They had different tech to us. Okay, and here are the first of our star forts. So this is the plan of Mannheim. As you can see, a nice big double star here, overlaid on top of each other. Another star here, what is, you know, referred to as a citadel. I'm sure that wasn't the original purpose. And even another star down here. Not sure what that is. But, you know, just the layout, it looks very sporadic, doesn't it? Doesn't look like there's much symmetry or plan to it, but clearly they were doing something. There's a reason this is on the water. There's a reason this is a double star and this is out here. All to do with working with the earth energies. And this as well, like we saw in Heidelberg, right, has a bridge across to another star. These like little funny stars, I call them satellite stars. They tend to sit outside the star cities, and a lot of them we can actually find like a circuit, like a ring of these satellite stars around the star city. You know, so it's a big integrated network. This is Frankendahl, might be Frankfurt, I'm not sure. Again, nice big star. Underneath we can see there's more there. It's like a bit of a double star sitting on top of each other. This one's, you know, not really rotated, right? These points are coming off at the same points. A lot of the times you see them and they're rotated, like you can see here, this is a flat bit and that's a point. So this has got a bit of both, really. And, you know, we've got these, you know, these sort of dotted lines, which looks like more of the star fort, and down here underground maybe. So, you know, this in 1730, I don't think it was built close to then. So this is probably already reclaimed from an older civilization at this point. Down here, we have Kreuzach in the Rhine region. Okay, and look at this. I mean, again, there's a reason, you know, it's a lot of effort. These things have a lot of stone in them, a lot of materials, a lot of effort to build them and to build them so perfectly. But why are they all these strange, you know, what look to us as strange designs, right? I think, again, it's telling us this is based on earth energies somehow. And, you know, we have another what looks like a satellite star here. Oh, okay, that's a bigger star there. Nice. Okay, so this is more the star city here, right, with its bastions out here. The city, and this, so what's this? The energy center, the healing center? I'm not sure. If we come down here, we find even more of this star city, and it always seems to be built on the water, right? You know, like this little bit here, that little dock, star dock. But there you go. So that's quite a big star, and always walled, right? The cities are always walled. Is that some kind of circuit? I don't know. This one, I'm not sure what they're showing in the middle there, but I was going to mention on this one, you can see the cathedrals. They always show the cathedrals in these when they draw the maps like this. This one looks to only have one. You normally find, you know, between 1 and 3, depending on the size of the city. I have seen up to 5, but they're definitely a part of this whole design, or at least the redesign of it, right? Because the red brick buildings on top of this could have been built much later than the stars, which I think they were. And this is Gurmsheim. And again, a smaller city here, but completely walled. Got all the usual features for Star City. You know, on the water, it's got water running all around it. Man-made canals, no doubt. And this is what we had. This was a city in the 1730s. Okay, here we have Ebreberg. We've got the coordinates of where it is. And what is that? Not sure what this is down here. Interesting. But as you see, another walled star city. And here we have a cathedral, right? Always, well, not always, but most of the time they're built in this cross shape, which I don't think has anything to do with Christianity. I think these were, yeah, I think it was a different thing they were expressing through that shape. A walled city, and up here we have our, you know, sort of citadel type part of the star. Okay, this is Baccarat. Baccarat. All right, isn't that a card game? Bert Bacharach, that's all I know. Didn't he write Singing in the Rain or something? So this is Baccarat, 1730. Again, walled city. Look at these houses. They're built right on the walls and into the walls here. So clearly not for defense, right? Like this wall, like they tell us all these are for defense and for war, but look at this. Houses with windows sitting through the wall. So clearly not trying to defend that. You know, oversized cathedrals, towers up on the hill, the castle, the palace, whatever you want to call it, with its huge tower. And look at this. I find this interesting, a boat with a crane on it. Right? Pretty cool. And, you know, it built in a hexagon, very, you know, old world looking as far as the design. And what okay, that's the corner of the Star City. So from above, this would, you can tell it would look like the Star City. Got all the pointy bits, got all the features. And this is how people were living in the 1730s. All right. These guys going, wow, how did they build that? Down here on an island, we've got another dome building, and it looks like maybe farmland. Not sure. And in the background, another. You know, so this realm was covered in cities like this, star cities with buildings like this all through them. So we seem to have digressed. This is Freiburg. And look at this. This is pretty huge and intricate, massive, you know, main star city here. I don't know if that's the cathedral. It's got the cross on it. Another one here. Most likely the cathedrals. Got our moat around the edge here. These are always moated. Got the canal going through. Most of them you'll find they're either on water or there's water going through them. And there's generally islands. I think every time I've found an island in these canals for some reason. You know, I don't know why, splitting the current or something, or even just to create vortexes in the water, right, to charge it, you know, along the lines of Victor Schauberger's research with water. And then up here, we have this big, you know, star fort, star fort, I guess. Look at this thing. It's very intricate, multiple layers, all different shapes, and pointing up to this. Well, it just keeps going, right? Connected and pointed up to this star, which is pointing up to this one. And then up in the top corner, we've got another little field. So very interesting. Like there's definitely some reason, you know, they're built the way they are. This is Freiburg again. This is just a shot of the city. And as you can see, it's a lot easier to see here. Definitely a star city with the usual shapes, right? Usual features, massive oversized cathedrals, walled, got these, you know, bastion type pointy bits. And as you can see here, it looks like they had to rebuild the bridge because this is not an old world bridge. It looks like it's made from wood. So I'd say that the people living in here are the inheritors of this star. And, you know, did they build these buildings? Well, I don't think they built them in the 1730s, but I think they were built by a civilization that came after the star builders. And of course, it goes up the hill here. This is that long, funny bit we saw. Look, tunnels going underneath. Like this all built so amazingly well. And, you know, we don't even conceive of things like this today. Alrighty, this one, I'm not really sure. Cavalry, infantry, September, this is 1690 by the looks of it. In France somewhere. And it looks like it's just showing us a few different cities, right? Star cities. Edingham, Bollinghen, Kegelberg, or Kegelcheberg. But I mean, look at this. There's populations everywhere. What is that? Look at this. This might be their armies. Yeah, okay, artillery, Regath, Fusiliers, dragons. Oh, dragons. Interesting. So that's, yeah, just basically a bit of a war map, because obviously it's all about war, right? This is Haningu, something like that. I'm sure people are screaming at the screen at the moment, telling me how to pronounce these words. So sorry for all the butchering of language. But here we have, look at this star, nice 5-pointer. Underneath we have like another, well, it's a 6-pointer, but it's been rotated apart from this bit at the top. So you can see these bits all come out, you know, at a 90-degree or 180-degree from these points, right? It's been rotated underneath. You see that a lot. What does it mean? I am not sure yet. And these two, you know, I was calling these crowns. They look like crowns, right? And you do see these attached. They're different to the satellites. These are attached to the star city and the stars, whereas the satellites are always further out and you know, detached. Again, just got just a little bastion sitting here. That's what I would call more of a satellite, but it is pretty close. And across here, we have this big tail, right? Again, you know, it looks like a bird's tail, right? So when you get it all out, I mean, look at this. It's pretty amazing design. They designed this and then they went and built it across water, on the water's edge, you know, like massive amounts of design, you know, materials. You would need a lot of really good builders and artisans, and just moving the stuff and the logistics to build these is ridiculous. And they are everywhere. This is the fort, and another very nice star. Canal going through the middle. You can see all the bridges they've built across the canal. The moat, what we're told are moats, right? Water going around. And of course, all these, you know, what are called bastions, these pointy bits. Well, actually, I think they're cavaliers. When they're not attached to the star, they're cavaliers. When they are, they're bastions. I mean, they've even sort of drawn the water flow in here, right? is this some way that they're structuring water to get them to flow around these different shapes and angles and bends to create vortexes, right? To structure the water. Because water definitely was a big part of these constructions, whatever they were when they were first conceived and built. I've got more, got a crown up here. Like the star literally just goes across a river. But again, like look how it goes out here, and on this side it's in here. So they're working with something that we're not, so privy to, like earth energies, ley lines, something like that. That's what I think. Frequencies. This is Schlestat. This one's got 3 big canals going through it. Big star. This is just the outline, obviously, but here we have these satellites. You can see here, okay, this is a good one. So you can see how they make a circuit around the outside. Now, these ones are pretty close. These are all what they are, right? They're part of the superstructure, let's call it that, right? The city. But that's what the satellites do. They go around and make a circuit, right, around the stars. And most of the time they're out further. I think they're around the sort of 3-4 kilometer mark away from the stars. And they seem to just keep expanding out. So, is that like the energy, like drawing the energy out further and expanding it? Like whatever that energy is, right? Good vibrations or something. Okay, so here we have, I'm not sure, Alsace. I don't know where we are. Brissache. 1630, but there's a bit of a story around the 1630s, 1638. Down here it's saying 1703. So what was the book? 1730s, I think they said. So here we have another amazing star city. All right. And I mean, imagine how high these were originally. These are, big high walls. And most of these stars as well, even at this date, a lot of them are buried still. And again, we get this, this central walled city, star city. Here we have, they call it the butte, that would be like the citadel type bit. Sometimes they're in the stars, sometimes they sort of hang off the side of it. Of course, we have our cathedral in here. Always got to have a cathedral or two. Maybe the power centre, who knows? Frere Jacques, Frere Jacques, Frere Jacques, is that what it's called? That French song. But I mean, look at this, right? We've got this, that's a walkway by the looks of it, up to this, secondary star, another walkway up to this crown. Right, so what is going on with this structure, the way they've designed it? And of course, this is huge, right? All around here, but it keeps going, as you can see, around here. Another part of the walled city. So is this the city where people were living and these were the power sources? Clean power, free power that, radiated good frequencies instead of bad ones. Okay, here we are in Colmar. As you can see, very nice star, very built out, right? Like just wall to wall housing, but I guess it's housing, and you can see these buildings, we can see 3 stories here above the roof of this. So they're at least 4 or 5 stories tall. You can see how big the cathedral is, massively oversized. So, to my thinking, that's a machine. That it's look at the size of it. It's not built for human habitation. But that's where you go to get close to God, right? Close to that feeling that to me, God is, the energy that the energy that animates, the energy that creates and animates all life. That's what I think God, the creator, is. More of a force and an energy than an actual person. So is this what these cathedrals were, right? You go to get close to that frequency, that vibration. Of course, we all know, healing through song, the choirs, the organs, the bells, obviously. Okay, and here we are. This is Benfeld. Nice, not symmetrical, but nice 5-pointed star. And they're all slightly different, right? This one has got kind of bits of a star underneath it. It looks like it's joined to this first one rather than another star that's been rotated. And we've just got these 3 bits here. And of course, these bits have these arrows, these cavaliers at the top. So what's going on there? Don't know. Got another bit here. Again, is this to structure water? And this bit here, it just sort of randomly just pokes out into the canal here, right? Like, what's the reason for that? There's got to be some, these would be designed very well. So there's some reason they're building them like they are, or were. Another star city here. This time they've even called this the Citadel. That's what they like to call them. They basically, the story is that's where everyone ran to hide out when they were in war, because of course forts, right? They tell us this is all about war. All the walls were for defense. But as we saw, those houses poking through the wall, it doesn't look like that's what they were for at all. Strasbourg. Look at the size of this. Like, that is a huge construction. Look at this wall. Look how wide and thick it is. All the way around. Always set on water. Got the city in here. And out here, right, we've got more stars by the looks of it. One there. Like a crown here. These little square bits. Another city out here. More cities down here. All right, so this is a huge city. I'm not sure what these represent, just towns, I guess, cities, who knows? But there was a lot of construction going on in the old world with the old civilization that, of course, we're told never happened. They didn't have the tech for it. They couldn't do it. But alas, it's there. It's all around us. Here we have another larger map just showing us, how many of these stars there were. Like, that basically that every city was a star city. I mean, look at these things. And these are huge. Again, you can see the foundations on them. Massive, like, there's literally cities inside these and towns inside these stars, these world stars. So huge constructions, and they are everywhere. Look at this. Look at the size of this one. Coming all the way out. Look at that. Massive star city. And again, this is Strasbourg again from a slightly different view. So the old world was full of stars. At least, that's what we're calling them. That, they probably should be called, I don't know, cymatics or geometric something, because obviously with stars, there is those connotations that we don't want to link it to, like Hollywood stars, stars on the Hollywood Boulevard, fallen stars, fallen angels. So to me, they don't have any connection with that, because this is, what it looks like, and what I've learned so far, what I can deduce from it is this is tech that's based on nature and natural energies that are already here, the open grid, not the closed L grid, not the closed circuit, which is what they're pushing now, but this is based on the natural circuit, the natural energy. So I don't think fallen angels be having anything to do with that, right? That they're the exact opposite. They're the closed circuit people, the electrics. And well, that's interesting. Argentina, Strasbourg. And there you go. Look at that shot. I mean, you can really see how, even this drawing, right? It's drawn so well to just show everything in this, all the intricacy, all the individual buildings. I mean, again, who was drawing these images and how? Or are they some kind of photo technology, some kind of imaging technology? Maybe not the same as photography, but where they could get an image. Maybe this was the image. Maybe they had to enhance it or, fill it out. Who knows? But this, I don't think this was done by, and, off the ground, right? This is a bird's eye view. So what were they doing? I don't think it was done by someone sitting in an airship or sitting up on a tower somewhere and drawing this. It's, it's just crazy, right? And this looks like it's in pretty good condition. All the bridges are still here, going across the waterways, the walls still intact. And what is that? I don't know. Big circle out in the field. There you go. Strasbourg. I mean, look at the size of that. That is so big. Strasbourg, 1730s or before. Okay, this is just a shot of the top of that cathedral tower. And talk about intricacy, right? Look at this. Okay, again, this is in the 1730s, so built, before. This is completely finished. I would say at least a couple of hundred years before the 1700s this was built. And look at this. Apart from, the height and how did they get up there to create this and finish it like this, but all the knowledge they would need for engineering, for construction, the artisans, to put all the iconography, the logos are all over it. And it all meant something, right? Because it's all similar. All this facading we see, it's all similar. Looking here, we have what look like mercury balls, a massive tower which is open. Is it? It looks like it's open, these big cathedral windows. Not sure what that is. Is that stairs? I think they are. I think they're stairs going up these towers, up to the top. I mean, look at this. This just looks like a machine, right? Like this whole sort of centerpiece. I mean, the whole thing looks like a machine. But this whole centerpiece here, like, look at it. Just tubes and things and different, shapes and, looks like some kind of machine to me, some kind of machine that's based on energy or collecting or drawing energy down. They almost look like little trumpets, don't they? But I mean, there you go, man. That's what we used to be able to build, right? When we were allowed to have creativity and imagination, and we weren't restricted by, fake money and fake laws and all this other stuff. When we were let to be ourselves, this is what we came up with. Another picture. This is the bottom half, right, without the tower. And again, I mean, just look at all these windows. Look, they've got these double little pointy roofs with antennas on them and all these knobbly bits. Could have statues, flying buttresses. I mean, an immense building. You can see the houses down here, 2-story house, which, by the way, looks pretty good, right, for 1700s. But yeah, the size of this, the amount of work and the materials that would go and the design, like the engineering, ridiculous. Big cymatic window here. And, definitely looking like it was made. I mean, look at the people down here. All right. Tiny. Look at the roofs. This is the door height. So I don't know if they were left over from giants, but they're definitely not built to the size of, what humans are today. Let's put it that way. But just amazing, right? Just incredible. This is how we used to live. This is what we're capable of. It's so much more than we're taught, right? Here's another star, as you can see, always with water. Got the canals coming through it, the islands in there, the cathedral on the imperial island, no less, and always just looking like they're completely designed and, designed where all the buildings are going to go before they start construction. This looks like it might be another cathedral here. Cathedral, cathode, whatever, they really were. And completely walled Star City. This is Haganor. Another quick map just again to show you that these things were everywhere. All right, star, 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 star. So I don't know if these were different to these cities. I mean, I'm guessing they were, right? Because they're drawn differently. Look at that. Nice double crown. So maybe these were literally, machines, right? Factories that were producing the energy that other, these cities where people live could use, and healing centers as well, maybe growing food, all this, structuring water that would then go out to the other cities. Maybe that's what they were, right? Like harmonics, right? Bringing harmony to the realm. Landau Calrissian, and double crown, double crowner. Again, this has got like what have we got? So it's kind of built in this one. We've got these cavaliers around here, and then an outer wall, which isn't rotated by the looks of it. Like, all you can see, it's lines up here, and they've built this cavalier in here to line that up. So the outside perimeter is much more intricate than the inside one. It's almost like doubling up. Like, if we count, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And on the inside, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you can see it's 9 to 14. Is that? No, it's not Fibonacci, but they're going up in intricacy. So again, it just feels and seems like it's something to do with energy and stepping up energy and fractals and geometry. Real energy, right? It's free energy. Another one, I'll just click through these, and I'll leave the link for this book below, guys, in the description. Just scroll down until you see links, and it'll be there, so you can go through this and have a look at it yourself. Because these things were everywhere, and they still are, but they were so much less destroyed, shall we say, in the 1700s. So we get a much better picture of what these things were. All right. Hamburg. Probably Hamburg, right? Look at that. Star on a mountain. I mean, that's a good one. Very symmetrical. Not huge. You can see, it's not a huge one, but very nice. And of course, up on a mountain. Like, so clearly it had to be in that spot, because that's a hard spot to build it. And this is table DV plan. That sounds very English. Oh, it's the plan of the Chasteau de Bitch. All right. Be careful of this place. They're a bit bitchy. As you can see, completely walled. And look at the size of these walls. Huge. These are what they told us were castles, but they weren't. They were cities. They told us they were for defense and war, but they weren't. And out here, we've got a massive cathedral. Phillipsburg. Nice. Like, it's almost a double star with a crown, and like very intricate, like a lot of layers. You can see the wall even comes out here and up to the top here, another crown right across the water. They're just amazing stuff. And of course, please, give me a like, leave me a comment, let me know what you think about these star forts. What were they? What were they doing? Why are they everywhere? How did they build them? And share this video around if you find it interesting. Let's get this information out so that people understand that the story we've been told is just completely made up, right? His story is not our story. History is written by the winners, right? The winners who change the story to make themselves look good. And of course, we're entering an interesting time, 2024, lots of talk about things that are going to happen. Are they? We don't know. My advice is to live your best life, right? And just keep your ears peeled, right? Be aware, but don't be scared. But if you would like to be more prepared, you'll find a link below for a couple of books that teach us, how to do all the stuff that our grandparents knew, how to grow food, how to store food, right? How to tin it, how to preserve it, how to build buildings, how to build energy, energy machines, free, little bits and pieces that help you along the way. You'll find the link below, so go and check them out if that's something that you feel you need to learn. They're really, really cool books. And of course, if you'd like to support this channel, there are other links below, so go and check them out. But I do thank you all for spending some time with me and supporting my channel by being here and watching my content. Here we have a city. This one hasn't got a name. Down here, maybe. This is Spire, Alamange. But as we can see here, they got a whole cart and horses on a boat that they're rowing along to this makeshift wooden dock. All right, as you can see, this is wood, very old and broken, wooden shack here. looks half buried. But in the background, look at this. Right, so even at this stage in the 1730s, these people are the inheritors because they clearly, right, with what they're building here, they don't have the level of tech to do this. So they've inherited this city. So even in the 1730s, this was probably already quite old, and they've just gone in and cleaned it up and re-inhabited it, right? And this is what they seem to do every reset, or at least every couple of resets, depending on how big they were. A few more stars here. So again, as you can see, these things were everywhere. They were the norm in the old world. This is Frankfurt, and look at this one. Huge, massive, intricate star, double crowner, one here, massive cathedrals, all the, canals and bridges, all the usual features that we see in these old world cities. They're everywhere. And here we have, you get so many of these photos with people in the foreground, right? They look like they're turning up and discover. So all these cities could be empty, right? They're turning up and discovering them. They're starting to live back in the buildings that they found, that they founded, right? But these are the cities of the old world, 1700s, built way before that, in my opinion. So at least, built out and planned in the 1600s at the very least to be like this in 1730. And these are the inheritors, people turning up, seeing what they can get, what's left over from the old world, which we're kind of still doing today, right? And here is, I'm not sure, it doesn't give me a name, but it's the same thing everywhere. Look at all these towers everywhere, walls, always the same stuff. So that's why, it looks like this was one, civilization, at least, different cultures that were communicating and helping each other, because it's all built in the same style in the same way. And by the looks of it, for a similar function. All right, so there's a few more pictures here. So like I said, I'll leave the link below so you can go through, check out all these pictures yourself. I mean, just check out how intricate they are. We've got the people down here in this oversized world. We've got all these boats down here. These look like galleons. The controllers here watching everything. All these amazing cathedrals, Antiquitech. It's just everywhere. So link will be below. So thank you for spending some time with me. I do appreciate your support. Like I said, please give me a like, leave me a comment, subscribe if you haven't already, and share this around. And you'll also find links below if you'd like to support this channel in any way. So I hope you have a great morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And most importantly, stay awesome, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now.
Remember, in the end, nobody wins unless everybody wins.